black and white camera because of that. Look at this shit. Why is she so fucking mean now? She was nice, but she was okay for like months. And now she's a piece of shit. I've been peeping game. I've been looking at OBS when I'm not streaming. I see the toxicity. All of the wasted water by her, the tackles and the attacks and shit. She lost like 3 fights and she started 50. She's like Gary, but if Gary showed up to the fight. God damn. It's no reason to even be mean. They got hay, they got snacks and food, multiple houses. She's like, nah, fuck that shit. What are you doing standing around?
Pounding? Yeah, you're right. Ready? Go! Holy shit! You fucker, you knew. I didn't get shit out of it. Literally got fucking baited into opening a mimic.
Go live like every day because I was playing Midnight Suns and I was addicted, and I still am. I kind of want to play it right now, but I just want to get this last collectible and then I'll do whatever. But yeah, I mean, come on. It's fun. I mean, as long as it's still fun to stream, I'm gonna do it. New modding tool also. Yeah, I didn't look into it. It's like Creative 2.0.
Is this what you people call justice? Wow. God damn it, Apuya. Ah, I am. Apuya. Get him! Zero, don't move. I'll transfer you to the base, now. I jump away and drinking. Zero, I'm so happy that you're safe. Please never do anything as crazy as that again. I will think about it. God damn it, Zero. By the way, how's Apuya? I took him to the maintenance room. He wasn't hurt very badly, but you have to rest and recuperate for a while. Things really have gotten horrible.
We'll give it a few more minutes.
You blind?
No! No, I can't! Stop! Stop the car!
Kelly! Kelly! What's going on? Oh shit! Bruh.
You didn't warn us about 9/11. Where to go?
Wow!
Whoa.
Wow! You went there.
You went there. It's been enough time. It's fine.
People died. You did.
People listen.
They died.
But South Park is funny. You're not funny.
Somebody close that.
My whole thing is, my whole life is being funny. Get.
Hey, you got it!
No!
Ah, see you later, Saru. Oh shit, this when we work together, it's much better. We like sunflowers, he's from. If she heads for trouble, we won't let her. But upstairs, big adventures. Laura's gone to school, let's go to our ham clubhouse. We can fix your troubles, just be quiet as a mouse. Watch out for those cats, you know they're smarter than you think. But if we work together, we can make their plan sink. And Taros, who's her howdy Melody Panda. Oxnard, Bijou, Cat, Maxwell. Cat Dexter, pause, Pashmina, Jingle. So that's your big adventures.
Excuse me while I work out, gotta run in my wheel. Whee!
Taro's here to help you. And Taro's team is for you. We're breaking the conditioning!
Red Fighter ages.
4 Devas? So those guys are protecting Tokyo from the demon world?
I have it installed, but I haven't played it in a long time.
There's a reason the demon summoning program. We in the Shomonkai weakened the barrier between the human world and the demon world. I used Jezebel's power to defeat one of the Devas,
Oh shit.
thereby destabilizing Tokyo's spiritual condition.
You're talking about Jikoku and...
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
You know, I was so ready. I was so ready to title the surprise rare Saturday stream. Saturday as the word Saturn space day. Gaming style stream. I was so excited. I was so ready to name the stream like, yes, the Crabby crustacean comeback in Climax. I was gonna name it all this fun stuff in the style that DSP would title his streams. And guess what? Guess what, chat? Guess what happened? I turned on the game, right? Thanks to the power of Quick Resume, a feature not possessed by the Nintendo Switch, but possessed by my PlayStation 5. I resumed the game from where I was, the next area. And then I hit save game because I remembered that the game often has, like, I don't even know if the term is like a memory leak, but if you have it, it's one of those cases where you have the game on for too long and it's like, then like just for having it on too long, it gets immense slowdown. I think that's a memory leak. That's what the people in the chat were saying whenever it happened. But I had that happen on like 2 or 3 occasions, so I thought, well, let me preemptively get ahead of that. Let me go ahead and save and then close the game out. So I did just that. I saved the game, closed it out, rebooted up. For some reason, I'm back here. I did continue. I'm back here. I checked the save files. I'm back here. So basically, I'm fucking felted. And like the last entire 3 or 4 hours of the Friday stream, it just doesn't even matter anymore, essentially, because now I'm back here. And I'm like rusty now because I didn't stream yesterday, even though I said I was gonna. But guess what, idiot? I'm streaming on Saturday, even though I said I never stream on Saturdays. So don't say I never do anything for you. But yeah, basically I'm sent back in time. Now the good thing is, past this area is like the Squidman boss, which I beat the first try. And then you get sent back to that last area. By the way, I'm already dead. It doesn't count. I was just waffling around as I was explaining my diatribe in regards to what happened in literally the 20 minutes before I started the stream. I had to rename it. So basically, long story short, my save is corrupted, and this is worse than what happened when we lost Kobe. It was absolutely a Kobe moment. But hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to another Dingus in the Daytime. The Daytime Dingus stream featuring me, swollen _ Dingus. Big ups to the dingers, the dongers, and the swollen _ ones who are here in the now, and the dingers, the dongers, and swollen _ ones who will be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. Of course, like Peaches Akeem was the first person here, they get 10,000 ding coin after the stream. I gave 10,000 ding coin collectively to JC, Mr. Pun, and Gondola, because the redeems were bugged. 2 people got to redeem it, and I think I just gave it to JC because he was like the technical first person of the stream. You could argue it was Iggle, but I didn't want to give Iggle 10,000 ding coin, but don't tell him that. Hello, Shroom Dukem. Welcome to the early Dingus in the Daytime situation. We have a lot of drama to go over. Ah, yes, because that's all about. I'm about drama and 50 bits. I'm also about 50 bits from Vikes and 11. Says, cheers, Zissy and Lee waiting room. Hello, Dingus. I don't know if Ann is gonna do anything today. Vikes, he's in the call on the server, and usually that means either that's like his own waiting room for his own stream, or he's just gonna be there all day. I do not know what is Ann's plan today. You know, usually it'd be like a Monster Hunter thing, but then Capcom decided to be really Pride Monthy with the mods, so I don't think they're playing. I don't think they're playing Monster Hunter anymore for the time being. Now, you could say, what about the Krat game? You know, there's that new Sonic Krat game that everybody hates, Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers. They've been playing a lot of that. And I think there was talk by Cerulean of getting a mod set up so that we could play that on a stream, like when we played Sonic Robo Blast Kart 2. The issue is the mods are plentiful but lame, and they don't have like a mod pack yet. I think they want to make it easy. They're easy to just like install so that everyone has the same characters and the same cards and the same tracks, just like when we played that other one. So I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna look for the good tracks and then make like a zip file that anyone can download, and then if you just download it, you're good for playing with us. You don't have to like separately find out what you have to download in order to like, because it's all gonna be custom shit. Of course, when I played that, I was terrible in it. Obviously, because it's a PC game, I'm not used to playing those. Obviously. Big up Shobla. Love to expand on today. What you do is an art form. Thank you, Shroom. My goal was to get him to cry about Twitter some more, and I got that. I baited him in with like a mention of Paper Mario, which I hope he doesn't forget about. I hope he plays it. But it's not looking good because he mentioned Hellblade 2 coming out next week, and he only mentioned Hellblade 2. So I'm getting kind of nervous, guys. Now, guys, I really need him to play a lengthy Nintendo RPG Overload style game. I can't be felted. It's his favorite GameCube game. He wouldn't lie, right? He wouldn't fuck with me for no reason, right? But that's what it's looking like for today, boys. I just gotta get past this area again. How hard could it be? What happened to the save? I lost it. GBM, I was just explaining it! But basically, like 20-30 minutes before I start the game, I had it on quick resume in the next area. I saved it, closed out, because usually what happens is it's like a memory leak or whatever the fuck that causes the game to slow down, so I gotta close it out, reboot it back up. That's happened 3 times now. I do that this time, start the game. I know I saved it because I hit save and then it closed out and showed me the little autosave icon. I wait for that to disappear. I did wait. Then I closed it out and rebooted it back up. I'm back here. Nothing I can do. Both the continue option and the file select option just brought me back here. But it's right before where I ended up anyway, so... You know, you can call that a code, but it's like it's a factual observation that it's not that far off from where I was. Problem is, it's a very difficult area. You know, I spent 3 hours here before. You was getting food? You didn't tell me you were getting food. Hello, Prez. Yeah, the dev's massively fucked up. Fuck this fucking game. And of course, obviously, it had to be this area too. Now you're probably wondering, where the fuck is the autosave? I'm wondering that too. You think it would have autosaved after I beat the squid? I guess not. But while I struggle in this area, we have some drama to go over. There was a big video just dropped, you guys. Ah, yes. Muda! How's it feel, Muda? How's it feel? Mudahar, some ordinary gamers dropped a massive Kween Kuhfalls expose. And you know, that comes straight out of the Ralpha sector. The Ralpha sector, it comes from the Ralpha sector with love. So you know I have to go over that. It's like an hour, so I'm pretty sure we can go over that. And let's see what it is. I have it loaded up right now. I guess why Kuhfalls is a complete fraud. But you already knew that, and you certainly didn't need fucking Mudahar to tell you why they're a fraud. But let's go ahead and see what the video is about. If this is a good video, it could be like a good introductory to Kween Kuhfalls, because I don't know if he has even, if I don't even know if Lucas has like that many documentaries on him anyway. Aside from like, you know, they probably like news update videos or drama vids, you know, 10-minute situations. But I don't know if he has like a full hour-ish long documentary on him. And even if he does, this is still good because it's coming from a channel that has like a lot of subs and shit. Be a good starter pack video if you're diving into Lucas. The following video contains references to mature elements and controversial topics. Nothing shown in the video is endorsed by us unless explicitly stated. Viewer discretion is
Anyone ever
advised.
find out about how I spent the GoFundMe?
Big ups,
I am
Lorio.
definitely getting
We're gonna learn about Kween Kuhfalls, your favorite transgender person.
canceled. Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and today's video is one
Me,
that
Mudahar.
requires
Hello,
quite a fair bit
sir.
of
I'm the
research, and it's
guy.
one that I should have released a few weeks ago.
And
It's
I'm
a
gonna
video
play the
that
crab
might be
game.
one of my most controversial videos, but one that required looking back years upon years of internet history to come to an actual conclusion of one of the most dangerous people on the web, an international transgender activist that some of you all may know as Kuhfalls. Now, Kuhfalls is
Exactly,
not
that's why
necessarily
I
a
said
popular
that.
activist. They're an online transgender activist known
I
for
know what
fighting
you're
against
into.
the controversial website Kuhfalls. Her
What?
campaign saw mainstream attention after a highly publicized flooding, where she alleged
You wanna talk
mistreatment
about
by the Canadian Police
Kuhfalls?
Services. The online harassment escalated until she was forced to flee her home country to escape. With the media and an entire community
she just went
backing
to
her, she raised
Ireland.
over $100,000 on
I shouldn't even
GoFundMe
say
to
she.
recoup her
I
losses and
just
pursue
call
legal
him
action
Lucas.
against law enforcement. This is a story the public heard all the way up in 2022. Turns out her entire career and almost everything she said is a lie. Join me as I take you down a journey that involves SWAT teams.
Of course it wasn't a lie. It was like everything he did was like almost immediately debunked by Josh on Mad at the Internet as it happened.
Before we get into the real meat and
All you
potatoes,
motherfuckers
I should
had to do was
probably
like an
explain a
itty
bit
bitty
more
little
about who
teensy
Kuhfalls
weensy
is.
bit of
Her name is
research.
Clara Sorrenti, first rose to prominence in a community of another left-wing
Think his
political
first name is
streamer
Lucas?
named
No, it's
Bob,
not. It's Mark.
garnering a following by posting memes on Twitter. With this
Why are
notoriety,
you
she began
fucking
streaming video
lying?
games on Twitch in March of 2020.
Explain
Her focus
yourself
shifted to
now.
politics later that year after a wave
have
of
to send me an
anti-trans
apology email
legislation
after the
swept
stream,
through the United
motherfucker.
States. She went on to raise $200,000 for a campaign for Southern equality to protect trans youth. By the end of the year, her Twitter surpassed 10,000 followers, and while most were on board with the activist, others grew very critical of how she used her platform. Clara regularly
We're
directed her
exposing,
chat to brigade targets
Kween
by
Kuhfalls at the
ratioing
moment.
them.
Ralph's favorite,
Ratioing, for
alphabet
anybody
person.
who's not terminally online, is when you try to get more likes than the original post in a quote tweet or a reply. This amounted to coordinating with her chat on stream, and even if you blocked her, she would just use alternate accounts to achieve this goal. It was through this that
Yeah, so this person led the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign, and the only reason they got any notoriety in the first place is because they were just a random account that ratioed bigger creators. Like Keemstar, I think even Mudahar may have been ratioed at one point. I think Boogie got ratioed as well.
she got into her first real internet beef in early 2022. On March 22nd, 2022, Clara had a spat
Destiny.
with
How could I
online
have forgotten
notorious
Destiny?
agitator Ian Miles Chong. Their back and forth continued for hours as she commanded her viewers to ratio him. Then at around 4:50
Well,
p.m.
I
Eastern
definitely
Standard
don't
Time,
like
her
Ian
chat
Miles
was
Chong
briganded with
is-
hateful messages. Despite the
Hateful
timing, one of her mods would end up
slurs.
blaming someone else, another streamer named Destiny. Destiny is a kind of progenitor of the entire online leftist streaming space. His stream is where both
Leftist.
Bosch and Hassan Piker got their
Oh,
start.
we
These people
hate
used to be
Bosch.
friends, and
We
nowadays,
definitely don't like
not so much.
on.
And that is reflected in their
Destiny-
communities. The only
Destiny can
evidence
be
implicating
kinda
Destiny
based.
was a quote tweet where he called her
Sorry.
cringe.
It's just the truth.
It was posted 2 hours after the raid. Despite this, Clara and her community insisted it was his fault.
Because
Once
easy
again,
money.
there was no evidence he had any involvement, yet she used it as justification to deplatform him. Her
Yeah, Ian
first
Miles'
response
dingus,
was
that
to
dude
try to
makes
get
me
his
look-
Twitter
he
mass
makes
reported
me
and
looks
banned.
bad.
She has sites on his Twitch channel launching what can only be described as a full-fledged character assassination. There are
Big up
countless
Since the
examples of
Croix, it's my
legitimate slander and
squirt.
flat-out lies
Went
about
to a
Destiny.
local barbecue
He detailed
place
the work
yesterday,
behavior
and
in
they
an
had like a
extended
combo
document he
barbecue
published back in
sandwich with
2022. And
barbecue
I'm only gonna
sandwich
touch on a
with
few examples
fucking
because this video is going
chips
to
and
be
a
as
squirt.
long as it
A
is.
squirt
The first
soda.
thing to point
When the
out
fuck
is
have
she
you
was
ever
successful
seen a
in
squirt
depriving him
soda
of one of his
anywhere?
main sources of income. She painted Destiny as transphobic for not supporting trans women competing in sports with cis women. Even if you disagree with this, that doesn't necessarily make Destiny transphobic. It's a fringe pressure point of a much larger, broader issue. It's a highly specific, contentious issue. And
I think objectively, on the sports thing, they should either have their own category or just be with their, the biological born as gender, because it's like an objective, scientifically observed superiority that they have. It's not particularly fair, in my opinion, but I don't know much about it. Right? But yeah, hello, Since Croy. And DJ Filthy Rich. Saturday no longer a day off day. I have no other social media. I'm out of the loop. No, Easy Money. I just wasn't live yesterday. I got prepped. Like I had everything set up, Easy Money. But then the Street Fighter 6 salt was getting real good, so I just said, ah, fuck it, man. Just so like I couldn't look away. Like if you saw the stream, you know how he was. It was too good. I was like, yeah, goddamn. I really don't want to have to like. Oh, maybe I'll just lie in bed tonight. Look, it was worth it. It was good rage. I was kind of annoyed at the start because I'm like so tired of Street Fighter 6 in general. But then by the end, like especially like the last match where he thought he was gonna get one off of Lily and then lost to that exact Lily. Like he just thinks, oh, I see a Lily, so I'm gonna win. He lost to the Lily. That was pretty good. But at the beginning, I was kind of annoyed because I just don't care for Street Fighter. I wanted to leave. It bugs me. It bugs me that he thinks this is good gameplay, and it bugs me that the reality is he will just get to Master and then just not play in Master. But I was just being a sourpuss. I got over it by the end, especially as the better matches started happening. Yeah, Anne wasn't very... Anne wasn't very happy about it either. I kind of share Anne's sentiments about Street Fighter. I've been pretty consistent on how I feel about him playing Street Fighter ever since. To me, it kind of like wore out its welcome by fall of last year. I mean, maybe I'm just not like, because I don't play the game. I don't like really understand what's going on. It was like a been there, done that. I kind of seen it all kind of thing. I've equated it to like guaranteed lulls because it is rage and it is funny. Like I can't cope. I was talking about how I thought yesterday was funny towards the end. So it's like guaranteed lulls, but by the end it's like, well, you kind of know what's gonna happen, correct? And it's not like he made any progress yesterday, so it's to me, coming from a guy who talks about how he needs to make progress in a gazillion games, it screams to me of wasted nights of progress that we could be making in progress style games for him to just play Street Fighter 6 when he tells us he's already like a master in it. He's got so many characters to master. It feels like, from what he says, his journey with the game has come to a conclusion. So why are we still playing it? It's a war of attrition, because you know he's just gonna fucking drop it anyways. So why not just fucking drop it and just start playing other shit? But that's just my opinion on it. Too many wasted nights to say that he never has time, he can't optimize his stream. Yeah, like that's all I feel about it. Like for him to continue playing it when he talks about wasted time and like the inevitability of him him dropping it anyway and him saying the game is trash. Okay, why are we playing it? It just doesn't jive. It doesn't vibe at all. It's hilarious when he complains that a guy who beats him sucks. Good players don't lose to scrubs. Right. By the way, Cat's Fat Gun agrees with me. The hilarious part is DSP going against weaker players that haven't hit the tier yet and is still struggling. Yeah, exactly. Or he just underestimates a character because of the tier. So like just like the Lily, underestimated the Lily because of the character, but the player was good with Lily, so they were able to beat him. but he wants to like say, oh, those players are cheats and they're using pattern play. They're using the high tier characters. It's not that they're good players. It's more that they're using the high tier characters. But he cried at the Lily, who was a low tier character, being used by a good player. I say it's a good player because they're using a low tier character in the higher tiers, and they were able to get one off of DSP. So objectively, that would have to mean they're a good player, right? If they use a low tier character to felt them. I would say so. If you're like a low tier character in Masters, obviously you're a low tier god, right? Correct? You're not using the She's characters. Oh, my bad. They're scripting. My mistake. Tiers only matter to the top level players and not bottom feeders like Phil. And I saw a lot of sentiment yesterday that I hadn't considered, that it doesn't even matter the master tier itself, but more so the LP within the master tier. So I was hearing stuff like 17,000, like it doesn't matter until you're in the 17,000 tier. The more DSP plays Zangief, he's just wasting his fucking time. Chris G struggled for months to hit master with Zangief. And speaking of him, Peace watched his thing yesterday. That was like his first night that Chris G played with Cammy. He fucking spanked Phil. It was glorious to see. He was thinking he could get on after, but DSP kept streaming. Yeah, that was kind of my mentality. Dude went to like, what, 12 o'clock Dingus time? And then I think the daily rap was instantly... because he was just so mad, and then he incorrectly scheduled the stream for tonight. He set the stream for right now. The stream happening right now was set for tonight at 1 in the morning. He was so heated, and then he admitted that in the chat. And then on top of that, he forgot to private that Street Fighter stream from last night. So that's two things. No, three things. One, three things that expose how seething and mauling he truly was off stream. Off stream, does the daily rap quick. It's a quick and short daily rap. He's seething, he's heated. 2, schedules stream incorrectly. And 3, forgets the private stream from last night. Yeah, the 4-minute daily rap. That was up real quick. I was wondering, like, damn, it's already up and it's only 4 minutes. And then Peace like signed off immediately after the daily raps. It's like, wow, wait, what the fuck? It's like blinking, you miss it. Yeah, I am a squirter DJ Filthy Rich. That is true.
And an unfair characterization.
No, I don't think he was told he beat Chris G, at least on stream. Maybe someone told him in the mod Discord after.
Within 24 hours for hate speech. She immediately took credit gloating about taking away his primary source of income. Hey Steve, I just took away your primary source of income. Please leave me alone and stop bullying trans people for content. He picked a fight with me, he got banned, I won. This behavior was not only encouraged, but rewarded with 30,000
That is some DSP language right there.
An important thing to remember is that if you're banned off Twitch, you cannot hear on the site at all. For the longest time, you couldn't even show his face on screen without getting in trouble. Now that he couldn't defend himself, she spread even more blatant falsehoods. The same day, she baselessly accused Destiny of stealthing, which is secretly removing a condom during sex without the partner's consent. This is generally considered a form of you-know-what, which Clara brings up in her accusation.
Yes, I'm going to stealthily remove a condom.
Legitimately a form of...
What, you like turn your back to the partner, just remove the condom? What if they hear the condom being removed? You'd have to have like the stupidest partner, correct?
Any evidence or even an allegation made towards Destiny about this. She walked it back shortly after, which shows just how flawless she is towards claims of such a serious nature.
My save corrupted. I gotta redo this area again.
She was able to further a false narrative to her chat, as well as tens of thousands of people on Twitter. They all either assumed she was being honest or didn't care she was slandering him because they had already
disliked Destiny. That means she's truthful and would never lie for like a benefit or something.
In the future. It wasn't long into this drama that Keppels got noticed by the site Kiwi Farms, who started a thread about her on March 26, 2022. Clara quickly tried to guilt Destiny by association, claiming he used the forum and was even friends with the owner. And what was the reasoning? Well, because apparently he has an account is because he was a target on the site since 2017 with his own board. All his posts are arguing with trolls in his own thread. He was also never friends with Null, who is the owner of Kiwi Farms. He has also gone on record to wishing death several times. Null, by the way, wishing death on Destiny.
And this is while he's out.
Just like how Null has a line to Turkey Tom.
And sometimes he says things which are funny or agreeable, and it's like, I wish I could like you, bro, but you're creepy and gross and weird. And your brain's all
shoot it, Loria.
And your shit's all so we can't be friends, and I kind of think the world would be better off with you.
Clara knew this, but intentionally spread a lie that they met 10 years ago on the game StarCraft. When confronted, she admitted, I know, I wanted him to respond to the accusation, it was bait. At this point, I should probably take some time to explain exactly what Kiwi Farms is. Kiwi
It's a
Farms is an
gossip
online
forum.
website dedicated to discussing internet figures. Okay, you probably heard about internet lolcows, people like Chris Chan, Boogie2988, or Daniel Larson, who has his own legal problems.
Darkside Phil?
The website's
No
composed of
shout
various
out for
threads
us,
where
I
users
see.
effectively congregate to document and follow individuals with a negative lens. Okay.
Yeah, I
Now,
would say
we
he
have to acknowledge
tolerates
that Kiwi
Destiny.
Farms
Like,
does allow
I've heard him
doxing,
say,
okay? On the
like,
site, it's permitted to post
mean
the
things
personal
to
information
Destiny,
of
but
anybody
to
being
me it feels
discussed,
like it's in
including
jest.
full names, phone numbers, home addresses, hell, even blood type if you can find it, and most other forms of personally identifiable information. It's also a site where anything goes, okay? It's like the Wild West of the internet. You ever try to look up me on some of these threads, you'll probably find Indian and poo in the loo and crazy stuff all day, every day. Kiwi Farms was made back in 2013 by Joshua
We love
Kalamu, also
Budahar.
online known as Null. The original purpose of the site was to document internet figure Chris Chan. After they covered Chris Chan initially, it started to change itself and rebrand into a general purpose online gossip wiki, so to speak, where they started to cover various individuals like
This is a
Darkside
pretty
Phil,
fair
Boogie,
description of the
Wings
forum so
Redemption,
far.
who all actually have threads. And the site does have a propensity to make threads about transgender individuals.
We got the Jordy
Anti-trans
shout out.
sentiment is banned on a lot of major platforms, and as a result, the site has become a place for those opinions to effectively congregate. Now, again, I want to start off by saying I don't endorse or support that behavior. In fact, I outright condemn it. All right, there's no reason to have any form of hate on the internet. That being said, all right, whatever goes on the
Which
site
this
does
is
fall under free
podcast
speech
this.
and is entirely legal. Okay, it's somewhat of a misnomer online that apparently doxing somebody is against the law. It is against the law to hack someone's accounts and breach their privacy to obtain their personal information, but that behavior is not encouraged by the site, and of course that behavior is punishable by law. But technically, it is not against the law to post someone's address against their will. As shitty as that sounds, most controversial internet figures have threads on this site, where they not only document their personal information, but they collect any piece of content, tweets, and documents that they post
You just
online.
run this
So
one
early
back.
on, Clara blamed the thread's creation on Destiny, saying he was the reason they found out about her. Later, she admitted it was her constant instigating that actually caught their attention.
How did the Kiwi Farm stuff even start? They noticed me because I started doing Twitter ratios. And
Maybe you should
they
not
went
have done
from, getting mad about
It's
Twitter
pretty lame on its own.
to digging up every single thing in the last 28 years of my life, looking for more reasons to be mad at me.
Again, hypocrisy and
You are a
misstatements
shitty
gonna be
person,
rife
though.
in
You
this
did-
video.
you did
After
scam
Destiny
your
got
own
banned from
community.
Twitch, the owner of Kiwi Farms discussed their feud on their podcast. The episode was streamed live on March 25th. Clara reacted on Twitter, calling him the final boss of transphobes, and proclaiming she wouldn't back down. I've done nothing wrong, nor will I be
No,
going
the
anywhere.
final boss
Her thread
of
was created the next day,
transphobes.
racking up page after page scrutinizing her early life and online history. That included rumors of embezzling funds from her local Communist Party chapter, or Opiates, and a supposed
that's
Discord
true.
server
They did
called
do that.
the Catboy Ranch. It was posted alongside her and her family's personal information, which understandably made her very upset. Clara spoke out about this, which led many people who'd been similarly targeted to join her in solidarity. This began what eventually became #DropKiwiFarms. #DropKiwiFarms was a movement to get the site taken off the internet. They
No,
specifically
it's a
went after
movement to
service
get
providers
their
like
thread
Cloudflare,
taken
who
off the
provided
site.
DDoS
They didn't
protection
care about
and
anyone
mitigation
else.
services.
It's
They
obviously
argued
only
Kiwi
ever
Farms was
about
stalking and
Kuhfalls'
harassment site that bullied
information.
people into taking their own lives. However, this largely picked up after her story received widespread mainstream coverage. For a while, her focus stayed on trying to bludgeon Destiny with their reputation. On July 18th, Kuhfalls announced a tell-all about Destiny's association with the site. This backfired because her thumbnail used a picture of Destiny's face, violating Twitch's policy on banned streamers. Her channel got banned before she could even start, forcing her to stream on YouTube instead. The attention only incentivized Kiwi Farms to keep prodding, and a week later, she fell victim to an attempted swatting. The incident has made public on the 9th of August in a video titled, "My Life is in Danger, I Need Your Help." Clara explained that 4 days earlier, on August 5th, she woke
I
up to
remember when
police
Noel
services
initially
pointing an
covered this
assault rifle
video.
at her face.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London police services pointing an assault
Does he
rifle
think he looks
in
better
my
making
face.
HRT and
A
subs? He
letter
doesn't give a
emailed to
fuck,
every
man.
city council member in London, Ontario, threatening a mass. Clara was arrested, booked, and held in custody for 11 hours. They searched her apartment and confiscated several devices. They allegedly misgendered her and even booked her under her dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth. This
Dude,
worsened
Muda had
an
like
already
a
traumatic experience
he had like a
considered
smug
crime.
tone when
The
he
video was
described
posted
that.
alongside a GoFundMe with the stated intent of helping Clara
doesn't
recoup
believe
her
in dead
losses,
naming.
move immediately, and build a legal fund to protect her rights. It received widespread media attention, bringing in over $100,000 in donations. Even with their support, however, it seemed like there was no escape. Trolls kept figuring out her location as she was forced into hiding, and the battle against Kiwi Farms continued. Even after fleeing the continent, eventually she was successful in getting the site dropped by Cloudflare, who cited an imminent threat to human life. Without their protection, Kiwi Farms became vulnerable to illegal denial of service attacks and was forced to shut down. Now this is the story that the public was led to believe. Concluding a successful campaign,
was a
Keppels reiterated over and
lie.
over that the site had been
Why?
shut down. It only became more difficult to insist as time had gone on, given it's obviously not true. Kiwi Farms is up to this day, and by all metrics, it has way more stability than ever before. And what many of her supporters don't realize is that this is truly the beginning of the web of lies that make up this entire ordeal.
Even
Almost
DSP
everything
knew
you've
this
heard
was
about this whole
bullshit.
situation
Even
is a
DSP back
lie.
then had
And that's
segments
why
like,
I'm going to
you guys
explore
realize
in
it's
depth
still
in these
up,
next two
correct?
sections. These are two very important aspects to
You
the story
fucking
to
morons.
address her portrayal of the swatting and how
Yes, you
exactly
really took down the
money was spent.
farms.
When it comes to something as serious as swatting, it's important not to downplay its severity. This is a crime that's taken innocent people's lives. But curiously, her story began to change
it
as
threatened
time went
DSP's
on.
life,
The narrative
too.
set forth in her initial
Remember
video
that?
is one of terror. Clara says on the 5th of August, she is awoken by police services pointing an assault rifle at her face.
Oh my
This specific
lord.
detail is referenced in her video several times.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face at my home.
How
When I was
distressing.
woken up by police officers and saw the assault rifle pointed at me, I thought I was going to die. I feel traumatized.
Her story then changed to an encounter in the hallway. The exact phrasing is that she went into the hallway and then saw the weapon.
The email, Sorrenti says, had given out her real address and resulted in police with guns at her doorstep and her
Okay, but she
being
phrased
arrested.
it like she woke up and the gun was literally in her face, because that's exactly what the police do, right? The police just go into your house without consent and then just like go straight
She
into your
admitted that
room?
They didn't enter her apartment until after she was in custody.
Oh, apartment, whatever.
They did not go into my apartment.
Oh,
until
look at this, the
after I
story
was in
changes.
custody.
Now we don't need to
And
be
they had
sensational, we need to
a
explain what
search warrant
really
signed.
happened.
These next few clips are of Alex, her fiance at the time. Alex confirms she didn't wake up with a gun in her face and reveals Clara wasn't even the one to answer the door. They spoke to Alex first, who was already awake, and gave Clara enough time to put on pajamas.
So it wasn't quite that they knocked on the door and I answered. Rather, I was getting ready for the shower and there was a tremendous pounding. And so yeah, someone did not wake her with a
Yeah, it was
rifle
going plap,
pointed
plap, plap,
3
plap,
inches
plap,
from her
plap, plap,
face.
plap, plap, plap,
But
plap, plap,
essentially, as soon as she woke up,
Was
Very
in a state of
disgusting
undress. I
sex
was
was going
naked,
on.
and I had to put on a pair of pajamas that was like on the floor before I could even go out to see the police officers.
See, the story has already morphed significantly from Clara waking up to guns in her face, to seeing guns in the hallway, to police never entering the apartment at all. The lack of consistency is concerning, given she was supposed to be taking legal action against them. And I mean, Keppels went so far as to compare herself to a victim of police brutality. Every time I see another story involving an innocent black man being killed by the police, I
Was
think
Chris
back
Boers
last
gonna
month
talk
when
to
I
the
had an
spirit of
assault rifle.
Keppels
Dog,
next?
whatever you think about the interaction, it is by no means comparable to what happened to Elijah McClain. And the fact that she can't keep her story straight just makes this so much more worse. Clara also claimed police were transphobic and booked her under a dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming again refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned.
I can't
at
even
birth.
believe I'm saying
During the arrest, the police officer referred to me by my dead name.
Or whatever
I
the
was booked
hell.
in the
I feel
station
bad
under
now.
my
I'm just
dead
gonna
name.
stop talking.
The police,
Just like
when
infiltrated
talking to my
OIC.
mother,
Did he even
referred to
get
me
like the
as her
legal name
son.
change
The
by
fact
this
that a
point?
fake
I don't know the
email
timeline
led
for
to
this
London
shit.
Police Services booking me under my dead name reveals the prejudice that many police have towards transgender people. This is despite the fact that the email contained my real name before ever even mentioning my dead name. This is one of the property bags returned to me after I was released from custody. All of the property bags returned to me have Roberts written on them. Roberts was my last name until I legally changed my name first to Kaylee Sorrenti on January 25th, 2012.
On August 11th,
Multiple
London
name
Police Chief Steve Williams
changes?
put out a statement regarding some of her accusations. He states that all activity in the holding cells is monitored by audio and video equipment. They reviewed the footage and found no evidence of Miss Sorrenti being addressed by her dead name and gender. Williams concluded her dead name was used on property bags due to the existence of a prior police report, explaining that it was literally for tracking purposes. He apologized and ensured a solution would be
bed's
implemented to
tracking
prevent
you.
any of this in the future. Claire responded to the statement by reiterating her
What
dead
a
name was
shock.
used during the arrest. She even speculated the timing may have been intentional so they wouldn't get caught.
It's important that he said, while I cannot confirm any conversations which might have transpired during Miss Sorrenti's initial arrest, and that's when it happened. The activity in the holding cells is monitored, and I never made a statement about any bad things that happened while I was in custody. I would absolutely assume that when the police know that these things are being recorded and can be part of public record, they would be more careful with how they go about their business. I don't expect them to acknowledge how bad the situation actually was. And there's no way of verifying it besides first-person testimony because there's no body cams in the London Police Service.
How convenient for you as well that there are no body cams available of this incident. Interesting.
Joe alludes to unspecified misgendering.
I think it's more interesting for Kuhfalls than the police.
Should have been captured on recording.
And they yelled at Clara while she was in bed, so she got up.
They yelled at
They were
her?
saying Clara Sorrenti.
Can you believe it, guys? Like,
Nope, they did
what the
not use her
fuck? Where
dead
was
name
the
at this point
social worker
either.
at?
As far as I know, that's.
Oh my god!
Is there anything I missed, Alex?
I think that's really the main gist of the arrest portion, which was really the most traumatic in terms of, you know, having the guns pointed at us, the misgendering that occurred. Yeah, that whole arrest. That is how it happened. It wasn't straight up dynamic entry. They didn't.
The absence of evidence means that this only remains a he said, she said scenario, but it's hard to take Clara's word at face value given her complete and total lack of credibility. Another key part of her story was that police had confiscated their devices, resulting in significant financial damages.
They seized both my personal and work phone, as well as the work computer that I brought.
Chloe's track DSP? No. What the fuck would the point be? They know where he is at all times, man.
As well as their external drive, which
Motherfucker doesn't
contained the
go
only
anywhere.
copy of their PhD thesis and other important university documents. Because of the negligence of the police,
I agree,
we were both
Kaze.
left functionally unemployed.
Again, this person
and I have
scammed their
spent
local
thousands of
Communist
dollars
Party
replacing
chapter.
our computers and cell phones.
And this
Big
is
up
one of her
Spam Pam.
justifications to
Yeah, my
launch the
save
GoFundMe
corrupted,
to recoup her
or it
losses.
was lost or something. I saved it when I ended the stream last time. I closed the game out to like, just in case another memory leak happened that slowed the game down. I saved, close it out, boot up the game, come back here. That's all it is.
Apology from the chief of police.
I'm close to where I was, so it really doesn't matter.
Not nice how they responded.
And we're
to
looking at the
situation,
Kuhfalls
but
doc
I'll take it.
that Muda
Now,
put
if I
out.
believe that she meant
How's it
3
feel,
days
Muda?
after the swatting, that would place it on August 8th, a day before the GoFundMe started. There's also footage of Clara picking up her belongings from the police station, where you can see this property bag. It heavily resembles the property bag seen in her initial video. A close-up of one of the labels shows us a date of August 8th, 2022. This again implies that she got her stuff back before the video and GoFundMe ever even went live, and knowingly lied about needing
Feels like
to
they're
buy a new
transitioning
cell
to
phone
hide
and
their
computer.
tracks. Now, I
Even if you
don't
wanna make
think that
assertion,
was
at best, she got her
Kuhfalls'
stuff back the
motivation,
next day,
personally.
because this upload is dated August 10th. There is no way to reconcile these statements.
But I see
and
what
either
I
way,
see
it
where
was
you're going
dishonest
for.
to never update that campaign to reflect this.
Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of
Functionally?
dollars replacing our computers and cell phones, so our lives aren't completely destroyed by what happened to us.
Now, Kuhfalls launched her GoFundMe on August 9, 2022 with an initial goal of $20,000. The page claims
Oh, I
that
didn't
if
know
this
Ludwig
amount was
said that.
exceeded, the funds would be allocated to a legal fund to protect herself against ongoing and future threats to her safety. However, this was later changed to, I am keeping the GoFundMe up, but all donations are going directly to my legal fund, which I will be using to seek justice. Now, this is a very, very important distinction, because it means all the donations past the first 20 grand were explicitly for legal action. See,
I think for where we are in the video, that's a bit conspiratorial. Not to dunk on his take on it. I don't know much about Kuhfalls. He probably knows more about it than me. But maybe I'll change my mind by the end of the documentary. I'm very
As
open-minded.
it makes it seem like her goal was to basically raise as much money as possible rather than afford an intentional expense. Naturally, with her effort raising over $100,000, there were questions over how the money was spent.
I mean, I'm kind of like thinking Occam's razor right now, like the simplest explanation. They're just fucking psychotic. It's not like, it doesn't seem to me like a master plan. Oh, yes, I'm hiding. I'm gonna transition and conceal my crimes.
Am I now allowed to ask? Ooh, that's a question we should bring up. You have to remember, this was a story that got mainstream coverage. There were over 150 articles published about the situation.
That's correct. All the money was spent on coke. No covered that too.
The Associated Press and Canadian state-funded news outlets.
And it wasn't even like that was exposed or anything. That was like a self-report.
The NDP party took a stand by her publicly. Normies were led to believe a series of events that did not occur. And there are regular folk out there who don't have the time or capability to ensure their funds weren't misused, especially when there is a limited amount of financial support for at-risk members of the trans community. There is nothing wrong with questioning for transparency of where this money had went. In fact, more people should actually be asking where this money even went. Clara posted this photo in her Discord server, which was enough for trolls to bombard the hotel with pizzas. The next day, she uploaded a video
pizza.
declaring things had escalated and she was now
Was it pepperoni?
in hiding.
Or
If you recall,
hamburger?
another goal of hers was to move out immediately.
Knowing
After
Kuhfalls, it
someone
was probably
hacked
cheese
her Uber
pizza.
Eats account and sent $500 worth of food.
So what happened, I woke up and I got an email.
I woke up and I got an email.
The email
And
from
then
my
the guns
Uber
were in
Eats
my
account
face.
was changed.
And the police, they were
And
tackling me
then
down. They were asking,
I looked outside
why are
the
you
door,
a woman?
and there was, like,
Why
at
are you
least
a woman? You're not a real
$500
woman.
worth
They
of
said,
food
you will
ordered
never
with my
be a
Happy
woman.
Uber account.
They spray
So I got
painted
doxxed
on my
again.
bedroom wall,
Except this time I also got hacked.
She
YNBAW.
expedited an
You guys know what that
to
means,
York.
correct?
Her rationale was that London police didn't have the resources to stop online trolls. And then she went live to provide further details.
Are you moving to Europe? I'm gonna be living there for a while, but I'm not moving there.
The police told
my
me
fiance's staying
personally
back in
that I
Canada,
have no eggs.
and
I must scream.
I'm gonna be in the UK on my own for a while. I think that
Oh, she should go
the
collab with
current
Mark
plan
1 and
is
Eddie
that
B.
2-3 weeks of my stay, my fiance is going to be coming over.
Eddie,
and we'll stay
no,
together
not Eddie.
for a while.
Marked One could have taken
On Monday,
Kuhfalls
I
to the
find out if I got
gym.
approved or not for the new place that I want to live at, which will give us a really good time frame of what we're gonna do.
Her fans begged her to stop giving out information.
Stop giving
Yeah,
out details.
please keep
Stop
it to your
telling me what
fucking
to do.
Discord. Why do you, this is another thing they do. They feel like they have to like air everything out there. Why do you give them your address while you're at it?
So, I'm okay. I am
Yeah, Pippin,
currently
it's
in
an
Ireland.
hour. It's an hour-long video.
I am
It
staying
just
with a
came
friend.
out.
I'm safe. Things are good. Don't tell people what country. It is completely fine. Do you know how
My info on
dense
Kuhfalls is limited
Ireland
to the Ralph stuff,
Very
and
dense
whenever
country.
Noel did a segment on him.
I do not think it's going to be a problem.
She was staying with a friend
So most of this I'm familiar with, but like the actual, like actually watching the streams and the videos myself that they've done, I've not done
Was
that.
found within 24 hours.
So the specifics I'm not too good on.
Their building. They were able to find her location just by using a doorknob. To be clear, I'm not endorsing any of this behavior or doing it, or even saying if you're careless, you deserve that this happens to you. My argument is that if you're willing to leave a continent to another continent to escape trolls, there is a lot you could do for less to mitigate the risk of doxing. For example, not buying equipment specifically for IRL streaming and announcing
Yeah,
where
like
you're gonna be
this
in
part,
advance.
I knew
At one
about
point,
this
Ellen
part.
revealed they
It
were gonna go to
screamed,
visit a poutine truck in Belfast.
if not disingenuous, and like really regarded, because they were like bragging about them doing all this stuff, and they're gonna do IRL streams in Ireland, and they took pictures of their hotel room, and it's like, dude, they're like. They're pictures, like publicly accessible pictures up for these hotels that show you what the rooms look like, and you're already telling people like that you're in Ireland, and you took photos where people backtraced it. I'm not saying that's cool to do that, but like the people that want to do that will do that. And if you're literally fearing for your life, you are genuinely fearful, you're sincerely fearful, and you want to convince not just me, but everyone that you're fearful for your life, that Kuhfalls is personally going to come over there and knock down your door and say like YNBAW to your face and then like stab you with a shiv. You have to not do this. Like don't even consider doing IRL. Don't do streaming at all. Don't take pictures of your hotel room, and don't even tell people what country you went to. If you like, because it comes off as them like wanting to say that, but then you go ahead and do all this other shit. It doesn't make any sense. Even DSP would call you stupid for doing that. Hello, right, Drake. Hello.
The owner received bomb
just a big
threats, which
attention
Claire
whore,
used to
that's all it
tease
is.
an IRL stream on Twitter. Hey, maybe it's a one-off mistake, right? A day later, Ellen publicly fielded suggestions for future IRL stream locations in Ireland. I want to reiterate, if you are in hiding, why would you buy new streaming equipment specifically for streaming in the public? And then also share where you plan on going in advance? By her own admission,
Bill
she
gave me
wanted to
attention
stoke
with
the
my
flames
bait.
in
I just
order
wanted
to
to
maximize publicity.
By
Because
intentionally.
he did like a Twitter segment where like he talked about Nintendo, so I was like, wow, it's very curious that you're not actually blaming Nintendo like you always do. And then it just it got him to egged him on in a Twitter thing and made him complain about it a little bit more.
Making myself a lightning rod so I could make Kuhfalls more vicious and attack me to the point where Cloudflare had no choice, because every time they attacked me, I publicized it. One of the things that I did intentionally for the success of the campaign was make myself a lightning rod. I egged them on. I egged Kuhfalls on.
You should never do
I
that.
wanted
You
them
should
to
never
attack
egg them
me,
on.
because by doing
Definitely
that,
don't brag
I was
about
able to
egging
show
them
the
on
world
either.
How fucking vile they are.
In the past, streamers have been punished for similar behavior. Ice Poseidon was notorious for being a constant target of swatting.
We
He was
know that
ultimately
guy.
banned after streaming and getting swatted inside an airport, and while it wasn't his fault, at a certain point he was clearly feigning ignorance and enabling his troll's behavior for content. What makes Clara's behavior different, and what actually
Wonder what
prevented her
happened
from
to Ice
staying in
Poseidon.
Canada? Well, if you think it's fucked up for me to question it,
The
don't
people
worry,
that like
because Kuhfalls has since admitted
the people
this
that
entire
revolve
cover
around
story
Ice
was
Poseidon
all
are
a
more
lie.
known now than
Nowadays,
Ice
her
Poseidon
explanation
himself.
for leaving the continent was not to escape online harassment, but to escape her
Why does she talk so
ex-fiancé,
dramatically
Alex, who
to
she now
gaslight you
accuses of
into
being
giving a
abusive.
fuck about anything
To
they
not
have to
get
say?
too deep into it, this is after her ex-fiancé called her out for leaving to cheat on her with Ellen.
This is where I need to admit something. Last year, I was in the papers. This was on CBC, Canada's biggest media outlet. Twitch streamer and trans activist says she's leaving Canada for a while due to harassment. Earlier this month, Clara Sorrenti was the target of a swatting incident. and has been doxxed and hacked. And there was a criticism that I frequently got throughout that time. How does moving to a different country help you with online harassment? And as we found out, it didn't, because once I landed in Belfast, I had people showing up, making threats outside of where I was staying. And I knew that no matter where I went in the world, I would not escape online harassment as long as I was an online figure. And the truth is, I left the country because of my ex and because I was scared of my ex.
So why weren't you upfront about that? You tried to make it look like trolls made you run away.
Yelled at me and consistently coerced me into sex. That's why I left. But I couldn't tell anyone. I didn't want it to be a big thing. I didn't want it to be in the papers while all the journalists were circling around and writing their stories. I didn't want that to be known.
I says
didn't
gay
want any
stuff
of
with
this to
Gwen
ever
right
be
now
out
on
in
Kick.
public.
What?
So here's
Her escape
What?
basically
Never
amounted
talked
to
about
a
this
paid-for
before.
vacation across Europe, evident by a leaked post from her closed Twitter circle on
Crouching in a
September
corner
14th.
recording his porn
Claire
idea,
revealed she
which was to
staying
have
in
a girl
Ireland until the
fucking doll with
27th,
camera
then heading
attached to,
to
like,
Spain
Shadows
until the
fucking her.
11th, before moving into her apartment on the 12th.
Yeah, Ice
now, the
Poseidon's
dates
fans
imply
probably
that she had
into that.
already just bought tickets, but she ended up in London instead to watch a play. Claire then briefly
Action
returned to
Man?
Ireland
I've
before
heard the name,
flying
but
to
I
the
don't know
United
anything about
States
him.
to attend
Hey, I don't know anything about it.
Not only did she stream the event IRL, but she even antagonized Destiny's ex-wife for being married to him.
Kevels went to go, and she
Wait,
went up
is
to
this the
Melina,
guy?
and she was like,
It's the guy.
she was shaking.
This is the
Like, it was
guy
like she
that
was so anxious or so angry she was shaking.
Dark
right?
Viper's feuding with.
And she said, "Tell your husband if he doesn't stop coming for me,
I'm the guy.
I'm gonna get his YouTube
I'm the
channel."
chuddiest chud guy ever. Yes,
No
I'm the one.
Memes.
I burst on May 1st.
Okay.
Hi,
So
yes.
Keffels moved into her new apartment on October 12th and used some of the GoFundMe money to pay for a full year's worth of rent in advance.
So just a quick update. I have an apartment for October. I'm moving.
Whoa,
I have
thank you for the kitty.
Already paid. I'm putting it I'm using the GoFundMe money to pay an entire year in advance.
Now, which is not something she ever said she was going to do, and a huge departure from just moving. Clara moves into a luxury apartment, and with a low approximation amounting to $28,000. So far, Clara has admitted to spending the money on new devices, as well as equipment for IRL streaming. She traveled across Europe, planning to visit Spain from Ireland, but ended up at a play in London instead.
Because we're
She
less
then
fucking
flies
good.
to TwitchCon in the United States.
Oh my
before getting an
God, I was
apartment in
right there,
Canada, and then
too.
paying an entire year's worth of rent. There, she bought even more equipment to build a professional set with studio lights.
Obviously, it's Rygeric's fault for distracting me.
The gaming chair alone, her gaming chair, would have cost over $2,000.
I had to take extra caution with the set that I made. It's not even a set, it's just like part of my home. But it is basically a set. I have like
Someone else was
studio
doing a
lights, I
doxing
have,
for
like, whole camera
Kuhfalls.
thing,
I
have-
think
it's
there
very
may have been some crossover with some other forum that disliked them.
So I had to go through all of this.
I don't remember
as soon as I got
exactly.
back from
Thank you for the bubble,
TwitchCon,
though.
to make sure that I could just like return to my life before I was swatted.
But see, that wasn't the only thing she admits to spending some of this GoFundMe money on. Clara also says she contracted a security company
You
in
think
September to keep
Kuhfalls
herself
has
safe.
her Twitter private right now?
I consulted with a security company, and they made all of my devices hack-proof, and they gave me tips on not getting doxxed
devices.
again. They also helped me with a whole bunch of other stuff that I can't talk about because I signed an NDA, like a non-disclosure agreement.
With that
I already hired
company?
a lawyer.
You
and
signed an
all of the
NDA to not
information
talk about how
between
they
me
help
and my
make your
lawyer
devices
is
unhackable?
privileged and confidential, and I can't talk about it.
I can't talk about it,
So
man.
the money towards a legal fund is being utilized.
Yeah, what the fuck is hack
But
proof? I don't know what
until
they
the
mean
point
by
where I can
that.
actually
Hack
talk
proof?
about what I'm doing, I can't say anything.
You can do that? Why the fuck hasn't DSP done that? The hack
So
proof
I used the money to
devices?
find a place, to contract a security company to keep myself safe, and to hire a lawyer.
This raises an interesting question on what the security company was doing beyond making her devices hack-proof. That same month, she confronted a prolific member of the Kiwi Farms thread. Keffels tried to intimidate the user with their personal information, claiming to have hired a private investigator. I know the
So
PI
now
will
they're
get more,
doxing
though. He's still
people?
talking to
Right.
family and school officials. This didn't work because they doxed the wrong person. The user mocked her and asked if she paid for the PI
Doxed
using
the
her
wrong
GoFundMe.
person.
Claire
Massive
responded,
fail
"No, the GoFundMe is
dox."
currently in savings until I need to use it." In case you doubt the authenticity of these messages, Clara has confirmed that they are real several times. And I don't know about you, but hiring a private investigator so you can confront trolls with bad info doesn't sound like the action of someone in fear of their life. Her messages also contradict a tweet where she said $50,000 was already put into the legal fund. The final thing Clara mentions in that stream clip is using the money to hire a lawyer. What's interesting is that by her own words, she already had a lawyer and was consulting two more, the day after the GoFundMe had launched. It was one of her earliest responses to criticisms over reportedly raising her goal.
Yes, I'm using these funds to move. But more importantly, once I'm safe, the rest of those funds are going to be used for legal expenses. Because I'm not just moving.
Where'd the
I'm
vestry
also
money
taking
go?
legal action.
Went to
I already have
pay
one
for
lawyer,
stuff.
and I'm consulting with
Genius.
2 more. I'm going to get justice for what happened to me, and for every other marginalized person in this country who has been victimized. Legal fees are incredibly expensive, and I feel very fortunate.
There's some
that
pretty
I was able
infamous
to
people who
raise
have
this much
defended
money
Kuhfalls. Yeah,
because
like fucking Tipster.
I would not be able to take legal action if it wasn't for that.
This is strange in retrospect, as only 12 days later, she made it very clear she was holding off pursuing legal action against the London police.
After it first happened, I was very mad at the police, and I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as possible. I wanted to even potentially pursue legal action against them, but they've taken the threat against my life very seriously, and I want to see justice.
You realize you
There's
do
a lot
need
of
the
leads
police's
right
help
now, and they
after
might
all.
actually be able to catch the person who
Pretty
swatted me.
counterintuitive to be against the police
And
when they're helping
with
you
what is
out with
going
this
on and the
perceived
connection
threat
to
of
Kiwi
violence
Farms, knowing
against
that
your
they're
life.
monitoring the thread.
Maybe the police isn't your enemy,
We might
and they're like
actually
one of the
see
few
something
motherfuckers who have to like
Now, around the same
unconditionally
time,
give a
she
fuck
told
about
the
your
Kiwi
existence
Farms
and
user the money
identity.
was in savings. She claimed she never said she was going to sue the police.
Yeah, that's all I said. I never
Big
said
up
that I
Zai
was
for the
going
3
to
stream
sue
streak.
the police.
Big
wanted
up
to be
GPN for
very
their streak
careful
earlier. I don't
with the
recall if I
language
said
that
it or
I
not.
used, because I don't know exactly what the plan is. I know that I'm eventually going to take legal action in some way or another, but I don't know yet, and I can't talk about the different things that have been discussed between my lawyer and I.
Now, going back to Destiny's manifesto, this was scrutinized
never heard
on a
of the
much
Duncan
wider scale,
fellow.
which led many to start asking for a breakdown of expenses. Clara refused because I'm not providing a product to investors. I won't be sharing expense breakdowns. I've been
Why
advised
not?
by lawyers to keep everything close to vest for legal and safety reasons. Clara rebuked that there was a legal
I
fund.
think a more
She got an
believable
apartment
answer to that
and
would
was
be
now
you don't want to like
processing
give the
entire
farms
event.
any
Now, you're
information on
probably
the
wondering,
expenses.
If she wasn't planning on suing the police, why did she hire lawyers, and what was the point of the legal fund? Well, if you read between the lines, some of you might be able to infer what actually happened. On October 2nd, 2022, Clara posted a client engagement agreement to prove legal action was underway. If you look at the bottom, you can see the document reads, "We have concluded a review of our records, and we confirm that we have not identified a conflicting interest in representing you in this matter. We searched the following names that you provided to us as being relevant. The terms they searched for were Clara Sorrenti, Kiwi Farms, and KiwiFarms.net. Now, this proves she was paying money to consult lawyers about a lawsuit against Kiwi Farms, but not the London police. It's dated August 10th, the same exact day as her stream stating that she'd consulted a lawyer. There isn't actually even a good explanation of why she did this. Kiwi Farms was never mentioned as the intended target of her legal fund. The only entity named in the GoFundMe was the London police. So this took place around the same time she claimed she never intended to sue the police, and if you're wondering why it didn't go anywhere, for as much as people hate Kiwi Farms, the website is entirely legal. There are countless examples of attempted litigation that demonstrate this and why it never actually came to fruition.
Kuhfalls thinks the first person to sue the site.
"Whoa, did you get some of your evidence on the Kiwi
Look at
Farms?"
that guy who's obsessed
Even
with
if I
Taylor
did,
Swift,
That doesn't make the
for
evidence
example.
inadmissible. A
Forgot
lot of
his
the
name.
Kiwi Farms evidence is actually cataloged on archive websites that capture a snapshot of a web page and tweets and whatnot. This is to ensure that nothing that I'm showing you is actually altered, and it was as it was originally posted. This makes the evidence admissible. It's kind of like saying, "Wow, did you find that perfectly good piece of evidence sitting in the
Did
middle
anyone
of
believe
a
that Kuhfalls
neo-Nazi
bullshit at
compound?"
all is amazing to me?
Trust me, I get
It's a
the whole
cult of
building
hate.
surrounding it is
But that's
pretty
really what it
shitty, but
is.
doesn't
It's a
mean the
cult of
evidence is
hate,
inadmissible.
and all you
It's
have to
still
do is say
perfectly
Kiwi
good
Farm is
evidence.
bad.
I just wanted to address
Motherfuckers
this
think
point
Kiwi
because it's a
Farms
common
is like on the
question
dark web
and
or
one that I
something. They
absolutely
really
need
think
to
it's
nip
like
in
an
the bud.
illegal site that
Suing
shouldn't
Kiwi
exist because
Farms
they
was
just
actually
listen to
something
people
that
that
I
get like offended by the shit
previously
on there.
considered.
They just listen to them.
I was consulting
And
with
it's like
lawyers
plausible
about
deniability.
doing
You
that.
use scare tactics, and you do that
And
enough times, and people just
I
believe
basically
like,
came
oh
to the
yeah, that site
conclusion
shouldn't
after
exist
looking
because I
into
said
it
so.
that it's not worth it.
Even though there's proven
There's
cases of
little
failed
I can
litigation
do
against
as
the
a Canadian
farms. It's like,
to
what the fuck?
benefit from doing a lawsuit against Kiwi Farms. The only possible lawsuit being a defamation lawsuit, which there is little to no benefit for me to do.
3 days after posting
There's
that
no
letter, Claire
positive
admitted on a
benefit.
private stream that she hadn't even started yet. Her unnecessary traveling is blamed for keeping her busy, which to me is an admission that she wasn't all that interested in consulting her lawyers.
But now I'm going to be focusing more on the legal things because I'm settled down, I'm back in Canada, and I have time to work on this now. Consulted quite a bit with my lawyers, but we, at the time, were, especially during the campaign, basically unsure of how to go forward, especially because my availability was kind of all over the place.
And that's because this will be a very important issue later. She was still in the process of collecting evidence.
But The problem
Most information
is, right
is
now,
public knowledge. Oh my god.
is that I'm still
Also-
in the process of I have to collect all the evidence.
What am I
One
doing?
of the first steps that you need to
I was
do
still looking at the chat.
is collect evidence. And if you announce
Why do you even, like,
prematurely who you are
respawn
taking
me that
legal
close to
action
the
against, it gives that party an opportunity to try and destroy as much evidence as possible. I'm not even going to publicly comment on the party either.
Now, for this to make sense, you kind of have to assume she wasn't talking about the police. In that case, we already know what proof does or does not
It's okay,
exist.
Pam Pam.
Her recount can't be proven, and even if we're to believe her, it's hard to argue the police acted out of prejudice. This is brought up by Nicholas DiOrio, who got some interesting answers out of her on stream. The first clip is Clara stating she was still engaged in legal action against the police.
I wasn't aware you were still engaging in legal action on the police.
I am. It's just like...
I'm still engaged in legal action against the
There's been
police
so much
for
fucking shit that happened.
telling
And then,
me
like,
that I will not be
immediately
a
after,
woman.
Like getting back from everything, I had to move, and I like just got unpacked like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, I agree,
Clara
Ivan.
describes a specific incident in which he was dead named while being put in handcuffs. However, she admits it could have been an honest mistake.
All this
didn't know what a
kerfuffle,
dead name
to turn a
was.
phrase, all this
Now, there are
kerfuffle over
questions as to
being
dead
dead
naming
named by
taking
the
place.
police.
They claim they have
And
no
in the same
footage
breath,
of
you
you being
cry
dead
about how
named
you need
once you
the,
get back
you
to
need
the precinct.
the police's help
You claim there was
to
dead
protect
naming,
you
so
from the
only
deadly
time that could
kiwi
have happened
farms.
is during the swatting itself.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Is that
Like,
still something that you
parse it.
could-
All you have to do is
Yeah, that was
parse
something
it.
that
What are
happened
the
with
aims of
constable
this
that arrested me,
individual?
like when I was actually being put in handcuffs.
Look, I don't have a problem with spicing up the story a little bit, but and I understand the like how this upset you and your family, but it really does sound like you kind of slandered those cops. Like, I
don't think I slandered them. I mean, like
taking them at face value, right? For that they thought when they were going into your house that they were like potentially dealing with somebody who was planning to shoot up a like public office building or something like that with like politicians. Then like it's totally possible that they thought that was your name, like that you went by that name. So I
know because the email. Did you read the email?
Yes, I did read
the first sentence of the email is "My name is Clara Sorrenti,"
but then it was signed with your dead name.
It said my name is Clara Sorrenti, and then my dead name is.
Yeah, you
blank
ignored what
with
Nick
the dead
said.
name.
It was signed with the dead
So they
name.
made a decision at that point that they thought that my name wasn't actually my name and dead name was a real name. The officer that
the decision made was that the name it was signed with at the end of the letter was the real name. Hey, Barry Lyndon. We're looking at Muda's documentary on Queen Kuhfalls, baby. But yeah, like that's like a very. You notice how he just skips over what Nick said about how the letter is signed with the dead name. When you sign a letter, you sign it with the name that you want to be referred to, right? So if the letter opens with "My name is so and so," but then it's ended later with a different name and it's signed, I think it's reasonable to assume that that is like the preferred name. Like maybe the beginning of the letter is like a bit, or maybe they thought it was a nickname or something. I don't know. Like if I was a Mr. Policeman, that would be my assumption. Like, oh, okay, that's like, I don't know. You know how like people who do crazy shit, mass shooters or bombers, they have like a nickname for themselves. Like maybe they thought the first name was like the nickname, and the name they signed with was the real name. Hey, Pancake Mix.
the officer that actually like arrested me said she did not actually know what a dead name was.
Now this is where the story starts to
this
take
shit
a very
doesn't matter to
drastic
people
turn.
in
the same part of the
reality.
stream, Clara states that she
Don't
had 2
shock
years
me
to
at
take
all.
legal action due to the statute of limitations. Her plan was to start sometime in December or January of 2023.
A timeline of how things are happening. I have a total of 2 years to take legal actions. That's the statute of limitations. I want to start before this year ends, ideally. Like if I can kick things off in December or in January in the new year, that would be ideal. That's what I want. I talked to my lawyer today, and
most
it's
people
looking
don't,
like
Barry.
January is the month
Most of this
where
shit they
I'm going to
cry
be
about,
filing
it just has no
against the
bearing on
London Police
reality at
Service.
all.
Once the
Like I
video
hate to
is
be
out,
a Phil
everyone
about
will
it
know, like,
because
all
he's
of the
always talking about
details
shit
of
like
the
that. But
case going
this shit does
forward.
not matter, man.
I've already been told that the case that I'm about to start could take up to 5 years.
This never came to fruition, with the activist drifting away from politics and stoking the flames of online drama.
It's like Jay Frosty said, I can't believe anyone fell for this.
To the point that Drop Kiwi Farms officially denounced her. Her self-destructive behavior
It was so
drew
obviously a
lot of concern,
self-motivated
which eventually led people to
thing.
discover that she'd actually relapsed into addiction. It was leaked publicly on February 19, 2023, and a few days later that Clara admitted herself to inpatient rehab. Now, I'm not here to shame Kuhfalls about her addiction. It's important for people to take recovery very seriously. But the timeline of events also can't be ignored. The relapse occurred after the attempt at swatting. Clara says after settling into her new apartment in October, she began drinking excessively. And at the start of 2023, she started doing
Drinking
full-blown
shit.
Colombian. And I'm not talking
Drinking
about no
Hulk
coffee, boy.
Hogan's
I got really depressed. I lost interest in politics. I lost interest in basically all of the things that helped me build a platform in the first place. And around the end of 2022, I started drinking, which made me spiral. It was around the time that I was in fights with Keemstar. I started drinking, and then as more and more shit started happening, I started doing cocaine at the start of 2023.
Near the end of the month, she went on an 8-day coke bender before finding out that some of
Rafa
that
Mail
coke was,
moment.
I guess, caught with meth.
8 days into
Emphasis
a
on
cocaine
Rafa
bender,
Mail.
I found out that the coke that I was doing was cut with meth. So for 8 days straight, I was doing coke and meth.
This took place a few days after she had said the dreaded R word, ooh, which she later blamed on
I had a relapse, man.
withdrawals, apparently.
I blame on
Her final words were that She
withdrawals.
started doing coke, meth, benzos, while attempting
Hey, BR
to
Joe.
buy
My save corrupted, so I gotta do this segment again.
Started doing coke and meth and benzos, and I was planning on ordering him from the dark net.
After the backlash, Clara went into rehab
Ah, the
on
dark
February
net, the same
22nd.
place you say Kiwi
In the
Farms
next
is
few days,
hosted?
I will be admitted to
Interesting.
rehab. The doctor
No
said that
problems
because
to
of
go
the
into the
drugs
dark
addicted
web
without
to get your
medical
fucking
supervision,
drugs, to get your
children.
fucking fix.
Now, I'm inclined to believe her on this, given that she didn't return until about a month later. Clara later admitted that she spent more money going to rehab than she ever had on actual drugs.
I was in rehab for 34 days before I discharged. I went to the Addiction Rehabilitation Toronto facility, and it was one of the best decisions I think I've ever made.
While Addiction Rehab Toronto doesn't have prices listed on their sites, aggregators like Recovery.com price a 30-day stay at the facility at $20,000 Canadian. And that is a fourth of the entire dollar amount. It's hard to believe that expense, on top of buying enough drugs to end up there in the first place, had no bearing on how that GoFundMe money was used. One of her mods admitted the habit went a bit into the fund money at the end. However much a bit is, we might never know. Her relapse began right as she was supposed to initiate legal action. That, by her own admission, hadn't even started. Remember, she was apparently collecting evidence to beat the statute of limitations. And after a vacation across Europe, new stream equipment, TwitchCon, hiring a private firm, security firm, and private investigator, consulting lawyers about
Yeah,
Kiwi
totally
Farms,
did
and
all
paying an
this
entire
on their
year's
own
worth of rent
funds.
because fuck it, why not? She spiraled, necessitating a month-long stay at a rehab facility that cost approximately $20K USD. Sorry, hold on a minute. I'm having a little brain fart. Canadian dollars, okay? Big difference. With the latter beginning in the exact time frame she claimed to finally take action against London police. Now, of course, there is one last hope for the GoFundMe money going towards anything vaguely resembling those initial stated goals. In April of 2024, Kuhfalls' lawyer, Justin Anisman, filed a complaint against London Police Services with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. The application hereby argues she is the victim of discrimination by London Police Services, referred to henceforth as LPS. Now, the 5 examples given, 3 of them discuss her dead name being used in their records. This is true, and acknowledged by London Police in their first statement. The complaint further alleges LPS officers used her dead name and gender. During the arrest, this cannot be proven as no body cam footage exists. In a private conversation, she explained
Again,
pushing
very
body cams was
convenient that
one of
there's
her
no
main
body
goals.
cam footage.
If I could get one thing from all of this, it would be body cams, since the police didn't even have them in my hometown. There is no evidence where she is well aware of, hence why her last point is actually kind of bizarre. The complaint introduces an entirely new accusation and has somehow gone unmentioned so far. Clara alleges that an officer groped her breast and said, "Yeah, it's a she." What? The fact that we haven't heard about this before is insane. It completely changes the narrative. This realistically should have been her leading story, since it's also at gunpoint, apparently. If true, the interaction recontextualizes every claim of dead naming. It also makes her behavior afterward much stranger, given that she seemed to forgive LPS in favor of pursuing action against Kiwi Farms.
Lawyers. Yeah, that's all I said. I never said that I was going to sue the police.
They groped
I
you?
basically had to make peace with it. Like, after it first happened, I was very mad at the police.
Oh,
And
man,
I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much
I
as
don't remember the
possible.
rest of the song
I wanted
Regina
to
sang.
even potentially pursue
Oh,
legal action
Mandy.
against them. But they've taken the threat against my life very seriously, and I want to see justice.
Now, this is in stark contrast to the reduced feelings and security described by Clara as a result of her inability to trust LPS. This impacted her ability to earn a living. In the 6 months since the events at issue in this application, Ms. Sorrenti has seen a reduction in income of more than 25%. That document further alleges that their treatment of Clara left her unable to leave her home. By the way of example, she feels incapable of leaving her home or socializing productively with friends and family out in the community because of a fear that LPS will continue to discriminate against her. This is patently untrue, given that the time frame is when she traveled across the world. It also doesn't make any sense to blame London police for that reduced income. And it only gets crazier when you realize the complaint seeks $125,000 in damages. Accordingly, the applicant seeks the following remedies: a declaration that the LPS discriminated against the applicant contrary to Section 1 of the Code. In order for damages
yeah, it's
of
Dinger in the
injury
daylight.
to applicant's dignity, feelings, and self-respect in the total amount
We
of
have
$75,000.
Queen Kuhfalls
And in order that
exposed
LPS
by
compensate the
Muda.
applicant for the loss of income suffered and other special damages incurred as a result of the discriminatory plus interest therein in the amount of $50,000. Now, I can't claim to
Dude,
know
this is
the
a banger
intricacies
expose.
behind
I
the
have to get
actual
on top
lawsuit
of
over
this.
here in the Human Rights Tribunal. To be honest, I've tried researching this and I've called around as much as I can, but obviously information on a case, if it's pending and ongoing, isn't going to be shared, nor is the status really something to be handed out about. But at the end of the day, I'm not a lawyer, so me digging into this isn't necessarily going to do much more than you would expect. But that being said, okay, with all of this brought up, this is, I guess, the only last Hail Mary that we have. And if you ask
Hail Mary,
Keppels, the
super.
reason they decided to go with the Human Rights Tribunal rather than a lawsuit is because the Human Rights Tribunal has unique powers that a civil suit does not. In Canada, if they were simply to do a lawsuit, all they would get is money. They are apparently pushing for police body cams, which is the complete goal right there. And papers have been processed and they're awaiting dates to appear in the tribunal. And I'm told this could take a minimum of 2 years at best, and 6 years at worst, depending on if this gets escalated to a higher judicial body. So again, I'm not an expert in the HRTO, and this section might be pending, and because Keppels is, I guess, quiet these days, I'm blocked so I wouldn't really know, there might be updates to this, there might not be, okay? But to end this section off, to recap, Keppels deliberately tried to raise as much money as possible, none of her reasons make any sense, she didn't need to move, and used the money for a vacation in Europe, it seems. She didn't just use the fund for moving expenses, but a full year's worth of rent,
he didn't
something
vacation
she
in
never said
Europe,
she
he was
gonna
ready
do.
for his
and
fucking
as far as we
life.
can tell, she
Right.
had no tangible losses. All of her
Obviously.
possessions were returned within days, and the legal fund was for a nebulous lawsuit that has changed targets twice. The closest we saw to any actual legal action was that HRTO complaint, which doesn't even require a lawyer and is completely free. It's unlikely to go anywhere since she apparently has no evidence, no credibility, and seemingly no actual legal standing. Okay, so now that we've covered the swatting and her GoFundMe, let's talk about her campaign to drop Kiwi Farms. An important thing to recognize is that this is a public discussion forum.
Does
You can see
Muda
what people
operate
are
a
saying, and it
household?
also means
I
it's difficult to
believe
prove
so.
something was their fault if they didn't brag about it on the site. To be clear, they're not innocent whatsoever. They're not entirely innocent. They collect and organize personal information, and I would never argue that they don't harass people. We can prove Kiwi
know what
Farms
their living
users doxed her
situation
own
is.
house and one of the hotel rooms. However, they weren't the main culprit. There is a completely different site that actually took credit for the harassment that veered into actual
Oh, this is what
criminality.
Pimp Pat mentioned
For the sake of
earlier.
not
Yeah, there
promoting
was a
it, we're
different
going to
site
be referring to
involved.
this website as Website Zero, like others have before who covered this topic. If you've read the thread closely, you'll discover Kiwi Farms users don't find out about the swatting until after her GoFundMe. On August 21st, Claire's Uber Eats account was hacked and she blamed Kiwi Farms. The next day, a post was made on Website Zero taking credit. She showed a receipt for the order as part of the docs. This post also included phone numbers, accounts, addresses, emails, and passwords belonging to Sorrenti, as well as many of her family members. The docs stayed pinned from the date it was created until September the 4th. It was being worked on publicly since March 28th, and with users actively calling for others to track her down. Despite this, Clara continued to blame Kiwi Farms instead for hacking her account.
Oh, okay, my
her
bad,
Uber
Barry.
account, even directly calling for Cloudflare to halt services in response to the hack. From here, she makes a decision to move to Northern Ireland to flee online harassment. And it's important to know that Kiwi Farms was down from
It's hard to
August
tell if you're
26th
talking
to
like
August
Phil with
29th.
the, like, I'm just
Website
reading
Zero
text, right?
identified her location on August 26th thanks to that door knock. Keppels blamed the Kiwi Farms, calling them out by name on the 29th. The same day, she claimed a Kiwi Farms user had identified her location and threatened to show up. She claimed to have identified the user and forwarded their information to the police. And this is true. If this is true, there's no reason for her to believe this individual had any association with Kiwi Farms. The user had been very active across 4chan and the rest of the internet on a variety of easily identifiable accounts. And they've also explicitly stated that they had no connection with Kiwi Farms. She already knew that this person was from 4chan.
Well, I
even
guess
showing
you could
the
put, like,
original
a
threads
Phil
in one of her
emo,
tweets.
and then
When
I'd
he
probably
spoke
read it in
about his
Phil's
plan beforehand,
voice.
he left comments on Website Zero, and Website Zero was never mentioned once in her account. Clara later claimed that this resulted in another swatting, stating the same thing repeated itself, except Northern Irish police did not put a firearm, did not pull a gun on her. Apparently, the police were called to investigate a made-up stabbing. She noted they were very friendly.
This followed me. I leave Canada, now I'm in Northern Ireland. The same thing repeated itself. Yep. Except Northern Irish police did not pull a firearm on me, so that's cool. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, no, someone called in saying that there was a stabbing in the apartment I'm in, and they just sent 2 police officers and they were knocking at the door. Like, compared to what happened in Canada when I got, like, an assault rifle pointed at me, that's nothing. Cops are playing with a cat here.
That's interesting that the Canadians are also so militarized. The police there, I didn't realize.
Police were calm during this incident because
H3
Keppel was not
before they
swatted.
also
It was a
started
wellness
hating and
check from
exposing
someone afraid she was
Kerfuffles.
in danger.
That's
The
very
person
funny.
who contacted police reached out to Destiny.
Like
to
how the
explain they were
Vosh
worried
thing
about a
kind of just
stalker.
turned into
They specifically
everyone
refute the idea
exposing
they called in
Kerfuffles.
a
Like
stabbing.
Vosh,
On the
it just
H3
people just stopped
podcast,
talking
Keppel
about
stated that the
Vosh.
swatting had
It
mentioned
just was more like a
stabbing.
means of
But that there
conveyance to
were
get
no
people to
guns when they
finally
visited.
disavow
This move shows
Kerfuffles.
the armed response unit,
People
which is
that,
deployed
like,
for
you
when
know, the
someone
mainstream people who
reports a
hadn't
stabbing
already
in an
done
active
it.
situation.
It was
There's a
also
picture
the
there that shows
impetus
a
for this
dynamic
video's
entry.
existence.
Someone with Ellen's background wouldn't realize that Northern Ireland does actually have a history of armed violence, and the PSNI response to what that violence is equivalent to the United States of America. The evidence strongly supports that the story Kuhfalls gave on the H3H3 podcast about being swatted here is utter horseshit. And if you recall, law enforcement began actively investigating the people harassing her. As it turns out, they actually caught them. The harassment was largely perpetrated by a now defunct group on website Zero known as Vile. Vile docked several people related to #DropKiwiFarms, including Kuhfalls and the owner of the DIY HRT directory. This is easily proven as their signature is present in the pastes themselves. Some of their known techniques include using fake emergency data requests to impersonate government officials. They also use stolen passwords from law enforcement officers to subpoena companies into sharing private information. That info was then used for extortion. This criminal activity is only known because 2 members were arrested and charged in March of 2023. Now, while the group is defunct, as demonstrably law enforcement did their job, the important distinction here, though, is what Vile did was criminal. There is legal recourse for extortion. Amongst the many crimes they committed, Kiwifarms, on the other hand, is still entirely legal, which is why she has to poison the well against them. Her motivations are especially curious given this DM from August 4th, a day before her swatting, where she flatly stated she didn't want to talk about Kiwifarms anymore. Later on, Claire admitted she targeted the site not because she was in fear of her life, but because it was opportune timing.
All of us are here talking about like website X. We're all talking about how bad it is, how it's like a secret, how we don't speak the name of it.
They always talk about how bad it is, but I have a feeling they all go on
sounds like
it.
the perfect website for a
to look
campaign
up for info on their own enemies. You know.
I don't think the momentum is there for that though.
The way they all talk about it like it's Voldemort, the Voldemort website, but you know they all use it.
Media attention on me, and journalists were like following every fucking thing I said and did. And I didn't even know about the second website until they went after me.
Yeah, but when you describe it as like a worse version of the same website, but whoa, please don't talk about it. That's crazy.
It's very revealing that when a site exists embodying the very thing she accuses Kiwifarms of doing, her reaction is completely different. While it's reasonable to not want others to find it, that doesn't justify blaming Kiwifarms for the actions of another separate community. It's her refusal to acknowledge the actions of Website Zero as the actions of Website Zero that necessitates its mention. When asked, she fails
because
to
the whole
address
point
this
is
in a
just getting
satisfying way.
Kiwifarms, because getting Kiwifarms offline, it gets you more attention than getting the other no-name website offline.
I'm wondering, like, why not draw attention to that website in particular if they seem to be more inherently dangerous?
I don't think they're more inherently dangerous.
Why? They literally doxed you. They took credit for it. Kiwifarms didn't do that. They didn't send pizzas to your house. The other website did.
They're more technically skilled in what they do, but also because they had more extensive.
It's a good point to underscore here. The difference in reactions between the other website doing something that nobody knows about, that's like on a dark web and shit, versus Kiwifarms doing something. Even when it's like demonstrably proving it's the other website, it's just more politically expedient for him to say that it was Kiwifarms behind it, because that's the website that everybody knows, and the whole point of the campaign is to shut down Kiwifarms, so nobody's going to give as much of a fuck if they blame a no-name website, even if that no-name website factually takes credit for what's been done to them.
Documentation of my family. I didn't want to put that out there.
They absolutely use information for that. Right? I think Kuhfalls has even been exposed for doing that.
Sure, if you don't want your family to get hurt, that's fine. But the opposite of what you're saying right now was your justification as to why you have to go after Kiwifarms.
Like, I hate to be cog, but it's like, it's factually inaccurate.
Why do you defend Kiwifarms so much? I think
it makes you wonder if she's
it's all geared in his favor.
She was actually afraid. Why did she target Kiwifarms in the first place? Why continuously lie about the site being down to your followers? Why accuse anyone with genuine criticism of you as having used the site?
Again, because the goal is to like be the savior, to be the savior who destroyed Kiwifarms, even if it's just not true. Even if you can type in Kiwifarms.net right now and go to it. The idea is to get attention for taking down the site. Attention for herself.
Now definitively that Kuhfalls, as a narrator, cannot be trusted. The conversation surrounding the subject has been intentionally warped and obfuscated, and even questioning it.
The whole point is to like take advantage of people literally too scared to type in Kiwifarms.net into the URL.
There's a minefield I'm walking in, okay? When we talk about the harassment from Kiwifarms, it can't be understated that they are transphobic. It's true. There is truth to the idea they'll call just about anyone a groomer just because that they are trans. However, this has allowed Kuhfalls to absolve herself of responsibility of her own actions and pretend as if there's nothing she has personally done for people to distrust her character. Not only that, but she'll discredit any criticism by associating it with Kiwi Farms, the big bad farms. At the end of the day, if
But look, I think some people aren't gonna like the Muda take here, but I can see where he's going at. Like objectively, Kiwi Farms doesn't like alphabet people. I don't think it's controversial to say that. I think it's very clear that they don't like alphabet people. You guys know where I stand on that issue. As a streamer on the Purple platform, I can't necessarily talk further on that. I like my own opinions on the matter, but I think some people might get upset with like Muda calling them transphobic and shit. But I think that's consistent. I mean, have you watched any Mad at the Internet stream? I think it's pretty obvious what the user base thinks about that. I agree with this point here, even if some people may be upset that he's like calling people transphobic. I just think it may be more accurate to say that they just don't like anyone from that alphabet camp, not even necessarily like trans people.
it's true, there is truth to the idea they'll call just about any very, there's a minefield I'm walking in, okay? When we talk about the harassment from Kiwi Farms, it can't be understated that they are transphobic. It's true.
I think a statement like that might piss people off, but I don't see anything wrong with that.
They're trans. However, this has allowed Kuhfalls to absolve herself of responsibility of her own actions.
Now, this is also true right here, that they're weaponizing that.
Distrust her character. Not only that, but she'll discredit any criticism by associating it with Kiwi Farms.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, if documentation exists, then regardless of that source, it speaks for itself. Kuhfalls will hide behind her identity as a shield, accusing anyone who brings up her genuinely questionable behavior as pedo-jacketing. In reality, this is little more than an excuse to avoid accountability, and it's finally time to talk about do-it-yourself hormones and Catboy Ranch. In June of 2022,
do-it-yourself
Crabby
hormones.
the DIY HRT directory.
Treacherous.
For a myriad of reasons, hormone replacement therapy is often inaccessible to many trans people. The directory intends to teach people how to, quote-unquote, safely obtain HRT without a prescription. While some are legitimate pharmaceutical-grade medications simply imported from other countries, the site also offers a number of homebrew sources. They are colloquially referred to as bathtub estrogen, in reference to the actual practice of brewing your own HRT. This guide in particular is linked to Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals, which is also listed on the directory. Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals is extremely controversial, for reasons that will become very self-apparent. The packaging is covered in sexualized depictions of young boys cross-dressing. Again, I have to blur this out because it is actually a violation of YouTube's TOS, with text on the box that reads, "Keep out of reach of parents."
This right here makes me like, what I'm more curious of is what went on in those discords that they were a part of, because you know, if this is the stuff that's like on the HRT packaging, what the fuck was being posted in the Discord? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not always about like what's on the public side of it, but what was going on behind the curtain.
Disgusting,
what the fuck happened
under the category
in that Catboy Ranch?
Which Kuhfalls has given her own opinion
Buddha uses to get its information, just makes them a hypocrite. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, I feel like they all use the site, Muda included, but I don't think Muda hides it. Turkey Tom, I know for a fact Turkey Tom doesn't hide it. Turkey Tom, he has like an account on there. He posts it all the time. Noel has like a direct line to Tom. No, Turkey Tom will just straight up admit that he uses the site. And Noel has said it in the past that like it's fine to use the site for like reference when you're making your documentaries, but like all he wants is just a credit at the end of the day. Medicare would always credit farms too. Back when Ralph wasn't actively being hounded by the farms, he would credit them as well. We have a quote of Ralph saying, "Oh, the Kiwi Farms, yeah, that's like one of the most important sites like to exist, man. We need the farms." Before his big downfall. Yeah, I think Nola's fine with it if you're just honest that you use the site for reference. But people like Kerfuffles don't, because if people like Kerfuffles admit they use the farms, that's hypocritical, and then it attacks the argument that they want to use that the site is like on a dark web and it's so dangerous to go to, and if you go there you're gonna get an instant virus and everyone's gonna like know your information. Tom kind of strikes me as a no-lifer. I haven't seen too many Tom docs. Actually, the first real thing that I saw the whole way through was like him exposing the furry at the furry convention. I didn't even see like all of his DSP documentary. I just heard opinion from people who did watch it, who said it was a good introductory documentary and much more updated than Down the Rabbit Hole.
to explicitly advocate for their use by minors. Keffels bragged
I feel like
about
I've been
donating
saying a lot of
$1,000
I
a
haven't
year
seen
to the
it, I don't
site
know
to help
anything
people
about it.
get access to HRT
I don't
before
know
the
anything
age of
about
18.
it. Like, I
She
literally
said, I do
don't.
not give a single shit what you think. I am doing nothing wrong, nor will I ever back down. The directory was even added as a link
All my
to her
reference
website,
for
with an
these
accompanying chat
situations
command.
here is just like
By
straight
then,
up
she
just
was
a null
marketing the
streams.
community as a safe space for
That's why I'm
teens.
watching this
As a
video.
former trans kid who is now a trans adult, I want to say to all the young trans people who follow me, I love you, I care about you, and I will fight for you. We will win. There is hope for people like us in this world. They cannot and will not keep us down. I have no opposition to providing safe access to HRT for trans people who need them, right? That's just a thing. If doctors can come in and there's a way to safely do it 100%, get the proper people involved, not me, not Keffels
Need to see the Andy Worski and Dingus collab. That shit ain't ever gonna happen.
But it is dangerous to condone questionable individuals.
I don't even think I would do it even if it was offered. What the fuck would we talk about?
To illicitly offer these treatments online, especially to minors. The directory was created by an individual known as Bob Posting, or Chloe. Chloe and Clara have a long history of friendship together. Chloe thanked Keffels for her sponsorship and even got brought on stream to promote the site. She would reply to Clara on Twitter, 1,000 minors on HRT. Her association sparked backlash after people began to notice her bizarre fixation on secretly sending HRT to minors. I've unironically helped like a half a dozen minors acquire bathtub estrogen.
I know Noel covered this one when it happened.
I don't groom children. I just show dozens of kids every week how to buy bathtub estrogen with cryptocurrency and how to hide it from their parents. What are you talking about? The directory does, in fact, take cryptocurrency, and at one point even instructed minors on how to buy Bitcoin. If you're a minor, get a trusted adult to purchase
Get the
Bitcoin
check mark
for you,
help
or
from the
go to your
Kino
local
Casino.
BTC ATM. Chloe
Brian
also
did give me a
referenced
shout out
minors
in their chat,
relation
so
to an
thank you
act
for
known
that,
as
Brian.
pink-pilling.
But he's
The
not
act
here
of
right now.
convincing someone that they are trans on multiple occasions.
Yeah, this is
Pink-pilling minors
objectively
is based,
grooming, just straight up
actually, if
sending
they reach
them
out and express a
stuff
desire for
unsolicited,
HRT.
unsolicited
ironically
HRT,
pink-pilled, like,
and then
half
like
a dozen
gaslighting
minors,
them
and by
about how they,
pink-pilled, I
oh, you
incorporated
want to be a
HRT
sussy
resources
fanboy
after
cat
they
boy?
reach out.
It's
So when this was
absolutely
brought
over the
to
line.
public's attention, several changes to the site were made. They removed Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals and implemented a site-wide age warning. This seems to contradict their explicit advocacy for minors.
They were
to
an
use the site.
associate of
2
Kuhfalls
days later,
Jobla.
Chloe announced she would no longer be involved in the directory. Keppel similarly distanced herself and her sponsorship vanished. She has tried to
Sure, if
downplay
they
her
were
accusation
DMing
ever
people,
since,
then
and
yeah,
this is what she had
they
to
would
say
get them
earlier this
invites
year
to
when
that
questioned about the
server.
directory. I gave a wiki site $500 a month and they put my website link in the banner. This was the extent of my involvement. I have never produced or distributed or even purchased DIY hormones. I didn't sell anything to trans minors and I wasn't involved in production or distribution. Claire didn't just endorse it, she was friends with the creator who openly gloated about pink-pilling minors. She even joked about it with Clara on stream.
I wanted you on the stream because I have a lot of trans youth who watch the stream, so you gotta like chill your
Are you playing
pink-pilling
Star
stuff.
Fox 64?
Wow, I have the perfect
I want to play that
reason
game
for
again.
you. So I am pretty well known for those who don't know. People know me for like.
People know me for like giving
DIY
HRT to minors
how to
unsolicited,
do toxic
and
steroid
yeah,
treatment.
like
And so,
that is what I'm
I
known
have a
for.
site which,
And I just
people
finished
can
voice
see
training. Do I pass? Am I convincing?
DIY.github.io. If the mods want to plug that, that would be amazing.
So while Chloe has since
If the mods want to plug my HRT grooming operation, that'd be so cool.
She was convicted
Yeah.
for robbing a bank in 2020. On February 14, 2020, on about 7:18
Look, times was
a.m.,
tough. It
an
was
individual
2020,
wearing a
COVID, and all
turtleneck
that.
walked up to the counter at the Scotiabank branch located at and handed a note to a teller. It read, "This is a robbery. You are not in danger. Call the police."
Could you imagine being robbed by an alphabet person? Hello, like, give me all your money and right stuff, right? I need money for like HRT, correct? And I'm gonna give it to minors, and I'm gonna groom them. I'm gonna groom them more than like actual groomers groom your dog. Yeah. I need your like I need all the bunnies, correct? By the way, can I disavow? Cause the person is named Mr. Dong. I don't know what you're talking about. I literally, okay, I know I've been saying it on all stream. I definitely don't know anything about this. And like, Mr. Dong is my father. And look, Mr. Dong is up there in his years. Can there not be multiple Dongs? Look up Expand Dong right now on YouTube. You're gonna find like 20 Dong accounts, and like only one of them is me. So that's my defense. There are multiple Dong accounts, and like this is probably one of those 20 Dong accounts. I don't know anything about it, and I don't know what's going on.
30 seconds after I leave the door. "Give me all your money, no bug money." The robber handed the teller a box.
Imagine Dingus
The
robbing a
teller
bank.
placed cash in the box,
Give me all
and the
your
robber then
fucking
left the
money,
bank
right?
with the box
I'm
of
gonna
cash. The
dominate
teller
you.
locked the door and told her manager what happened. The police were called.
I'll leave
This
if you beat
individual
me in
was
Mario
verified
Kart.
by police as Chloe. The teller placed a GPS tracker device hidden beneath for between $4 for $20 bills.
Exposed dog?
And when she discovered this, she tried to hide it.
That's what Mood is gonna name the documentary after me.
And they retrieved $5,190 in cash. And Chloe was convicted in 2023. Though currently her sentence is unclear, the Criminal Notebook, a free resource on
they just straight up went to jail.
the average sentence in
Guess
Alberta
who's going to jail tonight?
is 4 years and possibly a fine. And while it's unclear who owns the directory now, it's still around to this day. In fact, they recently added back Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals. In fact, they even added back that filthy Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals, clearly waiting for that public backlash to die down. Needless to say, everyone involved in this entire situation has exhibited suspicious behavior at best. So, one surprising development that actually kicked in while I'm sitting in my hotel room right now is apparently one of the actual pharmaceutical groups that was listed on the DIY HRT directory, vanapharma.com, which, by the way, ships domestically only within the United Kingdom, accepts cryptocurrency only, blah, 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 has actually been hit with a pretty bad letter in this regard. So for this is from the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency in the United Kingdom. And if we look closely over here, you can see that we investigate the criminal supply of illegal medicinal products. And during one of our investigations, the following domain name has come to our attention: vanapharma.org. Internationally, every jurisdiction has its own law, blah, 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 blah. So what they actually were hit with over here, the violations, is Regulation 46, where a person may not sell or supply, or offer to sell or supply a medicinal product otherwise than in accordance with the terms, okay? And of course, Regulation 214, which is a person may not sell or supply a prescription-only medicine except in accordance with a prescription given by an appropriate practitioner. And of course, Regulation 279, which is a person may not publish an advertisement for a medicinal product unless one of the following is in force of the product. So yeah, they got hit with something, and again, before anybody in their camp says whatever they were doing with the DIY HRT directory was legal, this is a clear example of how what they were doing was actually not, and it required governmental intervention, and this is a clear example of government regulation kicking in and proving that what they were doing wasn't exactly above board. And it's understandable why many would be dubious of their intentions.
They also say, I guess one of their problems is that you
expanded and exposed. That's the Turkey Tom Doc title right there.
Access to
I agree.
You are telling them how to make homemade hormones.
Oh my gosh. No, I don't know how to make homemade hormones. I know it's the new thing. Is
you know people who know how to make homemade hormones.
Bathtub, which just sounds insane.
Kuhfalls calls anyone who questions her behavior, past or present.
Yeah, well, you are insane, so I bet you're all over that.
And groomer libel. When Ethan Klein called her out for defending Bosch's horse folder, she poisoned the well. You had me on your show and called me a hero for fighting against a far-right stalking forum that made multiple people themselves.
But yeah, like I was saying earlier, the Vosh stuff stopped being about Vosh. It turned into everyone like talking about how much they hate Kuhfalls.
Jacketing actually can be a real problem. It would be dishonest to act like baseless accusations of pedophilia against the LGBT community don't actually exist. But once again, Clara uses all of this to avoid accountability for her own actions. Clara, Kuhfalls, your identity is not a shield from criticism, okay? Every time you do this, you actually throw the entire community you're supposed to be advocating for under the fucking bus. And that takes us to the tale of Catboy Ranch. For the longest time, Kuhfalls used to block anyone who referenced Catboy Ranch. It was actually mentioned in the letter that caused her initial swatting, but journalists declined to include it. Clara later used this to justify why no one should look into it. When I was swatted, the swatters mentioned Catboy Ranch and giving children Catboy collars in an email where they impersonated me and said that they were going to shoot up City Hall. It was all Kiwi Farms misinformation. Now H3H3 fans are regurgitating it. The problem with this argument is that ultimately the documentation
I skipped this area last time.
Nothing on Kiwi Farms should actually be taken at face value, which is why they find it so important to archive everything. That ensures that the original source exists and allows you to verify the information for yourself. With how much misinformation and perhaps disinformation has been spreading about what Catboy Ranch really is, it's about time we look at the facts and try to understand what it actually was. When I first mentioned the subject on Twitter, she posted a link to the supposed Discord in question. By the way, the server is still up. That is not the original Catboy Ranch server. In fact, it was created in response long after, in June of 2023. The story of the actual
there were two servers? I only knew there was a private Catboy Ranch and then a public server that was just like just a public Kuhfalls Discord unaffiliated with the name Catboy Ranch.
It was somewhat gimmicky with close ties to Vosh's community. Most of the posts were submissions made by either Clara, her friends, or people in her DMs. And the page was overtly sexual, and she did public calls for submissions and invitations. Like this tweet if you want to be added to the Catboy Ranch group chat. It was by any metric an adult space, with pornographic art posted on the account and used as the Discord banner. There are endless, and I mean endless, tweets that are very explicit in nature. For example, my biggest regret about getting bottom surgery is that I never had the chance to in a Catboy. I'm coming out as someone who likes to get their prostate slammed and or slamming someone else's prostate. I really wish I was for Catboy until he starts crying right about now. The account reached 8,000.
No, hey, yeah. Now, wait a minute, you guys.
Name. It was created in 2020. The plan? To create a Twitter meme page directed at femboys so I can herd them all into my ranch.
You mean
grooming? Ties to Vosh's community. Most of the posts were submissions made by either Clara, her friends, or people in her DMs. And the page was overtly sexual, and she did public calls for submissions and invitations. Like this tweet if you want to be added to the Catboy Ranch group chat. It was by any metric
It's
an
definitely
adult
a Fuentes
space,
moment.
with pornographic art posted on the account and used as the Discord banner. There are endless, and I mean endless, tweets that are very explicit in nature. For example, my biggest
This is
regret
all
about
out in
getting
the
bottom
open. How
surgery
can
is
they
that I
say
never
it
had the
didn't
chance to
exist? I'm
eat a
looking
Catboy.
right at it.
I'm coming out as someone who likes to get their prostate slammed and or slamming someone else's prostate. I really wish
Whoa, buddy.
Starts crying right about now. The account reached 8,000 followers by early 2021. It was around this time her page got marked as being adults only. A recurring theme throughout her post was the idea of ownership, which is when things get really strange as we approach the Discord server.
Grooming?
The Discord was created in December of 2020.
A lot of synonyms for grooming being used on this account.
Members, partially because she promoted it under her viral tweets. While it doesn't appear any archives of the chat exist, what is public has raised a lot of eyebrows. At one point, Clara shared photos of 2 callers given to members of the Discord.
There's a lot out there like this right now for the Fuentes people, the Groypers. Noel talks about it from time to time on his most recent shows.
Clearly,
like they all have snowflakes in their name and just talk about lolicon out in the open. Not even like the debatable, yes, we're going to argue for 2 hours over the ethics of whether or not this is anime or whether this is lolly. Just no, like out and out, like you can't even cope about it, lolicon. It's just like out there in the fucking open on Twitter. And it's just like, this is the same shit. Like this stuff is reminding me of that. And it's just allowed there. It's just allowed.
In some form of role play. These individuals are adults, and I'm not alleging otherwise. My point is that it's clearly a space for adults, and minors should have been kept away as far as possible. Kuhfalls has reiterated that the server has explicitly 18+ and required photo ID to join.
Oh great,
However,
you
she
want
also
my
stated that
docs
photo ID
too
was
for being
only
a cat
required for
boy?
the not safe for work sections. These are 2 very contradicting.
You join the server, they go to your house to like physically turn you into a cat boy.
Kween, also known as @femgirlvr,
They're gonna transition you forcibly.
On September 28, 2021, Clara replied to Wynn calling her very cute. A month later, Wynn tweeted at Clara complaining she couldn't post nudes because she was 15. Then in November, Catboy Ranch replied to Wynn acknowledging her age. You are 15, your skull hasn't even fully developed. Wynn later proclaimed herself a proud member of the cult of Kuhfalls. I just can't get over how much hope you give me. I should be able to start HRT before I'm 16 or once I'm 16. So just knowing that there's the potential I could pass like you does give me hope to keep going. Thank you. Maya, or Femboy Mats, is another minor Clara interacted with on Twitter. Maya claimed to have been a member of the Catboy Ranch Discord whilst underage.
Hey, Bearded Biscuit.
Maya said, hey, I'm the person involved, there was no grooming. Someone replied,
that's true. That's the saddest part of it. Again, I talk about it too whenever we talk about Fuentes. But there are a lot of, young men out there who feel like disavowed or disowned by society, or they're lost boys. They don't have a clique. Maybe they didn't have any friends growing up. They didn't have any pals in school. They're looking for like a clique to fit in. And that's like the exact kind of person that's vulnerable to this kind of stuff, whether it's the Catboy Ranch or Nick Fuentes' like Groyper political movement. It's just like they're the prime people to be literally groomed and baited into joining these fucking like cults. Like that's what it is. I'm sorry, it's literally a cult. It's sad. Because, like, again, you're totally right, Bearded Biscuit. The real reality, we won't even know the extent of the damage until these people who have already been, like, hypnotized until they grow up. Like, the people who transitioned and became, like, cat boys, are they going to regret it when they grow up? There's a whole Reddit for people who transitioned and then regret it later. And they got to, like, deal and cope with the circumstances, the results of their decision. Because that shit is life-changing. And never mind the physical changes, like the mental changes, you're not going to be the same. And then, of course, there's like extraneous, the extraneous effects, like how this affects you and your family, or how other people in reality view you. You can't take that shit back. It's a shame.
Maya then confirms that only the NSFW sections did. Maya was 16 years old when she began interacting with Kuhfalls. 5 days after she turned 17, Clara replied to her selfie with a meme.
It's very dangerous.
Hey, ass fat, what's your pronoun? Clara later tweeted a meme at Maya about taking estrogen and getting erections. In one thread, Catboy Ranch interacts with both Maya and Princess Emily, who was 15 years old. Now, these are highly inappropriate interactions for someone to engage in on their adults-only account at the age
Yeah,
of
if all the people being
27.
targeted right now are like in their late teens or early 20s or
It's
something
also
like
worth
that,
noting
you're
Maya
right. About
has since
10 to 15
argued in
years, we
favor
may
of
get
underage
people who have like,
lying
because
about
by
their
then,
age
you know, they
people
say like your
online.
brain, you're finally fully mature, like your brain is fully mature by like mid to late 20s or something. Once these people mature and get to that age range, they're gonna think about what they've done and like the choices they've made, and it's gonna be sad, pathetic.
Turned 18th in January of 2022 and made an NSFW account to post nudes 3 months later. Now this is where the story gets even darker, because we have to look at Maya's interaction with another user named Danny. Username is Synth is here. Danny publicly bragged about getting Maya on DIY HRT when she was a minor. About to start bragging that I got Maya on HRT when she was a minor, Maya began ordering from Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals a month after turning 17. I'm about to take the pink pill, still cis though. This all was with assistance from the DIY HRT directory. A year later, she was so unhappy with her results, she actually called out and blocked Chloe on Twitter. What happened? She got pissed about her hormone results? I mean, that wouldn't be
Bring
Chloe's
Danny
fault
in
because
here.
that's not something she can control.
Danny's like Forrest Gump. How the fuck does he keep appearing everywhere?
Different dosages. The two would end up having an argument about the specifics of HRT. Chloe calls Maya an idiot, and Maya says this: "Fuck DIY, fuck all of this. I don't know how this happened. My regimen didn't change since my last test. I'm so done with listening to these quacks online who pretend that they're better than actual doctors." As Maya herself stated, these people are not doctors, and someone like Chloe should not be allowed to posture herself as some kind of authority on the subject. No one without any proper credentials should. Not me, not Chloe, not Kuhfalls, not anyone. Maybe it would be less of an issue if everyone involved in the situation was a legal adult, but as we've demonstrated in the last 5 minutes, they are not. Clara explicitly advocated for the DIY HRT's directory.
So Kuhfalls had a friend who was doing it and allegedly making it in the bathtub.
And history. Not only compounded by her constant lies surrounding Catboy Ranch.
I remember during one of the no streams, they were talking about how like there were hairs in like one of the packaging bottles. Ugh.
When even what we can prove already paints an incredibly unsavory picture. There is simply no good justification for why Kuhfalls, while being overtly sexual, was interacting with and befriending underaged fans.
And the only place they really feel safe talking about being trans is on the internet.
Coming up.
And so where do you guys do this? Is it like a Discord or something, or like a community?
Oh, it was like a Twitch stream.
Oh, just on Twitch?
Yeah.
So it's all just out in the public?
Yeah.
Because they make it sound like you have some kind of secret or some community spot that's not publicly seen where you're...
He literally does. He has a secret grooming Discord.
No.
Wow,
I know, that's not true.
They really...
Now you're bad.
They really are just straight up lying, huh?
Now, there's a lot of misinformation surrounding Catboy Ranch.
It sounds like Ethan kind of doubts it there.
Screenshots. And to be clear, these aren't from a server Clara owned, but an acquaintance named Femboy Cooking. Femboy Cooking is infamous for saying this: "It's not a choice. We are not asking you. We are telling you. We will turn your kid gay." On June 23rd, 2021, a Twitter thread was made exposing Femboy Cooking's
First of all, that's a shame for any femboy in the future who wants to make like an actual cooking channel on YouTube. The name's now taken. Second of all, what the fuck is this tweet?
Cooking. Femboy Cooking is infamous for saying this: "It's not a choice. We are not asking you. We are telling you. We will turn your kid gay." On June 23rd, 2021, a Twitter thread was made exposing Femboy Cooking's Discord server. A user named Sorrel called it an outright den of grooming. The server had roles to identify both adults and minors, and in spite of this, he caught an adult openly flirting with a 13-year-old and calling them a cute little bottom cat boy. When confronted, admins defended the server's practice of allowing underage users. Why would we bar minors from the server on the off chance that they'll be groomed? How if they've been taking...
You should bar minors!
How if they have been talking about
They should be playing Fortnite and Minecraft!
But your sexuality is a part of you. There's nothing wrong with it. You're kind of the one introducing the adult-oriented element. It's kind of weird. Kuhfalls admits that she was in the server and called the screenshots disgusting. I have absolutely nothing to do with that Discord, and I think that is disgusting. I'll warn people about the Discord. Someone replied, "By that you mean you'll leave the Discord?" And she said, "Already did. I wasn't aware."
Some of this is already known, Death Schooled, but as I was saying earlier, the point is, it's coming from a big channel. Kuhfalls was scared of this documentary coming out. They blocked Muda. I think it's important to have a video like this out there so that it reaches the mainstream. You know, not everyone's paying attention to the sector all the time.
About any of this until now. Bruh, I was joking. I didn't know you were a part of it. That changed after the person who made the call out got suspended. Clara celebrated the thread's deletion, even though she admitted it had evidence of an adult flirting with a minor. Those are her own words. A just wrote an entire thread seething about me from behind
like Turkey
the block.
Tom's DSP documentary, it just has a lot of information. A lot of it is updated from the Down the Rabbit Hole thing, but I would still recommend that as an intro to DSP.
And decided that I am somehow guilty of this. Once again, suspended This is stunning admission that she helped cover up an adult flirting with a 13-year-old for her own convenience. And there's also no proof that the person who made that thread is a P-word. Early into Drop Kiwi Farms, Clara promoted an artist named ZR Kalo. Kalo is known for running the account Transphobes Posting Their L's. She faced backlash for knowingly associating with actual zoophiles, including a moderator on Transphobic L's. She also is known for drawing what would...
Oh, that Transphobes Posting Their L's account, that was made in direct response to the Trans Posting L's account. They were really ticked off by that account's existence. So to cope about it, they made Transphobes Posting L's.
Describe as necrozoophile art. Kuhfalls defended her purely on the basis that she had a thread on Kiwi Farms.
But the thing is, like, I know they lie about literally everyone, so why would I believe their claims? Like, they're calling Zerkalo a necrozoophile, and it's like, they call everyone everything. Nothing they say is truthful. I have no reason to believe that. You do furry gore? Look, I personally think that that's kind of weird. However, I don't think
all
you did
furry is
wrong.
weird. You should have. You had me at furry, man. You didn't have to say furry gore.
People post things like that. As long as no one's getting hurt, I do not care.
Then she called
I bet the stench of matted furry fur drenched by blood, I bet that really gets you off, right?
Put actual criminals there. Most recently putting a prolific animal abuser behind bars. I'm not saying every user or thread is virtuous.
Yeah, when Kuhfalls is the one calling you weird, that's how you know it's over.
To have their actions exposed. Kuhfalls' campaign eventually took her to Chris Chan, who she brought on for an interview right after Chris got out of jail for allegedly having relations with their mom. Hilariously, she had to keep up the lie that Kiwi Farms was still down.
Wait, did I do something? Alright, okay, good. God, mate, you really are sicko. Take my special technique and get out of here, freak! Is that what you wanted? Does that make it all worth it? Find all sorts of types in the lower crust, but you really take the crab cake, mate. Whoa! Throw an urchin that sticks to enemies before exploding, and I got a trophy. Well, learn all adaptations. I got 52% trophies right now. What is this? Oh, I do like mind style abilities. I'll probably keep that one. Alright, we're gonna have the Chris Chan segment in a second.
Good time to bring up that Kiwi Farms has actually put criminals in jail. Put actual criminals there. Most recently putting a prolific animal abuser behind bars. I'm not saying every user or thread is virtuous. Even if you hate the site, you gotta admit, some people deserve to have their actions exposed. Kuhfalls' campaign eventually took her to Chris Chan, who she brought on for an interview right after Chris got out of jail for allegedly having relations with their mom. Hilariously, she had to keep up the lie that Kiwi Farms was still down. A lie she maintained for years. At this point, I need to pose the question, what goddamn moral high ground does Kuhfalls have over Kiwi Farms? It isn't doxing. She paid money to dox her critics, as well as innocent members of their family. It can't be cyberstalking.
The sad part is Chris believed it when he told them that Kiwi Farms was down.
It can't be some belief of criminality. The whole point of getting Cloudflare to drop Kiwi Farms is making them susceptible.
And that's what Kuhfalls wants. He wants everyone to be like Chris Chan and just believe whatever he says.
The address to the servers publicly, and then accuse them of supporting Russia in some weird hopes that I would imagine would be retribution. Her entire MO is exploiting other people for her own benefit. Every time she claims people are criticizing her because she's trans, she undermines the actual hate directed towards trans people on the basis of their identity. And what about her cynical use of other people's death, from James Somerton to the victims of Kiwi Farms to bringing up Tony in the inner feud with Ethan Klein?
She starts this motherfucker with in memory of Tony Winchester, who was the RF Glory and Gold.
Why bring him up? What the hell?
He, first of all...
Kiwi, did die people go somewhere else as the internet? Yeah. I believe that's true.
How many deaths do we have to watch her
It's a gossip forum.
We all get together and can agree.
And there are other forums up there for gossip.
This way is just really fucking disgusting. And finally, to top it all off, there is no transparency.
Of course, there's that sense of community. So you always have people that'll, you know, only want to go on the farms. That's fine.
If there's anything to learn about all of this, is that Clara Sorrenti has no morals. She will completely disregard the truth for her own gain and profit. There is no scenario where you can take her at her word, because she is shameless in her attempts at manipulation. If you are someone who felt sincerely invested in Kiwi Farms being taken down, then she has failed you. The site is stronger than ever, and they've raised over $150,000 for their own litigation fund.
That's true. I was curious whether that would be brought up, but yeah. Noel made fucking bank on that lawsuit. Or raising funds for the lawsuit.
Potential customers and significant adverse feedback, and now everyone knows exactly what she was trying to hide after all this time. Now, this final section of the video, I have to preface with some caveats. When I first announced I was going to be working on this video publicly, several former friends and editors reached out to offer their perspective. They expressed feelings disillusioned by her behavior and provided what appears to be pretty damning screenshots, one that I started this video off in the beginning, as you can imagine, regarding what Clara did with her money. The reason why I waited to introduce this is at the very end is because I wanted to show that you can make a strong case with what is already publicly available. I have also been very honest about the extent of my knowledge regarding this evidence, okay? I have to be very honest here. Kuhfalls has faked DMs in the past, even doing so on stream before posting them as if they're real. Kuhfalls and her camp have demonstrated being actual disinformation agents, and having to vet screenshots are actually a serious concern. This is why I say I never believe an actual message until I open up the server myself, hit refresh, and see it with my own fucking eyes. I don't just believe any screenshot thrown at me. With all that being said, this is what I was shown. The first is from a screenshot from a private group chat dated November 30th, 2022.
Let's take a look at this.
Feels really bad watching the GoFundMe deplete. The rest will cover a year's rent and my psych fees if I talk to a psychologist once a week for the next 11 months. Ellen tried to comfort me by reminding me that it was an emergency fund. I kept trying to think of how it depleted so fast, and it's just so many little things. Travel and replacing furniture and helping my friends out buying new streaming gear and clothes. If legitimate, this is an admission that the GoFundMe had greatly depleted after just 2 months. It also calls into question if she actually did buy new clothes and equipments for her friend. That isn't even remotely covered by any of her stated goals. Claire seems to understand this, going on to state, if anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting canceled. And these messages were deleted, like what, 7 minutes later? If you recall, in September of 2022, Clara mentioned hiring both a private investigator and a cybersecurity firm. This conversation, dated November 12, 2023, appears to shed further insight as to why. The source first sent a tweet from YouTuber Bat Empanada, who had criticized Kuhfalls in the past. Clara responded by sharing his full name, date of birth, and home address. When asked how she obtained this information, Clara gloated she was insane before revealing the name of another YouTuber named Second Thought. Does Kiwi Farms have this info? No, I did it myself. I never published this info. It's just like a game for me. Clara continued, I'll have more soon. I paid for another information request from an Argentinian PI firm. Honestly, my dream is to retire from streaming and be a PI. Dox people professionally. The lady who wants to drop Kiwi Farms, ladies and gentlemen, used the money raised under false pretenses to indulge in her fantasy of being a professional doxer. Allegedly. Given the nature of these screenshots, we have to be very careful about their legitimacy. However, I did end up reaching out to both of the YouTubers targeted to verify if the information was legitimate. And unfortunately, I did not get a single response back, as sad as it sounds.
No.
And at the end of all this, the real harm that Kuhfalls has done is not necessarily just to herself, but for the people that
if they didn't get no response, then yeah, it makes sense to leave this shit towards the end.
Covering this video,
there's a strong case against Kuhfalls without it. Not that I needed any convincing personally.
Average people, and their identities are just their identities. That's it.
But overall, a strong case presented by the documentary on why they're a bad person, without relying on those private messages.
And they've all disliked it because, you know, as far as I can really tell,
always
this
important to
like
verify if you're
Jackson
sent
of
shit.
Trans people, okay? They will use this as a shield. They will constantly try to be an activist, and I feel that Kuhfalls' behavior has made her the perfect controlled opposition for making trans people just look terribly bad. So the end of all this, ladies and gentlemen, Kuhfalls is in fact a liar. They are evil, they are malicious, and they're a great harm to not just themselves, but the community they quote-unquote claim to represent. That said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Very good video. A great intro for Kuhfalls. Some stuff I knew, a lot of stuff I didn't know, particularly in regards to specific messages and tweets that were out there. Yeah, I would recommend that. If you know anyone that does not know about Kuhfalls, go spread that video around. We need to expose Kuhfalls, baby. Now we're gonna keep watching stuff, but I'm about to head into a boss fight. Let's see. Let's do a prediction. Get your points ready. You can hear the sound of my voice. We're gonna do a prediction for the boss. Now I fought him last stream, but we lost the save, so I gotta do it again. Does Dingus beat the squid in 2 devs? 2 devs. I'm gonna be hard on myself because I already know the fight. The save corrupted, Mr. Pun. I was closing out the game because I thought it was gonna, like, you know, prevent another memory leak. Because I turned on the console, quick resume. I thought, oh, well, in case the memory leaks again, let me just close it out and open it back up before I start the stream. And then when I open it back up, and I know I saved it before I closed it out, but my save was gone. But I'm caught up now. I just have to beat the squid, and then I'll already be back to where I was. But get your predictions in now. Does Dingus win in 2 devs? 2 devs, baby. So that would be die twice, and then once you die the 3rd time, then I'll end it. If I die a third time. That'll be my definition of 2 deaths. Here's the current build. And let's give it a try. Oh, game's loading. That shit. That's what I'm talking about here. Whenever it loads a new area, it just fucking struggles. It chugs. Chugga.
And you're certain we're going the right way?
How should I know? Think I spend my weekends here, do you?
Well, then what the shuck am I still paying you for? Matter of fact, we're in this mess cause you couldn't defeat a damn lobster. Good for nothing. I should have left you on the seabed where I found you. You live.
Belted. I like how his face there is obscured by the bones. It's a nice technique. It's like a movie.
It's you.
Round 2, baby.
Enjoying the spoils, are you, lad?
Yeah, sorry to spoil it for you if you're watching the Dave playthrough.
Man, I don't want anything from you. Please just leave me alone.
Dave has to do like 2 more dungeons, including this one, before he gets here.
But fight ye did.
I'm so ahead of Dave, it's crazy.
Just like old Lincoln. And down here we've both drifted. 2 worthless sinners. Right where we belong. The bottom of the train!
Oh my lord! Did that still hit?
Little limp. Let's face hell together, lad.
Oh, I thought he was gonna tackle for that. Oh! Belted.
Of a cracking shell. It never gets old.
Damn, I'm not even locked on.
Don't make it easy on me.
Damn it.
Bit after all.
Oh yeah, that's the first step. Yeah, I got little Blockatron. Alright, can I cheese it again?
Plastic little barnacle.
I hate to over-rely on the hook, but it's too good. You get easy stagger out of it. Obviously, I'm going gamer mode right here, you guys. I knew who was gonna go for that. Look at him, look at him. He's reaching for it. He's trying so hard.
Held together, lad. To the left! I grapple with thee!
Yeah, I should have dodged. Wait. No, wait. All right. I'm sorry.
It never gets old.
You was really gonna do that 2 times? Look at him, look at him, look at him, look at him. I'm learning cheese. Damn it. I should have went for the hook again. The hook can, like, cancel him out of that. Oh, he dodged.
Wait.
Where is he? There we go.
You bastard. Seems I'm as worthless as you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was very scuffed. I think my performance last night, not last night. Wait, was it last night? No, Thursday. My performance Thursday night on that was much better. I got rusty. Wait, I'll go ahead and pay out. Does Dingus beat the squid in 2 deaths? He does. Big ups, UNFW won. Yes, and so too must we venture forth into the last area of the game. I believe, because it's the last area on the teleportation list. The climax of the story, correct? The game better fucking save this time, right? All my suffering? Alright, well, I dare not postulate on what lies ahead, but the only way forward is, well, forward, I say. And surely the perfect world is close at claw. Well, how do you know that? And, what am I looking at? This looks like a dead end. It's a lock, my lad. A lock that can only be opened by 2 hermits like ourselves. Who needs a lock only hermit crabs can open? What's so special about us? Oh, my child. Perhaps one day I will impress upon you the gravity of all that has been lost. But for now, seeing you with your own eyes will do more than a mountain of exposition, I say. Here, follow my lead. Like so. Whoa. Too bad I already seen this segment. Oh, it's still a good shot. The music kicks in. And we got here before 300 deaths. Yes. That's a long way down, huh? And then the title drops in. The old ocean. You see Krill kicking his little legs. His little crab legs can't reach the ground. The old ocean. think I should be honored to lay my eyes on this place. The perfect world lies dormant somewhere here. I can feel it. It calls to us, to all hermits everywhere, to everyone that would see the ocean restored to its former glory. Don't lose your tempo now, I say. We're about to change the course of this world, child. Okay, the shell that I was at when I ended the stream last time is actually right here. I didn't get much further than this. I explored a bit and then called it a night. But let me step away to refill my drink. We'll play a video too. There's other things we can watch. I know there's a new Carl Jobst out, a lot of keynote clips. Oh yeah, there was a new implement as well, and then a documentary on the game dude. We'll start with a short video. Well, I step away for a second. I'll be right back. This is...
You could spoil it, Andy. I don't care.
Andy gives his thoughts on the ending of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Whoa, this is a good video for UNF. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll refill and then quickly go to the washroom.
I like your energy. Is everyone okay with me spoiling it? It'll take 5 seconds.
Go on your rant about it. Canelo is starting real slow here. I'm starting
Just do it.
worried.
Yes. Is anyone saying no? Listen. Okay, everyone, if you don't want to hear this, snaky fish, leave for 5 minutes. Okay.
Go on.
Look, it's 11:45. Come back at 11:50. The ending of Rebirth. Okay? 5 minutes starting now. Okay, so Final Fantasy VII. Okay, Rebirth was supposed to end with the potential death of Aerith, right? Now, the idea of remake, the end of remake, we'd find out that there's like the change of fate, the ghosts of fate. So we were waiting for at the end of 2 that she was supposed to either live, die, and they pushed out and die, or someone else dies, like Tifa, right?
Yeah.
So you go, okay, you know what? I've accepted that they're and changed the game, the story that we all loved and wanted a remake of. Fine, I'll take it. Save her. Save Aerith, we'll see what happens. Do you know what these actually did? Cloud saves her, and you go, okay, cool, they changed it, fine. Then they Marvel in multiverse, it splits into multiverses where there's one multiverse where she lives and one where she dies. And now you're like, so it's like he saves her.
There are no consequences.
But then it flashes.
Nothing matters.
Nothing matters. It flashes. Oh, she's dead. She's alive. Blah, blah, blah. And then Cloud sees her as a fucking ghost. But she's really in the other universe, but in his universe, instead of a meteor now, it's literally the time rip in the sky, like in fucking No Way Home from Spider-Man. What the fuck?
So they just your childhood.
It's just multiverse now. And by the way, it's not like this, whereas in Spider-Verse, it sort of makes sense where it's like Toby, Andrew Garfield, Tom Holland, 3 different Spider-Men, 3 different fucking like, oh, okay, you know, fine, you know, okay, like I don't want Toby to die, I like Toby, right? But it's like the same era, it's like multiple, so now there's like whoever dies, it doesn't matter. So, and also, by the way, in the original FF7, Sephiroth is supposed to be like this mysterious, you see him once in a blue moon, and when you do, it's scary, and he's powerful, right? I've beaten Sephiroth already now like 3 or 4 times. And at the end of the game, he chuckles and he floats off. And I go, what did you laugh for? I just beat you. So now there's no mystery, by the way, because like, oh, the end of the 3rd game, I'm gonna see you and beat you again? You're a pussy, Sephiroth. There's no like bigger, like I've already fought him when he's like in his god form in the end of 2.
Mungia is up Canelo here.
Do you know what they do, Ash?
What did they do?
You know Zach. Zach is the other character who Cloud stole his identity from, the one with the black hair with the Buster Sword and all this bullshit.
Yeah, we hate
there's a
Noboru. That guy
time
fucking
rift
sucks.
At the end of the first game, where like
fucking
he
ruined the
actually
game.
survived.
Game sucks.
Okay? He comes in
Ruin
through
Kingdom
the
Hearts,
portal, like, in
and
the
he should lose his
seventh-
fucking job.
I'm back. The seventh phase of the boss battle, and you fight with Zach for a minute. He's fucking gay.
Okay.
I heard a lot of people weren't satisfied with the story of
thing is,
Rebirth.
right? You played the first game, right? And I remember you telling me that you were pissed off with the ending of the first game.
I
weren't
was.
You?
Yes.
Yeah, Worsky was not a fan of the time,
then you
Jannies.
ended up buying the second game. You were
here's
super
why.
hyped for it.
Here's why. So at the end of the
Why they
first
felt like they
game,
had to make it a
I
trilogy,
called- wait,
and now
you
they're
know
eating the
what?
consequences of it.
Fine.
Eat it! Eat it!
Save
Because
errors,
the
I'll
second
take
game didn't do so
the
well.
change.
Obviously, it's not going to do
Okay,
so well
cool,
because it's a
whatever.
sequel, and they're going to want you to play the first game.
Even,
And it's like no matter what, it was going to get less sales in the first game.
Like they were scared. They're pussies. And by the way, the open world. Oh, towers.
Cat's Fat Gun agrees with me.
Items. Oh, I love
Yeah, everyone complains about the open world. It's not just a DSP exclusive whine.
Well, you're gonna buy the third game though. You're gonna get hyped for it.
No.
You're gonna get
Yeah,
sold on
Worsky's
the
gonna
hype
fall
train.
for the hype
But
cycle.
it's
No,
a
I'm
game
gonna
with
buy
you.
it. I'm gonna buy it.
You get so
No.
hyped for it. Yeah.
No. I'm gonna buy it and play it out of obligation.
Oh, yeah, of course. See, look, Worsky's still gonna buy it.
See how
I'm gonna see what it is. Just like DSP. The DSP's still gonna play part 3 probably. After getting disappointed by part 2.
It was the same thing with you.
And allegedly finishing it.
You were
Not finishing it.
You were fired up at the beginning. You play these games, you get super fired up. You're like, it's really good. Then about like 10, 15 hours in, you realize it's shit, and then you're like
That's
immeasurably
every Worsky
disappointed.
game segment. QB's got a good memory. That's him with every
This is the
AAA
state
game
of
he talks
modern
about
gaming.
playing.
It stings. And I can go on and on with all
Minus
the
Nintendo
mistakes.
games.
So now Cosmo Canyon, instead of like this cosmic area where
Worsky
you like
still likes every
focus on,
Nintendo
like,
game he
live
plays.
stream and like learn about like the secrets of the planet. It's now a tourist attraction with f***ing hippies circling on the fire, talking about their f***ing feelings. Like this game.
Man.
This game. It's so
Fuck
shitty.
this fucking game, man.
Oh, by the way, Nibelheim was gonna be burnt down, rebuilt, and it's like a cover-up.
Oh,
right?
that is
Like
absolutely
Shinra.
sunk costs
No,
for
no.
both Worsky and
There's
Dave.
no cover-up anymore. It's now a medical facility. But then why rebuild it like the original fucking Nibelheim? That makes no sense.
You tell him, Andy. Get him.
Tell him.
These fucking developers screwed you. Man, Canelo's looking
I'll stop.
washed, bro. My money is fucking screwed,
I'm
bro.
so mad.
Canelo's looking washed as here against Mongoloid. Like, this isn't good.
Oh my god.
It's not good, bro.
FF8 still the best.
Oh, we got some zombie
FF8
crabs
still the
here.
best.
Very slow, but very
Alright, I'm
strong
done.
to compensate.
There we go. That was my final.
Alright, that's the Worsky Final Fantasy update for you. By the way, these guys can mold. I said mold, I mean molt. Very strong, very quick. Very obsessed with killing me. Well, I would hope they did course correct with part 3. But you think it'd be like too late by that point? Like everyone who wanted to play it will have played it already, or you know, like the people won't want to play it again because now they've been disappointed by the second entry. Why would they play the third one? They just gotta add it to PS Plus. That's all they gotta do. Then people will love it. They'll love it if it's free. All right. How one cheater changed Super Mario Maker history.
How
Hello, you absolute legends.
Hello!
For the past 6.5 years, a group of dedicated gamers known as Team 0% had been on a mission, a quest, to beat every single level ever uploaded to the Nintendo servers for Super Mario Maker on the Wii U. This
that
was
means
a gargantuan task.
one of the 16 people who beat my Wii U levels, it's one of those guys.
Millions of levels over the course of the game's lifespan. But in November of 2023, Nintendo...
Yeah, Mr. Pun, there was some campaign before the Wii U servers got shut down to play every single Super Mario Maker level, and I think archive it too, and I think they were successful. But that's what they're talking about. They better go nuts in a third party. They set up so much stuff, it's going to be hard to pay off everything. You would think, right? Right?
Threw a wrench into the mix when they announced that in April of 2024, it would be closing down the Super Mario Maker online servers for good. This effectively gave Team 0% a time limit. If they couldn't beat every level by April, they had failed. At first, this seemed like too great a task. There were simply too many levels to clear. But after several creators put out a rallying cry, thousands of gamers came together to help Team 0% finish the job. And by mid-March 2024, they had defied all odds. Less than a month before Nintendo would shut off the servers for good, only a single level remained unbeaten. The only problem was that this one remaining level was hard. Really, really hard. It was only 12 seconds long, but most of those 12 seconds required frame-perfect inputs. Despite being uploaded in 2017, when players weren't as good as they are now, this level was still giving all of the current top players huge problems. But it did seem fitting. What better level to be the last than the one that gave everyone the biggest challenge? Hype was building. Game journalists were writing articles, videos were being made about this final level. People were preparing to celebrate this amazing achievement by Team 0%. And then, while everyone was putting on their party hats and planning their celebrations, the creator of this final level confessed that it was fake. He had cheated in order to upload it, and it wasn't a legitimate level.
What?
After 6.5 years, Team 0%
And there's only one level like that in Mario Maker history?
But unfortunately, what should have been a beautiful moment was now spoiled. Instead of an epic climax where legendary gamers were racing head-to-head to beat the final stage, with one hero emerging as victorious, it was all over with a whimper. No fanfare, no hype, no enthusiasm. All because of the confession of a cheater who had led the community on for almost 7 years. In this video, we will take a look at what happened to the final Mario Maker stage called Trimming the Herbs. And this situation is interesting because, as with a lot of cheaters, this one probably should have been exposed years earlier. But the creator was a quote-unquote good player who had built trust in the community, and it was exactly this trust that let them get away with it for so long. I really hope you enjoy. Now legends, this video is sponsored by the heroes over at Red Magic. Red Magic specializes in creating professional gaming equipment and the link is in the description. Red Magic is also celebrating their 6-year anniversary with a ton of great deals, so again just click the link in the description and check them out today. In theory, it should be very difficult to upload a fake Mario Maker level. This is because you need to first clear it yourself before Nintendo will let you upload it. It is only after beating it yourself you get the option to share it with the world. This is part of where the competitive side of Mario Maker comes out. Some players will spend hundreds or even thousands of hours creating and trying to beat the hardest level they possibly can. Being able to upload a difficult stage is a badge of honor, and it's an invitation to other players to try and match your skill. In practice, however, plenty of levels that are flat out impossible to beat end up being uploaded because of hackers. I'm not a hacker myself, so I don't know the specifics, but hacking allows you to upload a level without beating it first, or by beating it in some way that isn't possible after you upload it. Thankfully, this doesn't end up causing too many problems, because if a level is impossible to beat, any good player can immediately tell. For example, if the end is completely blocked off and there is literally no way to reach it, you can safely assume this level was hacked. The best players have a good sense of what is or isn't possible, so whenever these impossible levels come up,
so you guys fucking lied for attention for yourselves? You didn't actually beat every Mario Maker level, right?
When it came to trimming the herbs, however, it was a perfect storm that allowed this particular level to remain undetected as fake right until the very end. This meant that Team 0% still had this level as one that needed to be cleared if they were to achieve their goal. The creator of Trimming the Herbs was a player by the name of Ahoyo, and this person was a very active player and a very active member of the Mario Maker community. Throughout 2017, Ahoyo would stream hundreds of hours trying to create and clear levels, the most famous of which was a level by the name of Bombs 5. At the time, it would have been considered one of, if not the hardest levels ever made. Ahoyo claimed to have spent thousands of hours on this one level alone, and because of the fact that he streamed a lot of his attempts, he proved that he was a really good player. He wasn't just a good player either, he was a great contributor to the community.
Yeah, they're all
in
attention
2017,
whores.
he created and hosted a level design competition called PogChamp. This was a competition to find and highlight difficult or interesting levels. As part of that competition, he even submitted his own level called Trimming the Herbs.
Right now.
The level was relatively short, at only 12 seconds long, but it was extremely difficult. I'm not going to do a full breakdown of just how difficult Trimming the Herbs is, but I will link to a great breakdown video by The Beast in the description if you are really interested. The important thing to know is that it required an insane amount of frame-perfect inputs to clear. Ahoyo also uploaded a clear video of him beating the level, which showed exactly how it was done. This video is super important
the video that's
because it
cheated?
proved that it wasn't a hacked upload. The level really was beaten. While Trimming the Herbs was insanely difficult, at the time, no one really batted an eye. This is because no one knew just how difficult it was. If you truly want to know how hard a level is to beat, you need a very good player to spend a considerable amount of time trying to beat it.
The proof video showing that it can be beaten was edited or something?
The unfortunate fact is that Trimming the Herbs is not a fun level to play, and the beginning is so stupidly difficult that no one could get through.
The guy who's feuding with Dark Viper?
Therefore, if anyone did play it, they'd play it for a very short amount of time, get frustrated, and then quit. So while people knew it was hard, it wasn't until years later in 2024, when Team 0% needed to beat it, that we saw very good players actually take it seriously. It was at this point the true difficulty became apparent. In February 2024, one of the top current players, Yoshi, invested dozens of hours into Trimming the Herbs, and after playing the level for a decent amount of time, he explained in a Twitter post that he had come to the conclusion that it was likely cheated. The level was simply too hard, especially for a player all the way back in 2017. Over the past 7 years, Mario Maker players have gotten considerably better, and this is also true for any other game, whether it's a challenge game like Mario Maker or a speedrunning game. A top player from today would
take so many L's, you have no other cope than that the level is hacked. Like DSP calling his opponent scripted. I mean, he's right, but like, come on.
But there was even more to the story,
The
because
level
there
has
was
to be
another
cheated
giant
because I
red
can't
flag
beat it.
that indicated Ahoyo may have been cheating. Remember before how I mentioned Ahoyo had spent years trying to clear a level on stream? This was the level he called Bombs 5. Well, he never did end up beating Bombs 5, and in 2017, he stopped streaming his attempts. Then, in 2021, when Nintendo announced they would stop accepting new level uploads to their servers, Ahoyo mysteriously appeared again and uploaded Bombs 5. He claimed that he had beaten it years earlier, but just didn't feel like uploading it. He even included another clear video, again demonstrating that the level wasn't hacked. But there was a problem with the video Ahoyo uploaded, and this problem was noticed about a month later. The actual level itself in his Bombs 5 clear video was ever so slightly different to the level that Ahoyo uploaded to the Nintendo server. We are talking tiny differences that barely make any difference whatsoever. In his own clear video, there is a muncher here near the end of the stage, but in the actual level that was uploaded, this had been replaced with spikes. So this means that Ahoyo beat the stage twice. Once to beat the level he uploaded, and once to beat the level for his clear video. This obviously makes no sense. He spent hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours on stream trying to beat it, and couldn't. Then magically, after he stopped attempts, he did it not once, but twice. And for no discernible reason other than to make minor cosmetic changes to the level. When this was
it wouldn't really matter if a muncher was there or if a spike was there.
Cheating in some way, but they
I guess the hitbox would be different if it was a muncher from hitting it from below.
Came of it. Remember, in 2021, when Bombs 5 was uploaded, no one was thinking about Trimming the Herbs. No one knew just how improbable Trimming the Herbs was because no one had played it. So at this time, they still weren't able to properly connect the dots. However, in early 2024, people started to piece everything together, which brings us back to Yoshi. In his Twitter post, he explained that he thought Trimming the Herbs was cheated for two main reasons. One, the level was too hard for a player in 2017, and two, that same player had another extremely extremely suspicious level, Bombs 5. In mid-March, Trimming the Herbs became the last unbeaten level, and it
circumstantial
started to
evidence.
get a lot more attention. By this point, many top players had now sunk a decent amount of time into Trimming the Herbs, and everyone was still coming up short. Another top player and YouTuber, the Riley C, uploaded a video speculating that Ahoyo was cheating in some way. He stressed that not only was Trimming the Herbs too hard, but Ahoyo had beaten it far too quickly.
So in 1 month, he went from not hitting the 3rd piranha plant to getting consistent enough to beat the full level. Given his limited time that we established just a second ago, this is again highly suspicious.
Opinions were mixed, however. In a video defending Ahoyo, YouTuber Grand Pooh Bear said that in 2017, when Trimming the Herbs was uploaded, no one had the technology to cheat in this way, and therefore, he simply couldn't be cheating. Because remember, Ahoyo had a video of himself allegedly beating the level. The only feasible way to cheat with a video like this was by using tools to give automated inputs to the game, i.e. a tool-assisted speedrun, or TAS.
Could the clear video have been tasked? Listen. The thing with why the clear video wasn't tasked, chat, in 2017, we just didn't have the ability to do that on the Wii U. That's the #1 reason. We just simply didn't have the ability to do that on the Wii U. Secondly, this player has proven themselves over and over and over again. Like, we don't need to do this to everybody. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need to do this. I understand Carl Job's videos are fun. Like, we gotta call it out. Like, this is a legit one. It's a legit video.
Wait, they called out and exposed by
Man has
Carl.
enough street
No!
cred that I'm fully confident about it. And I'm also fully confident that it's going to get clear.
The Ahoyo situation was interesting because it highlighted again just how much people value their own perceived trustworthiness of a person. The reality is that Trimming the Herbs probably
just 'cause you're
was
good
too
doesn't
hard of
mean
a
you're
level for
like
2017. And the
you're
fact that Ahoyo
incapable of
uploaded
cheating.
a different clear
Look at
video for
Billy.
Bombs 5 was insane. There is no reasonable, logical explanation that is more likely than he is simply cheating in some way. But people will overlook that if they think you're a good player. This is what continues to fascinate me, and it's why I will continue to preach that being a really good player doesn't make a person any less likely to cheat. This back and forth speculation didn't end up lasting long, as on the 23rd of March,
I think it may make
Ahoyo
it more
confessed
likely for you
that
to
he did
cheat
in
if you're
fact
a really
use
good
external
player.
tools to clear his levels. He
I
had
can see
built a
frustration
device
building
that could
up,
feed
and
inputs
then like
straight
you
into
get
the
that like
Wii U. So
desire
it wasn't
in
him
you,
beating
like
the
you
level
want to
in
beat
videos,
it,
it was a
and you think you're
computer
close
that
enough
was
that you
playing
think you
the
can
Wii U
justify
for
it.
him.
Like if this really means so much to you, I think it's more likely if you're like a successful person, if you can do it and that's your whole life, and you need the, in some cases, not all cases, but like if you need the attention from it, like maybe you would be willing to go to that extreme to actually go cheat. Because I think for a person who like all they do is cheat, it's kind of like a case of them not giving as much of a fuck about it, where it's more likely for a successful person to give a fuck about it, to want to possibly go to that extreme, especially if, like I said, you're so close, you're on the cusp of it, but you just can't do it. I think that's why Billy ultimately cheated. And like and then you justify it after the fact by saying like, oh, you're a skilled player, so it ultimately doesn't matter. You could have done it if you wanted to, but you cheated just because you were just at the finish line and you couldn't really cross the finish line yourself. But you could do it if you wanted to, but it'd be like a waste of time, a futile effort. But you can do it because you have the skill. But it's okay if I cheat, because I would have done it anyway eventually, but I don't want to waste the time. And it's kind of how I look at it. I think it's actually more likely that a very successful person at speedrunning would cheat. Hey, Nurgle. Yeah, because they're close
this
to
entire
gold.
situation is really unfortunate because the reality is that there was nothing special about Trimming the Herbs.
And if you're someone who cheats all the time, like you're just a faker, you're going to be caught right away.
It's the kind of game where uploading a cheated level is a huge crime. According to Ahoyo,
Whoa,
he was planning
Dr.
on unveiling
Krill.
the truth almost immediately after uploading it, but after no one played it or cared about the level, he chose not to. If he had told the truth earlier, not only would no one have thought it was a bad thing, people would have thought the device he built was really creative and interesting. Ahoyo's fake level only became a problem because it ended up being the last level unbeaten by Team 0%. News articles were being written about it. Everyone was talking about Trimming the Herbs, and the hype surrounding it was huge. The irony is that Ahoyo chose the perfect time to confess to cause the maximum amount of damage. If he had confessed just 2 weeks earlier, or any time in the past 7 years, it would have been removed from Team 0%'s list, and therefore when they beat the level The Last Dance, which was the actual final level, that would have been the end, and everyone would have celebrated and enjoyed that moment together. If he never confessed, or at least waited until after the server shut down, some people would have still thought it was cheated, but people would have tried to beat it, and in fact, it was beaten by the player Sanix several days before these servers shut down. And while
someone
many
beat it
people
legit
still
anyway?
did celebrate this
Big ups.
achievement, even though they knew it was a cheated level, if Ahoyo had never confessed, this moment would have been much bigger and much more magical than it was. At the very least, the community would have had an amazing moment to celebrate as it happened, instead of just retroactively realizing they had been
Where's my
successful
reward?
at some point in the past. The climax of 6.5 years of hard work by Team 0% and thousands of people was effectively ruined by a single person because they couldn't be bothered being truthful about their actions, which just goes to show how damaging small lies can be when there are many other people involved. 6 years is a long time to work on something, and the community really did deserve to have that big payoff at the end. Those special moments are what speedrunners strive for, and it's a huge shame
I think this part's
amazing
kinda lame.
project ended in the manner it did.
I mean,
But
someone
still,
beat it in
they
the end
did ultimately
anyway.
achieve their goal. So a big
Yeah.
congrats to Team 0%
He's
for
just
doing
mad they
the
couldn't
impossible
celebrate on
and
Twitter.
beating every single level in Super Mario Maker. And while the ending was a bit sour, what they have achieved is still something to be proud of. A big thanks to Yoshi for helping me learn more about Mario Maker, and a
It's
special
Yoshi,
thanks to
not
the Rally
Yoshi.
C for helping me learn about this whole situation. If you enjoy Mario Maker content, please go and subscribe to his channel. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Well, that was a pleasant little dive into the Mario Maker realm. We don't usually watch videos from this person, but this is harmful opinions. I hate extra credits. I've never seen a single extra credits video. So hopefully this video turns me off on ever watching any of their content. But I know people got after him because they put out a video about orcs and how like orcs are black people, which is very offensive, and I vehemently disagree with that. But it was like a thinly veiled political video, and people didn't want that because they're like a channel that's only supposed to be talking about video games. Apparently, they have pissed off the community again by saying that games, it's a good thing that games are $70, and in fact, they should be even more expensive. Yeah, big ups to Carl. Hey, Carl, for the Mario Maker video. I think it's a bit lame that he was like, oh, why weren't they allowed to celebrate the achievement? It doesn't matter. Like, what the fuck? The whole thing was just like a nice little fan thing to begin with. Carl acting like he got fucking robbed of this celebration. Like, bro, you weren't even beating the levels yourself anyway.
I'm sure this video called Games Are Cheaper Than They've Ever Been will not make my blood explode.
Did you know that right this very moment, we are paying less than anybody has ever paid for video games?
That's immediately,
I guess if you pirate
a
everything,
statement that you can dig into in a million ways. Do you mean the price of a video game is lower? Do you mean the amount being spent on video games is lower? Come on.
They are currently cheaper than they have ever been. Now, I can hear you all being like, that.
This video is 9/11 long. You're gonna have to do a lot of explaining. I'm gonna assume this is gonna be about the AAA price tag based on the thumbnail, right? Is a video game a video game? Now, that sounds like an insane statement. Are all video games equal? You can't... A video game is not like rice. You can't have exact
I love rice.
shrinkflation, right? You can't end up paying... Oh, look, with inflation, this $10 for this bag of rice is...
I think I see this argument a lot. People would post old advertisements from like Toys R Us about like PlayStation games costing $70 or Nintendo 64 games costing up to like $80-90 depending on the title. You're not considering the economy and how things have changed since then, idiot. Oh yes, games are cheaper now than they've ever been. Well, actually, sir, ...
Actually cheaper than ever. But then you look at it's also less rice, and it works out to you getting screwed. How do you measure a video game like that?
Absolutely cannot be right, because I had the exact same reaction. Honestly,
no, you didn't. No, you didn't. For over a decade, people have talked about
the
how
ratio's
games aren't
different.
actually that expensive. They've been talking about this for years and years.
When James brought this up, I couldn't believe it. And at first he couldn't either. But then he told me how he found this great Ars Technica article on the subject from a few years back, and...
Dude, this is Reactception. Faber says it should be
I'm reacting to harmful, react to extra credits, reacting to Ars Technica.
It should be. They said we're spending less on video games. To me,
streaming is so cursed,
that's
isn't
a
it?
statement about your spending. So the most relevant part of that would be what percentage of our expendable income does the $70 price tag represent compared to past prices versus our expendable income? Right?
That he reacted so violently.
That would also be a very interesting thing to show, because guess what? You don't have to sell a video game for $70. That's not what he will say. Well, he's already leading us down the path of, oh, $70 in 1960 would have been. Just wait, okay.
To it. That he spent all night digging up historical game prices and inflation data, ran those numbers, and yeah, sure enough,
He wouldn't be the first person
but
to do
it sure
that.
as heck does not feel true, right? So let's dive in and unpack how this could possibly be, and why, despite all the data, games costing the least they ever have is still so hard to swallow.
Is it just so hard to swallow, or is it a misleading claim? Is it hard to swallow, or is it verging on a lie by omission, particularly when the intro to your video makes the statement, we are spending less on games than we ever have? That's a very different kind of statement.
Thanks so much to Factor for delivering me great meals right to my door so I can spend less.
Factor those guys who sell the
A
goo
sponsorship
cubes,
in a
where you
9-minute
just eat a
video?
couple of goo cubes every day.
Oh, I guess it's no different than Carl.
I should make a video that's like games are the cheapest they've ever been.
Factor 5
Have the
for
video
helping
file
me out
be
with the
40
video.
minutes long, but it's mostly just a black screen. I start the video and I just say, people complain about the price of games, but they're actually cheaper than they've ever been. A bunch of games are actually free to play, and then the video ends.
More time playing games. Okay, y'all, so who's excited to talk about inflation, huh? Wait, don't go. Because I promise you here and now 2 things.
Good meme.
1, that breaking down inflation is very important to understanding our perception of the cost of games. And 2, that we're gonna have some fun images of your favorite video game characters walking y'all through it, okay? Alright.
Just looking at inflation? What about people's perception of quality of games?
Yeah, I was gonna say that, like the value of a
People
game.
aren't all retards. And it's constantly thrown
It
in
wouldn't
people's
just be like
faces.
the actual
The games are cheaper
value
than
of the
they've ever
game,
been. Consider
like
inflation. That's been
the
thrown in our
cost of
faces
it,
for
but
a
like
decade,
the value
more
of the
maybe
game
even.
itself that you're
Maybe
you're
people are
paying.
upset because they don't feel like they're getting their money's worth. More than just being
Exactly.
upset about the number itself. They see the
Motherfuckers buy
number
like
going up and
I don't
what they
know
get
what's a
being
game that costs
worse
$70 that people
than
hated.
what they want.
Suicide Squad, $70
They see
versus
number going up
1996
along-
paying like $80 for Mario 64. What did you get better value out of? Objectively, Mario 64. 80 side.
Side money extraction practices, like battle passes being involved, being included in.
Yeah, so you pay $70 and there's still battle passes and microtransactions.
Day one for a game that costs them $70. Freshly $70.
What are we
'cause
counting
that's what
as,
games
like,
cost now.
the
Is it?
cost of
Why are there still
games?
more things to buy on top?
You know how we do. Thanks for believing in us.
No, Tim, DLC isn't the game. You don't have to buy it. True. You don't have to buy any of these video games either. That might even be a good way to get the prices to go down if people would do it.
Okay, if you think of the beginning of mass market home video games starting in, say, 1982, when the Atari 2600 came out, well, $1 back then was worth a lot more than $1 today.
This guy sounds like Evil Box 94.
According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it was worth 325% more. So when game cartridges first came out at around $25 to $30, they were actually selling for what would roughly be around $90 today. And when prices jumped to $50 in the 90s, with
Okay,
the
but you got
advent
better
of the
games for
Genesis
that
and
price.
Super
You got
Nintendo,
like
well, those
Super
were
Mario
actually
Brothers
probably
2
the
and
priciest games
Metroid
we'd
and
ever
Zelda.
gotten. In today's dollars, they'd cost you well over.
Damn. Too bad none of this is an argument for.
Now I pay $70 for like
The
Last
price of
of
a
Us
AAA
Part
game
1,
now being good.
whatever.
Over $100, and both Link to the Past and Sonic & Knuckles were totally worth that price.
Yeah, look, exactly.
if
They
you
even
consider inflation, it's
agree with
cheaper
me,
than ever.
Ree.
Is
You
that
got
good?
better games for what you paid
Could it
for
be
back
cheaper,
then.
though? And, like, therefore what? Extra credits? I feel like my blood's gonna explode out of my body.
I agree, Nurgle.
That's
Is your blood
crazy.
gonna explode out of your body too?
Perhaps, with the infrastructure miracle that is the internet, and ease of distribution to the biggest audience games have ever had access to ever.
I really like this game, and this cost me like $25. I think I got my money's worth, definitely.
Of distributing games now, perhaps they could afford for games to be even cheaper. Ooh.
Do not at me.
That would be sick, wouldn't it?
Then the Great Disc Revolution happened. Instead of having to buy pricey cartridges containing expensive hardware, instead of having to ship bulky boxes with a fat hunk of plastic in them, now games could fit in a jewel case and be written to a CD. This lowered production costs by a lot. And as the console wars heated up and Sony and Microsoft duked it out for who would have the dominant home console, something unheard of happened. Get this, those savings actually got passed to us, the consumers. Instead of raising prices with inflation, the standard game price remained the same. The industry then started to get wary of the idea of charging more. They thought,
based. Good.
The consumers might revolt. Actually, there were all sorts of think pieces back then about how charging $60 for a game would destroy the industry. So for years, other ways to cut corners were found.
Yeah, and people should have been so angry about that shit that games companies would be scared of implementing that practice.
Gamers have failed us.
Do not use the idea
I know, like DSP says, we gotta blame the executives.
Cut out and then sold back to us later.
Stupid-ass
Do not
suits.
use that as a justification for the price of a game going up. Oh, if we'd have just accepted higher prices, this never would have happened. What if we accepted neither? What would have happened then? They would have to have come up with shit that would convince us.
Disc manufacturing prices decreased, but
also, Siffy, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. It would be the equivalent of that happening, but then everyone buying the DLC. In a way.
Boxes became packed with less and less goodies. Manuals were shrunk from 50-page tomes to 5-page leaflets.
Now we don't even get manuals.
Special inserts.
Good thing now that my game costs $70 and I download it on Steam, I get all those goodies again. I'm glad prices have gone up. Worth.
And the price held. Then digital started to take off.
Stop. If we're going to consider inflation, and you're going to talk about
I say it got corrupted, but I'm back where I'm at.
getting less products.
We love indie games.
Has the price held? Has it
Extra
actually?
Credits is arguing why games being more expensive is a good thing.
Shrinkflation. I didn't think of that. I didn't think about goodies reducing. It's the same dollar price for less stuff. Is that the price staying the same if we're willing to consider inflation and whether something is more expensive or not? I don't think so.
And even though making games was becoming more and more expensive, prices just barely crept up to that $60 mark. Because despite the platform fees, being able to sell
when big
digitally
Wii
was
games
faster,
were
cheaper,
40, 50
and
bucks?
eliminated a lot
No,
of the
50
risk of
bucks.
ending up with
Whereas
too
DS
large
games
or too
were
small
around like
of a
40.
print run.
And they stayed
But
at
budget
40
for
even
a
through the
true AAA
3DS's
game
introduction.
began to balloon, for reasons we will get into in a future video, and the
Not my problem.
A real return on that $60 price point was shrinking every year as wages grew with inflation and as that number didn't change. So
Now we're getting $70 Switch games with like Tears of the Kingdom, but I don't think that's the standard.
It began to bat around the 4 most dreaded words in gaming. New ways to monetize. They were slinging pre-orders. They were slinging collector's edition.
I swear to God, if he's going to present this as a consequence of the base price of a game not increasing enough, he's out of his mind. No, don't. Blood is going to literally pour from my eyelids if he says this happens because the base price didn't go up. Companies, look, all these publishers would have been content with their profit. If you just let them feel comfortable, if you destigmatize the higher price tag, they would have felt comfortable with that profit and not done this. No, we'd pay twice as much as we're paying now, and then pay twice as much for all the DLC and shit right now.
As they were slinging DLC, microtransactions, the list went on and on and on. So for years more, we didn't cross
man, we got
that
a boss
feared
coming up.
$70 plateau. Meaning,
Yeah, well now we're on that plateau. Are we headed to that city? Of course we are. I'm sure it's gonna be dangerous inside, right? Indeed. Would you have it any other way, child? Admit it or not, you're an adventurer through and through. Could have easily left this place, I say. But returning home empty-handed wasn't enough for you. You've got ambition. I guess. Maybe I do. And now that ambition has brought us here, we can't possibly turn back now. If we must fight to achieve our ambition, then we must fight. And by that, you mean I'm gonna fight and you're just gonna stand back and teleport from place to place as I progress? Of course. I mean, you fucking stole the joke from me. Fuck, I should have just kept reading. I'll meet you inside once you breach the gates, I say. All right.
I feel like as well, you can't... A 9-minute 11 video that tries to take this, takes such a broad look and seems like it's going to make such a strong conclusion, or come to such a strong conclusion. I don't think you can cover those monetization methods being added without also looking at free-to-play games that survive purely off of those monetization methods.
That by 2020, games were almost half of the price they were in the 90s in income-adjusted dollars. The percentage of a paycheck that it took to buy a game was at an all-time low. Now, we don't have great data for the last couple of years, but even though it looks like...
Stop. There is not just your income and the price of a game. There's your income, price of essentials, price of a game. Unless you're insanely irresponsible, the price of a game is best weighed against your expendable income, not total income.
At an all-time low. Now, we don't have great data for the last couple of years, but even...
Hey, if you just don't eat, that game doesn't eat up much of your paycheck.
Even though it looks like prices have begun to creep up a bit, and even with $70 finally
Ladies
being
and
the
gentlemen,
standard price point for a AAA game in 2024,
dips.
again with inflation, we're still worried that we're paying the least we ever have, or just very, very close. I mean,
Still, if he's judging the value of a game, at this point, he seems to be doing it purely on the back of how much it costs to make, and not considering how much it's worth to me. How much it costs to make is not the same as
He's not considering how much it's meaningful.
Most the $70 price point is basically
it a
an
meaningful
adjustment back to
purchase?
20 teens levels, but I
yes.
digress.
Because a possibility, isn't it crazy that it's possible the cost of making a game goes up and up and up, but the thing they're making, worth less and less to me. The price, worse and worse.
Yes, because no matter what, it still doesn't feel that way, right? It feels like games are so expensive now.
This video would
I would
rule.
certainly say games are more accessible now.
Is this guy even gonna touch on AI? Or would he be too scared to talk about AI? Does he have an audience where he'd be scared to talk about AI? And its potential for removing the production cost justification?
Nah, it's over to Loria.
Why is that? Look, the truth is, I don't have an empirical answer, because...
Oh no. Oh no. You know what we're gonna get in the future? Hey Chud, pay $100 for your game. It's handmade. Games are gonna be described as like handmade. No AI, gluten-free, organic, handmade video game. You gotta pay a premium.
There's just not a lot of great data out there on feelings, but I do have
Handcrafted,
some
made
conjectures.
game, indie
First
style.
off, it's just
No developers were tortured
right?
during the
We've
development of
managed to
said
hover
game.
at the $60 price point.
Yes, that rules. Expectations rule. Analysis of this situation is in itself an element of why prices are the way they are, right? A video trying to explain why the price is reasonable and low to a mass audience is an element in people accepting higher prices, leading to higher prices.
Point for so long that
So fuck these guys. I think gamers should be insanely unreasonable and just be like, hey, $20, AAA. Bruce Lee would always push the idea of the 1-inch punch. In order to really hit someone, and even if you're only an inch away from them, you have to aim to punch a spot that's like a meter behind them. If you want to fight a price hike, you gotta punch through that target and try to hit way deeper so that you hit that thing you want to hit as hard as you can.
It feels like the price of a video game, and instead of creeping up $1 each year for a decade, we're hitting that new jump all at once, leading
I like the presentation of this as an inevitability.
Us to really notice. Second is that none of the new ways to monetize are going away with this price hike.
Yeah.
Look, if a publisher said to us,
are those things not part of the game? They're still a part of the game, right? Add them to that price tag.
Our game's got a $70 sticker price, but there's no in-game purchases and all the DLC is free. I'm betting people would be a lot more accepting. But it's
Hey, with most Nintendo games, the DLC is free.
Instead, the consumer is being told,
or just an update disguised as DLC that has content.
Doesn't Baldur's Gate 3 have the price tag though? Hang on. Wait, £50. Is that about $70? Like, I'm aware this isn't a AAA. At least I don't think it had a AAA budget. And it's self-published. 60. Yeah. So he's right. People are hyped. If Baldur's Gate 3 costs 70, 100% people will be hyped about this.
Games now
sure
$70, and you gotta pay for New Game Plus, which makes us the consumers feel like garbage, even though, to be fair to the industry, there's no way that $70 price alone is going to cover most of the budgets of a modern AAA game.
Yeah, because it's not $70. $70 isn't $70. Guess what? A $10,000 price
it's
tag
$70
for a game
plus all that shit
won't cover
attached.
it either if one person buys it. What do you mean? Want to know one of the first things I said 2 years ago? Do you want to know an element that did not come up? The price of making games has gone up. Oh, you know, making games is more expensive?
So, sorry guys. You're gonna have to pay more for games. With the amount of money that goes into marketing to increase the number of people buying games, they can't afford to keep selling them for less than $70.
I'm so good! Holy shit! They are
that was one of his classic videos right there.
People buying it and saying, hey, because we're spending money on increasing the number of people buying it, we have to increase the price. Silly.
Better or worse. But again, man, does it feel bad when they ask you to pay for the car and then they tell you that you have to buy the keys separately. So
it's also, I'm not even going to say anything.
Maybe there's some messaging to work on there. Third, indie game pricing structure. Because indie games tend to do their own thing when it comes to price point. They remind consumers that games could cost less. Now, there's a lot of reasons for this, of course, with most of these games costing far less to build. But
well, they're smaller games, and it's supposed to be like it's supposed to be more appealing, the price structure.
I spent 78 hours on Vampire Survivors and paid $1 for it, while I played something like, say, Redfall for an hour and a half, paid $70, and didn't enjoy it nearly as much. Because even though your whole rational brain knows that Vampire Survivors cost way less to make.
You gonna understand this? Or is he gonna imply or assert that the correct price is the one that rationally relates to the cost of production, regardless of anything else?
It is still true that dollar for dollar, Redfall didn't give you anything like the entertainment value that Survivors did, and that's how our brains want to compare them. So as individuals, maybe it's worthwhile to look at...
Normally when these people talk about, your brain wants to do this, your brain wants to do that, they're going to say, but that's irrational and you have to ignore it.
At that specific value prop and vote with our wallets towards things we enjoy accordingly. Then, of course, you got things like Baldur's Gate 3. That beast feels AAA. Heck, it feels a lot more AAA than...
For a little bit.
A lot of traditional AAA games.
I think it feels AAA well enough.
It came out on Steam at a $60 price point. So why can't these other games that look...
Didn't it come out before the recent shift to $70 being the AAA standard, though?
It was on early access, I believe. I remember Ludwig playing it on early access.
And have nowhere near the content do the same. Again, that's what my lizard brain is always asking before I look at pricing models, early access, etc. Finally, it's timing. Coming out of COVID, the whole world experienced massive inflation. Now, even though we in the US have had it lighter than most, it did bite into everyone's pocketbook. So this is all happening at a time when our entertainment being more expensive, justified or no, seems like a little bit of a slap in the face. So yeah, those are just some thoughts, some musings, if you will, but...
Don't be a coward. Give us some conclusions, you weak bitch. You
Whoa,
certainly made implications.
Let's Darlin.
Wait, have these guys... I can't remember the last extra... Oh my god, I'm all over the place. I don't remember the last time I watched one of their videos. Have they always just been gigantic cowards who don't make a point? They make strong.
They sure made one when they
implications,
said
but never
black
make a
people
point
were
in this
being
video.
compared to orcs in World of Warcraft or whatever the hell.
Oh, is that their thing? We imply but never make a point. That's fun. So their style is just
I, of course,
designed to
disagree
increase my blood
about
pressure.
that.
I will see them in court. I think they've just completely counteracted the beta blockers I've been put on. There's more. No, there isn't. Stop
Why
it.
are all of these $60 games?
I was gonna say, we've had this shit shoved down our throat for a decade. The stuff in this video, he's parroting like AAA publisher propaganda. Here's an extra history.
Oh, this is kind of fun.
Video from 6 years ago. Games should not cost $60 anymore. 672k views. Guess what, buddy? You were a small part, but a part nonetheless, in this change itself. Like I was describing before.
Why are all of these $60 games?
I have listened to these guys' videos before. I remember with this voice.
Trying to sell me loot boxes? Why are all these $60 games selling me season
I recall
passes
this
for their
video
DLC?
also caused some outrage when it was originally uploaded. It's not even the first time they've approached the topic.
I hate these people so much. 6 years ago, game prices should be higher. Today, so they're fighting for higher prices. When you discuss the price of something, that depends on people's opinion of whether that price is too high or too low. It's not something you need, it's entertainment. How much they can price something depends on how much people are willing to pay, absolutely. When you weigh in on that, your weighing in itself can have an influence on the price, right? That can happen incidentally. It feels like these guys are trying to deliberately engineer higher prices. I feel like I shouldn't watch these videos because I'll advocate for stuff that benefits gamers and they don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. I think gamers deserve to suffer.
I agree. All gamers should suffer. Games should cost $80, not even $70. Games should be $80 now. Fuck it, just skip 70. Let's make them all $80 and give me more battle passes and more microtransactions and just ruin everything. That's the future we need. That's the future extra credit stinks you deserve. That was a good segment. I don't usually watch extra credits, but I do watch Harmful, so that was a good takedown. I saw that they had made that video, and it only reminded me of the first time they had approached that subject. I mean, I guess when you consider, oh yes, games are entertainment, so they should be able to cost like $1 gazillion, and we all just have to eat it. Don't you think people who want to play games, they just want to kick back and relax, and maybe like everyday people, blue collar people, they're not. Gaming is entertainment, but it's not like a luxury. Where's the Taco Bell version of this video? I need cheap, crispy tacos again. Just go to Jacket Box. Yeah, $80 and early access. With battle passes, day one DLC, and the works. Full of multiverses make people put money in the passes and then kill the servers. Hopefully, when the servers come back up, you'll be able to keep all your shit. I didn't pay money for it, but I know I unlocked shit. I would like to keep the shit that I unlocked. God forbid I lose it. Okay, Keemstar? You guys know Keemstar, right? Keemstar has had enough of the Locale podcast. Oh my lord.
Doing this, I will watch every
No, I will watch. This is like the kingly Keem that we need.
Yeah.
This is like the Keemstar that for whatever reason we don't get.
So we talked about that. We talked about Locale podcasts here and there because we were covering the review tech.
Oh god, what is he doing?
And, 8-Bit
What is this
Eric
guy?
and
He's got a
Jay.
toothbrush?
We were confused yesterday or 2 days ago. We found out that Vito, who talks again, like whether you believe or not that
he's got toothpaste for his hair. It's kind of fun.
He has defended maps, and he said things
Hello,
like,
Egging 1738.
maps so fucking aren't all
What did
offending.
he say? Yeah, the non-offending.
He said we. Yeah, he used the word we. He defended cuties, still defends fucking pedophilia. So, and then he'll be like, "But my jokes. I say jokes about effing kids." It's like, okay, but you defend actual pedophiles. He loves them. Yeah, like a big debate with
No,
Nina
dish
Infinity
scrubber.
on Christy Mayer's show before.
It's got that broken ability TSP likes so
bring
much.
Vito onto the show.
Right?
And it's
Evidently not
crazy
even
that Vito
Keemstar
gets onto
knows.
all these panels anyway, because any sort of clout that he has is completely AstroTurf bullshit.
It's fake.
You're not getting
Agreed,
any
since a
sort
cry.
of new fans or new viewers by bringing
It just
Vito
sucks in a boxing
on.
thing. At least that's
So
fun to
they-
watch.
You lose
And they brought Vito on not to press him or anything, but to have him tell them bullshit stories about comic books.
Whoa,
and
a
suck
Sponge
his
Plus.
balls. And Keemstar is like rattled.
Mr.
What the- How could you guys let this happen?
Yeah, I was in my head, Ash. I was thinking in my head, I was like, why would Keem do this? Why would he put a fucking, like, why would he?
Because he's a fucking
This is
idiot.
a
Like, it's like what I've been
bad
telling you guys for
idea. They're on
years.
their
Stop
sixth editor
watching
now. They're on their sixth
Keemstar.
editor,
It's
and
that easy.
Keem
It's
is
that
losing his
simple,
mind.
right?
Keem today
But you
was
guys
on
keep
stream
doing it.
drunk. It was the funniest. It was great.
It was awesome. Keemstar
10 out of
was
10.
like chugging White Claws and Red
smoking
Bull.
ciggies.
Yeah, going off.
Why
And it
why
was,
you editors suck? Well, you
it was the
editors
best
stink.
content that Lolcow Live has produced. Makes me wonder why Keem doesn't just do a solo show on live stream. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. So we're watching this, and he's talking about the editors, and he's so right. He's so righteous. He goes, editing is not like you take a podcast, you clip it, and you post it. Like, what's the fucking?
It's not rocket
It was
science.
definitely an
It's
entertaining
genius,
stream.
You know,
If only because it was Keemstar
Right?
admitting
Now,
his
why-
failures.
skills.
So he's
His
talking about
podcast
this on
fucking
his show,
sucks.
and he's
There's a lot of
rattled.
cope in it
Look at
too. The podcast sucks, but it's also better than the competition. What is the competition for Lolcow
He's
podcasts?
like had it enough.
Oh, show the end?
They're about to show the editor's the previous editor's mistake, right? But watch what happens here, and it's so amazing.
Okay, I didn't even see the end. I'll watch it.
Keems
Carcinia, the Bleached City.
This work that was
Oh.
turned in when he went over the
We're in
intro
New
of it,
Carcinia.
It was so bad. Like the hook for the show.
what was the other city?
What even was it? I don't even remember. It was so forgettable, so lame.
Yeah.
The hook that the editor put in.
Talk
there was
about
no
lore, dude.
music. There was no real editing. It was just totally flat, totally dead, and totally boring.
Yeah.
And that was all Keemstar needed to see to fire this most recent editor. He didn't even see the outro.
Yeah.
And the outro is just another hatchet job, just total hack job here, folks.
It's bad. Watch
Would
this.
Would Dave add anything to the Lolcow podcast? It's pretty terrible as it is. I think the show needed Dave to work in the way that Keemstar would have wanted it to work. Like, effectively, would Phil have added anything beyond his presence, completing the trifectum of Lolcows? Probably not, because DSP doesn't go anywhere. So he certainly wouldn't be able to participate in most of the conversations that they would have. Like, even Boogie and Jordy leave the house every once in a while. But Dave just doesn't, other than his day off. I think, like, in a conversation, Dave would not really matter. It's more just like Dave's presence itself matters to the concept of the show. I think he would argue with the other hosts, and that would be him giving it content.
Sunday.
But what matters more ultimately is Dave just being there at all, so that Keemstar can say that his show was a success.
Keem's fucking his chair. He's rattled because it's squeaking. Right? He's like, watch this. This is crazy.
.org. Right now, I'm running a crowdfunding campaign for my new
By the way,
comic book.
Mr. Manchester in chat goes, I don't know what Keem was expecting. He's working with people famous for being f***ups. Well, he understands their f***ups. And like, as he goes through this rant, he's like, listen, they all f*** up. I have to deal with their stupid. I knew that going in. But what he didn't know is that the editors would also be like, the editor should be the one stable, constant rock of the program that's able to get out the edit.
How do you have the balls to get Vito to promote Super Killer on the podcast, right? When he's like promised.
Yeah, that's why he gets triggered so much whenever you say fake drama in the chat.
It's
not
level
fake
in a year
drama.
And a half, 2 years, and we're gonna hear now that there's actually like legal issues with the comic that he made because like what you'll see. This is actually crazy what happens.
Super Killer, and that will be closing on Monday. So you will have
Tell me what
exactly
Super Killer
24 hours
is.
from the time you listen to this.
Yeah, because
Get a
you've been
copy
working
of
on this
my
for
comic
years,
book.
and it's actually
Years. It's a
I've
comic
seen
book.
the outline for his comic book. His comic book is so bad.
It's the worst idea ever. And Wings is gonna fucking come in with a Feltoning and a half.
Is it? Super Killer is a really cool book that I'm working on with this great artist from Mexico, a guy named Keter LeBeau. And it's basically about the idea that...
By the way, here's how you know he's a pet.
Oh, we got lore coming up.
I am a dream, little crab.
No, I said that before the show got off before it even aired the first episode, ENF. I was saying Phil would not have anything to add for content-wise, effectively, it would not make this. They need him for the premise of the show to work, but in practice, he would not add anything content-wise other than potentially arguing with the other hosts. But I think if they were all just amicable and friendly and just very low energy with each other, that's probably what the reality of the show would be. I don't think Phil would have been arguing with people every episode. So yeah, it drives the premise, but does not drive the show ultimately in the long term.
Trampled by every mind extinguished, every rope strangled throat, every oil-filled gill.
Ah, yes, the anti-pollution message.
Such pained souls are caught by the currents and spin and spin.
Yeah, Dick Masterson, he's allegedly gonna pop up on the podcast tomorrow, from what I hear.
Until they reach the bottom of the bottom, down where all things go. You will reach it too soon enough.
Wow. Oh wait, we got enemies coming up.
He owns every Nintendo Switch game. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You know, a multiverse exists. There's all these different worlds with different heroes.
Switch Bros catching strays.
And whatever else. But
Horsky,
you only have so many of those. There's only a certain amount of energy to go around, and at some point, certain worlds have to be destroyed. And the way they're destroyed is that a guy with a gun goes and he kills Superman, and then that destroys Superman.
Right. So
world.
Vito has decided to produce a comic book that contains
His unofficial
Superman.
official comic book officially has Superman in it.
Entitled to utilize Superman
and Sailor Moon.
And that deserves read alert.
Well, he tries to.
He's gonna crowdfund a lawsuit after DC tries to take it down.
Bugman, but it looks just like Spider-Man. And he thought it was a
Grift
good idea.
continues, ladies and gentlemen.
By the way, multiverse again.
Hello,
again. Die.
So it's all about a guy with
oh my god, why did it? Okay, here's the other thing, all right? I'll watch the outro, but how the did Vito even get on the show?
Whoa!
Yeah. How did he not
Why
veto
is he
this,
even
though?
there?
He's just not paying. He's just not
Why
paying
did
attention,
Keemstar not
so
know
he
anything
didn't
about it,
veto
or is
Vito?
claiming to know nothing about it? I think that's what I'm curious about. Isn't this your podcast?
Vito fucking sucks. PDF file.
Whoa!
Bring it up, huge Keemstar! Let's go, Keem. Put it to him, buddy.
I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to say that about Vito, though.
With his PDF
It's not really a confident stance. Oh, you took such a brave stance, Keemstar, saying that. Saying the thing everyone says about Vito.
I will watch every.
I will watch. This is like the kingly Keem that we need.
Vito's around because he's Dick Masterson's current co-host.
It has to be Keem, because Keem's always, Keem has to be alone and talk about what annoys him.
Yes.
You know, like his Twitter rants?
He's a good ranter. Like, he can rant and rave, and people will pay him. Like, they will. Even though he's already rich. Like, I don't know. Like, when I tuned into his show with Salvo, he was never, like, actually ranting or raving. It was always, like, very low energy and, like, depending on Salvo to carry it.
And that
like,
sound effect.
Yeah, and then when he's on Locale Live, like, he's depending on the other 4 people to contribute, but they're all worthless. So he needs to just take charge and just do his own thing, man. Like,
never would have had this guy in a show. Like, what is Tommy and Wings doing? And okay, if they're gonna
Why
have
are
him
Tommy
on,
and Wings
why
booking
not
guests
bully
without
them?
Keem's consent?
Exactly.
How does Keemstar not know what's going on his own podcast? It's like, it's so weird. It's this bizarre, plausible deniability. Like, I guess I could believe that Keemstar doesn't know what's going on because he's a fucking moron, first of all. And also because he has, like, the other shit going on. Like, I think he has other shows. Drama Alert is, like, on TikTok now. And then he's got the Happy Punch thing. Okay, it's gross incompetence regardless. Like, if you really don't like people like that on your program, which I think that's natural. Like, I would agree with that. Like, why would you have PDF files, a noted self-admitted self-reporting PDF files who like defend maps and no maps and all that fucking disgusting nonsense? Why would you have that on your show? Like, if you're not okay with that, and why would you not be aware of what these guys are doing on their program? Like, you're the owner of the podcast, they're just the hosts. Why are you allowing them to decide who gets put on the show? And if you don't like them having that power, why don't you have that power? And if you don't like that, why aren't you looking at what kind of guests they're getting? Why aren't they putting every guest through you? Rue! If the purpose of the show was to, like, make fun of these people, then why didn't you tell them to make fun of Vito? Like, if you're gonna have him on the show, like, if you're gonna have Vito on the show, I agree. Why didn't you just A-log him the whole show instead of kind of like glazed his anus and you allowed him to shill his stupid ass comic book that's probably gonna get taken down by DC for having Superman in it and all these other superheroes? And when that happens, he's probably just gonna make like a GoFundMe, crowdfund to grift even more money for some sort of lawsuit to defend his stupid ass comic book that shouldn't even exist in the first place. It only exists because he's like pretending to be mad about Eric July, some random, boring, mediocre black man who has a black comic book, and we're supposed to not like him because he's a successful black man. It doesn't make any sense. The whole Eric July shit never made any sense. I'm tired of pretending that I should be upset about a black man in his comic book. I'm not upset. He's just a boring black man.
Jeez. They should have bullied the shit out of this fat.
Exactly.
Okay, you want to get him on? All right, then fucking Vito's the pinata. Everybody line up and beat his ass until fucking candy comes out.
Like, for real, like, that should be the show. That should be the show. Not
like,
tell us about your comic book.
Yeah, if you're gonna get Vito on, press him. If you're getting people on, press them. That's the content.
No, poorly made. But I don't even care that much. And I hate to, I know that sounds hypocritical because like the tangent I'm going off on here, but it's so forced. The thing about Eric July is so forced to like an annoying degree. Like, I'm supposed to be really upset about this guy. Like, I don't even know. Like, Noel has the same sentiments. Noel also looked at the comic book. He looked at the whole comic book and then looked at Vito's leaked script of his comic book. It's like, it's just a bunch of forced nonsense. Like, I don't give a fuck about this shit. I don't want to pretend like I have to give a. That's the annoying thing. Imagine you're in that sphere, you're in that sector, and you have to hate this person because Dick Masterson told you to hate him. It's so stupid. Why should I? There's nothing in the comic book that's offensive. It's just a comic book. Yeah, Eric July's just a normal entrepreneur. I truly think it's just he's a successful black man in their sphere. Because Vito did not do anything with comic books before the Eric July stuff. Vito had no aspirations of making comic books. His whole thing was that he was... Oh my god, what the fuck? He killed himself. Nice flying, moron. But yeah, Vito was never about comic books. Never about comic books. The whole thing with Vito Guzzualdi, whatever the hell his fucking name is, was that he was just gonna be a comedian. That's why he's in the Dick Masterson sphere. Because Dick Masterson also wants to be a fucking comedian. They all want to live the Hollywood style and live in their fucking Hollywood crack shacks that they call mansions. And that's why Ethan Ralph was also drawn in by them. They wanted to be comedians. They didn't want to be comic book people. But then they saw, for some reason, because they had some entanglement with the Ricada Sphere, who Eric July comes from the Ricada Sphere. They had some crossover with the Ricada Sphere. So they see like this guy having a successful comic book, and it's supposed to be like, well, we can't have successful black people, even if they're like on our side, because like it's woke or something. And they just read it and they call it unfunny and mediocre, and it is unfunny and mediocre. But the issue that I have is that it's really forced. Their hatred of it is forced to an extent to where, for me, it's not believable, and it seems to be a veil for like the real reason, which is just that he's a successful black man. It doesn't matter that he's on our side or anything. We just have to hate him. And I think it's very cringe. Like, I don't care about it, so your hypnosis to make me want to care about your little fucking drama, your high school drama, is not really effective on me. Not that I listen to Dick Masterson anyway. Yeah, Vito got famous for yelling at Star Wars, and now he's a co-host for Dick Masterson. He's critical of characters in comics, critical of Marvel and DC, he's critical of new black characters in comics, so they're painting a picture for him. It's really a nothing burger. It's an annoying burger. I don't want this fucking burger. This burger has nothing but air on it. I'm being pignatized here. So Ethan Van Sciver was on Rackets last night too. I don't know what that dude's deal with his. I don't know what his relationship chart is looking like with the current people in his sphere. Whenever I was following Comicsgate, and I've talked about it before, I only was interested in Comicsgate. I didn't give a fuck about comics at all growing up. I didn't own any. Well, besides the ones that were given out by the Navy for Military Appreciation Day. Those ones were free. But come on, that was like non-canon shit. But I liked it because the people that I watched, like Diversity in Comics, who has no part in any of this fucking drama, by the way, big ups to him. But Diversity in Comics would give me, he knew a lot about comics, so it was like getting the perspective of SJWs infiltrating into like a sector of entertainment, and it was a perspective given by someone who was knowledgeable in the field. So it was like how you watch videos about a subject you know nothing about, but the person you're watching is so knowledgeable in it that you're able to watch it and derive enjoyment from it because the person knows so much about the subject. Like when you watch videos about, I don't know, the space-time continuum and shit. You watch videos about space and all that. You know, you don't know nothing about space, but the person you're watching talk about space knows a lot about space. Therefore, you feel like you can get enjoyment out of it, maybe even learn a thing or two. And it was just interesting for me. And that guy, Diversity in Comics 2, was also able to crowdfund money for his own comics. But unlike fucking Vito, one, he always wanted to make his own comic, and two, he fucking delivered on it. I haven't seen Vito's comic yet. Have you seen Vito's comic? I haven't seen Vito's comic at all. And it seems like all he cares about is going on Locale Live.
Man, who wants to hear about his bullshit comic book, Matt? No one.
Exactly.
By the way,
I agree,
Keem, this is why Keem got popular in the first place. With Drama Alert ranting, the Federal Alliance of Gamers, like shit like that. Like
Federal Alliance of Gamers.
It's true that other people wouldn't say because they were worried about their image. He would get down into the mud and rake it up and make it happen.
Yeah, Alex.
Like that's
got it the worst.
Yeah, well, this is the Keemstar.
Vito was the Lightbringer.
Old Keemstar.
I don't know if it's as bad as the Lightbringer.
Keemstar, like not this shit.
Yeah.
Where they go.
I guess it's worse than the Lightbringer in the sense that at least the Lightbringer actually exists.
Hey, you suck. Whoa. All this manufactured drama. Like, we want to see Keem going, listen.
That way, he doesn't use that candy to lure in the fucking kid.
Okay. That was a good. That was a good drop.
Yes, that was actually really good.
Was a good one.
That was so good, Keem.
W.
Yeah, that's how we save the comics industry. We just bring Linkara back.
Deserve it. It's so good.
He was in the right kid.
But no, we're gonna have.
I laughed so hard when he did that.
I did too, man. I was like, no, this is really good.
Oh, we're gonna have Vito on and be friends with him. Just this fucking shit episode. Dog shit.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Yes, King.
Yes.
Tell him, King. Tell him, King.
Oh yeah. Look at him. By the way, there was parts where he was just silent for 5 minutes and people were still donating because there were these smoking, just like, oh my god,
just stewing and seething in silence.
And he takes a drag. And you're like, I've fucking been there.
Ultimately, I think if Keem is truly like upset, it was ultimately his responsibility to see like what's going on in this fucking show.
I'm fucking mad. I'm so mad. I feel so betrayed by everyone.
Tell him.
Crazy Raygun, who's basically a world ender, going from world to world, you know, killing Sailor Moon, killing...
And what did
Marvel... Forget all that. What did Marvel do?
He's so right. He looks so satisfied right now, like so happy he finally gets to blow the fuck up. That he's finally like unchained. That he no longer has to round off the edges and sanitize it. He's just gonna tell it how it is here.
Yeah.
And like that's him in his element.
Tell him,
like he's not meant to be a target wrangler.
Yeah.
You understand? Like that's not really like that's what he's become. But he's actually meant to be like a ranter and raver and like a
exactly. Exactly.
Dog.
Remember who you are.
Shit episode. Fucking mad. I'm so mad. I feel so betrayed by everyone.
Crazy Raygun, who's basically a world ender, going from world.
What's this though?
You know, killing Sailor Moon, killing. And what did forget all that.
Wait. Look at Wings while he's explaining. Watch. And
it's not impressed,
bro. Going from world to world.
Jordy doesn't care either.
But
Jordy's like, half the times you forget Jordy's even on the show. He doesn't want to talk.
Just point out that 3 of the 4 people on the podcast have allegations of being a pedophile.
Allegation? I think for Vito, it's quite clear.
Panel has pedo allegations. Like, it's not really the best look, you know.
Used to be a mod for Keemstar, Joe Blood? I didn't know that.
Whoa!
Big ups.
Oh no!
Forget all that. What did Marvel do when they found out about your comic book?
Wait a minute. Keemstar talking to high schoolers? Whoa, buddy.
Forget all that. What did Marvel do when they found out about your comic book?
You need to come out and tell your story. That's how we destroyed the Locale podcast. Joe Blah needs to tell his story.
Marvel found out about my comic book and then they
Oh wait,
You get what you fucking deserve, Vito.
No, it doesn't happen. Wait, is that what the new plot of the Deadpool movie is?
Marvel found out that he was ripping off their IP and they felt it. Good luck, Vito, going against the legal machine at Marvel Comics. Good luck with that.
So they just stole your plot? That rules. By the way, do you think that anyone knows that Marvel knows who Vito is?
No.
Well,
I think the legal department knows, if anything. If anyone at Marvel, quote unquote, has to know, it'd probably be at the legal department.
Is that they heard about his comic book and stole his plot.
That's another thing. Like, even if he doesn't directly get attacked by Marvel or DC, he could claim that they're going to do that and like use that as another reason for why you should support him, because it's like, oh, this isn't the mainstream, guys. My amazing, spectacular, stellar comic. You're not gonna get this from the mainstream comics people. So give me money.
Make Deadpool 3.
Good luck with that one. Good luck.
So,
Nick Rekieta
right now we are scrambling to get our.
Nick Rekieta told me it was legal to rip off Deadpool 3, bitch.
3 years ago and raise money. Don't release the comic book for 3 years. And Deadpool's new plot happens to be like the same idea of going from universe to universe. And now you have to scramble to finish the fucking comic.
It's not an original concept.
No.
No, it's not.
Like 10 years ago.
It's just eerie, by the way.
Yeah, it's not
auditory, like just trash. Marvel themselves have done plots about this like decades ago as well. Like Marvel had a whole multiverse, like what, back in the 80s? Vito came up with it.
Yeah. And that was like
I can't believe they're infringing on the great Vito Gesualdi's ideas.
From different every universe, like those fucking vampires, they killed every Spider-Man, right? He's like,
we're supposed to believe Vito created the multiverse.
Okay.
That was for you, Dick.
The book's really good. It's a really funny book. All right, yeah, you can.
Or you can wait for the movie. Watch how the editor ends this. Now remember, this is edited. It's not like it's live and then this is how they end it. This was edited. Watch.
Look how live this week, everybody. Have a great one and good night.
Oh my god.
There's no outro. Motherfucker, even I have an outro for my stupid ass clips. I spent like 45 minutes or something.
By the way, how funny is it?
There's like no editing for my clip, but like they pay that guy. They pay that guy for locale live clips, and he doesn't even have an outro.
Over children, you know.
Oh my god,
that's tough.
Embarrassing.
I agree, Keem. That is embarrassing for you.
You know,
I don't know how much more.
Ken's in the chat, and Ken's saying, Keem, I'm learning how to edit.
So the editor is in the chat.
The editor is saying, I'm learning. Well, listen, buddy, you don't learn on the job. Like, maybe start editing some bullshit yourself before you try and step up to the big leagues there, son.
Why did he hire this person? Did they not have like a portfolio?
101. You
Big up to Knock. I'm doing great.
You render.
Well, that's just common sense, wouldn't it?
I hope you're doing great too.
Oh, you are? You are? Because I guarantee, learning how to edit, you could do a better job than that. That was such dog shit. That was so fucking embarrassing. Like, I just...
Did I hire Donger to run the locale live clip channel?
What am I doing?
Well, it depends. Keevan claims you get 2K. You just get a flat 2K a month for doing the clips. That's pretty alright, I suppose. But like, you'd have to be on the grind because they stream every day, don't they? They only take a day or two off out of the week, and they would want clips from every episode. Yeah, it's not bad, but you would have to watch, like, you would have to listen to Keemstar, Tommy C, Jesus Christ, Boogie, Wings. You would have to actually listen. Like, you would have to be the person. You would have to be the filter that everybody else gets to watch. Like, everybody else won't have to watch the whole episode. They'll just watch your clips. You would have to be that guy making that sacrifice, watching the full episodes, and just fishing through the shit, right? For the nuggets of gold to put up on the clip chat. Like, is that worth it? 2K a month to have to watch these fat guys every single day of your life? I honestly question that.
Bro, I've had a deal with fucking Boogie being Boogie and giving content.
How long are
to
their
other
episodes?
shows.
At least 1 hour.
Richard
Better deal with Wings being a fucking pussy, and oh my god, people are saying mean things, so I'm gonna quit the show. I had to deal with Tommy interrupting everyone.
Whoa, a stainless relic.
Shit, for the first
I
3
think I
episodes,
get the final upgrade for my fork now.
Because every time he tried to talk, fucking Tommy talked over him.
He would say the hard
He is seething, dude. He's losing it. He's losing it. You know he's thinking the hard art is why he's thinking of every slur in the book here, man.
He's actually so pissed.
Deal with probably the worst editors ever.
We watched Phil, what he's talking about. Can I at least get paid? That's one. And Phil isn't even bad. He's like a fucking ghoul goblin now. But I get your point. But like, bro, I can barely stand Phil. You guys get like whenever you watch a restream, whether it's me or Ann or Peace or fucking Tevin, you have like a filter. It's different. It's different when I'm the filter. Like, I gotta listen to him raw and then like derive commentary from that. And most of the time, he's got nothing for me.
You have to be the captain of the Titanic, knowing it's gonna sink. You know.
Okay, I know it's different for some people. Not everyone watches them every day.
The deck chairs.
But more often than not, I end up listening to them, even if I don't do a restream that particular day.
I will go down with this ship.
Editors ever. And some of them have pluses, you know.
That's pretty much it. Wow, what a show so
That was good.
It was a good rant from Keemstar, but again, I have to question his involvement. And how much did he know and not know? Like, did he really not understand that Vito was going to be on the show? Why doesn't he? If he doesn't vet the guests now, probably should start doing that. Yeah, I've taken detox weeks in the past. Okay, let me get this guy. I'm gonna get a quick bite, but I'll put on the next video. Get my DSP through 7 stream, never seek him out anymore. Yeah, exactly. He needs to get rid of Tommy C and take charge of the podcast. I think that's what it is, where Keem is like the owner, but Tommy's the one who decides to be on, who gets to be on. But like that could like backfire, and we now see that it has backfired with the veto stuff. Like, it's fine if you need Tommy to run the podcast. I get it, because like he's an important businessman. He's got a lot of things to do. He's got a lot of businesses he runs, right? He's like an entrepreneur, correct? But I think he should have some, like, if it truly made him upset to have Vito on, and I can get it, because he's like a self-admitted PDF. It's fucking disgusting. I wouldn't have him on either. But to prevent stuff like that happening, maybe you should have Tommy do everything, but when it comes to guests, have the guests be filtered through Tommy and Keem. Maybe have a discussion about who you want to be, who do you want on the show? Because then, like, everyone knows Keem owns the podcast, so anytime they have a negative person on that's going to cause controversy, that's going to be associated with Keemstar anyway, right? It's like, shouldn't Keem just have, like, be involved in filtering the guests regardless? Because it's just going to be associated with Keemstar regardless? Yeah, I've never liked Tommy C. Team needed to be way more involved from the beginning of the show. I agree too, but like if we're just gonna do it the Keemstar way, I think at minimum that should be how it is. I agree, since if it's Keemstar's show and he wants to brag about the success, which he did. He did brag about the success during that little I Quit stream. He bragged about how great the show was, despite how much it sucks, which doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever. But he talked about how much of a success he was. Okay, well, if it's your show, you don't get to just take credit for the successes, right? You have to take responsibility for when the show flounders, correct? I think the first step, if we're going to keep doing it the Keemstar way, would be to just vet the guests from now on. I think that's very reasonable. Whoa, it's a car claw. Yo. Thing is, I could see Keem... I could see Keem taking a more active role. It would be hypocritical if he didn't after a show like that. I could see him keeping a closer eye on him. from now on. So I don't know how much of a closer eye, how much more scrutiny will he have done, considering they got Dick Masterson on tomorrow. Vagabond. Triton! How'd you make it down here? By following the call, just like you! You seek the world as well, I assume. The divine weapon of the old ocean forged by ancient claws. How is the show successful, though? I think he talked about members. For sure he talked, I didn't see the whole episode, but I saw a bit of it when Tevin was restreaming it. For sure he mentioned the member count, which I don't know how much of that can be attributed to Argentina memberships, because I know for a fact that they did get Argentina memberships, but he definitely boasted and bragged about the member count. How do you know so much about it already? And hold on, it's not a weapon, right? The old guy made it sound like just some powerful magical doodad. I knew little before I came to this place, but I have learned much in little time. Knowledge untold wraps every wall and pillar of this place if one cares to look. And make no mistake, Vagabond, an item of power and a weapon are one and the same. Just as a Brian MK, tier 1 for 10 months, is one and the same. I tried to make that work. Thank you, Brian MK, the re-up tier 1 for 10 months in a row. Thank you, sir. Oh, 10 months on a 4-month streak, rather. We're talking about the Locale podcast and the failure of Keemstar. And we're making our way to the final area of the crab game. Our enemies do not so much as hesitate to turn power into violence, so neither must we. Oh, I don't want to use it to hurt more people. I just want to make things better. And I want my shell back. Listen to you, Vagabond. So far astray from your original goal. When will you seize control of your own rudder? Will you ever? If we meet at the center of this maze with Whirl and Claw, I sincerely hope we may align on its use and meet as friends. Am I your friend? I see my point is lost on you, Rue. May we meet again soon, Vagabond. Wait, you know where you're going? Follow the call, little hermit. Let yourself be dragged by the spiral deep inside. You know how. It has been tugging on you all your life, after all. Oh, bye-bye. They just teleported up. Ah, yes, the journey continues. Okay, I'm gonna get a quick bite, and then we'll play the next video. Thank you again, Brian MK, tier 1 for 10 months. We have Nick Fuentes runs from Destiny. This was a recent encounter. Nick Fuentes got unbanned from Twitter, and they were on a call with Destiny guy, and Destiny gave him the massive feltoning of a lifetime.
But no, Nick, is it okay if I repeat the question to you? No, do one question from you.
Oh, I see. So you're scared.
He's
you're
lying.
Scared.
He hears him. He hears
No,
us.
he is. He's absolutely lying. He doesn't want to engage with anybody who might actually be able to challenge him on his view.
All right, so here's Destiny with
Fuentes. We have the timestamp where he presses him about Ali.
The timestamp was hiding my screen. Let me check it out. This just happened, by the way. Everything is just happening right now.
It's all breaking in like the last 3 hours.
1:37. So remember, Fuentes just got his Twitter account, all high and mighty, but Destiny is gonna felt him. Here we go. You ready?
By the way, we got Bangladesh Gaming for $5 just before we will do this last super chat.
Bangladesh Gaming.
Bangladesh Gaming. He says, found you guys from the Clip channel, and now I'm all in on the casino. Good shit, boys, and stay sober.
Let's go. 171 days. Let's fucking go. All right, here we go.
Clearly, there's a little ideological bias.
I didn't say he had.
As for pornography,
2 seconds, Nick. What was? Sorry, Nick. Sorry, 2 seconds, Nick. What correction?
What is this stream? I feel like, is he like hacking? Like, it feels like he's hacking like a fucking government database.
Did you want to make George, and then we'll go to Nick?
These are his notes and references.
I didn't say child pornography.
Oh, okay, gay. So Nick, it was not child pornography. Big difference. Yeah.
Wait. I have to.
Like, imagine actually tuning into this shit.
Yeah, sorry.
Imagine though actually tuning into that shit to listen to all these random chuckle fucks yell over each other in the Twitter space.
Exactly.
Like there's like 9 guys in there. Like didn't this fall out of fashion in like 2019, 2018?
Yeah.
It was already like old.
Yeah, I
like
started
the panels
this, by
with
the way.
like 20 people. Yeah, it's all your fault.
I did start. I'm sorry, folks. I am so sorry. It all comes back. It all stems from me. I'm the origin one.
He's thinking of Abby Alexander, the guy that Nick Fuentes defends all the time.
Whoa!
Oh no!
And Nick's there?
Yeah, it didn't last much longer after this. There's only 12 more minutes.
Wow.
I didn't say child pornography.
Okay, so Nick, it was
And this is one thing I said that would happen with the Ali stuff when we covered it when it first broke last year. It doesn't matter that.
All right, now I don't have delicious dim sum, I am going to
everywhere he goes, this pedophile scandal will haunt him.
tasty fried chicken.
He has no real explanation.
Yeah, I
he
had
has no
squirt,
good
earlier.
explanation for it.
I got water right
because
now.
he's guilty and wrong.
Yeah, Nurgle, you did miss that. I don't think it was part of the clip they watched though.
Yes, and he
but that
still
did happen on that
defends him,
episode
really.
because I
We're
remember
still
seeing
on
that
the
part.
same team. So it's ridiculous. He is so f***ed. And this is the thing, guys. Like, even if you are an anti-Zionist, anti-Israel,
Eat it. I am gonna eat it. I ate a few fries. I copped some fries from my own plate just now.
This is your representative. This is who they want to represent you. A guy who's like involved in pedophile shit, so that they can then smear everybody involved who has those political views as a pedophile, an
Pick up some of the
incel,
GPM
a
shuffle.
terrorist, all this stuff, man. The guy has so much baggage that's entirely his own fault because of his stupid decisions, and it will follow any sort of movement that he's the leader of around forever. So it makes no sense.
When you can't go outside, baby
The guy that
boy.
Nick Fuentes defends all the time.
Ali Alexander, yeah, that's yeah. Go ahead, Nick.
Well, it's funny. I mean, the old Ali thing was.
So the only thing he can try and do is discredit his old news. It's funny to me. The moment
It's old
something
news,
does
but the truth
happen to
doesn't
them and it's
change.
fresh, it's a nothing burger. Then a week later, it's old news. Yeah. This is their classic deflection tactics, and it's like, no, this is actually a legitimate grievance. Do you understand? Like, you fucking covered for a pedophile that was fucking doing gross shit with members of your own organization, who you even admitted tried to groom you. It's so bad.
Ali Alexander.
Milo came out and said, "Oh, there's all this."
And then you have to blame it on Milo. Oh, you gotta blame it on Milo. No, buddy. Like, it was before even Milo. Lance came to you and told you that this was happening to him.
Got the next checkpoint. He checked that fork in the road over here.
Oh shit!
Lance,
sorry.
Lance came forward first and told you this was happening.
And most people only know about Smiley. Ali had multiple victims. By the way, he's been unbanned on Twitter. I linked it in the server today. Ali's back, just like Fuentes is back.
It took great courage to say this, that Ali groomed
Thank you,
him,
Ellen.
that he solicited nude photos of him in exchange for political favors. You tried to smear Smiley and cover for Ali Alexander because you said it was politically expedient, because he did you political favors.
Using
Let's not
Ralph,
try and,
by the way.
It's just constant revision of history and counting on the ignorance of his opponent. You basically have to know the lore of this, otherwise he's just able to sweep it under the rug. Let's see how Destiny does here.
Came out. There was one thing where
I think it's ridiculous that he has to rely on people like Ali for political favors and all that shit. He tries to cope by saying, oh, well, we have to do this to get ahead. We have to do this because that's just how politics works. But then, like, his own group will like call out and expose liberals when they do that to people they don't like. Like they have to work with PDF files and all that. They'll cry about that. But it's like, you do the same thing. It's like, how about we just don't involve PDF files at all at any part of the process? It's that easy.
There's the clip of Nick saying he knew about Ali all the way back in 2017.
He saw the pictures.
Yes, when Nick went against Ali back in 2017, he said the guy was a gay pedophile, and then allowed him to oversee students for Yay, where this guy was in charge of the doxes of all sorts of students, young boys, that he would be able to groom for his own sick fucking pleasure. And he was also involved in Stop the Steal with Nick.
Oh, okay, I see what I'm supposed to do there.
Campaign and all this stuff. It's so dirty and it's so obvious he knew and allowed the fucking fox into the hen house.
Yeah, he put him in charge of the Yay campaign.
Ralph called Smiley a gay slut.
Yeah, and Ralph was like the bulldog. Ralph tried to cover it up
He goes,
because Ollie got him unbanned on Twitter.
Whoa.
Yeah, so Nick ended up quitting the space after being pressed about this and started his own cope space. Well, let's see what happened.
But BBB is right. You're basically felted unless you know all the lore.
Oh, there's all this evidence, and it never came out. There was.
What do you mean?
Like, look at how hard he tries to obfuscate it here versus Destiny.
How many times?
Well,
does he have to be autistic enough to pay attention to this shit daily? Which most people are not willing to do.
He said there was like 25 victims that he had all the info about, and he didn't ever release it. So I do think Milo deserves.
No,
to be
they're gonna
pressed
cover the
about
little
that,
tipping big
but it's a
city stuff.
deflection to go, oh no,
Oh,
it was
shit.
that dastardly Milo Yiannopoulos. We all know he's evil. Da, 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 da. But if he's so evil, so untrustworthy, such a liar, why did you get in bed with him in the first place? You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, well, he's a gay Jew. Well, he was the guy that was the head man
Joe.
on the fucking Kanye campaign, who you also met with and ate cheese pizza with. Let's not forget that. Where the weird
Not an
ritual
understatement.
where
He actually
Fuentes
did
and
eat
Milo
cheese
are in
pizza.
the picture eating cheese pizza together. Anyway, let's continue. We got to get through this. It's just crazy.
One thing where I guess he sexted some gay guy who apparently, I mean, at first it looked credible, and then this guy turned out to be following and commenting on like 100 other gay people stuff during that.
Nick, shut the f up.
So no, but even if the guy is a homosexual, he was still groomed when he was underage. He was a kid. By a predatory homosexual.
Yeah, you can't say it doesn't count or it doesn't matter because he's gay.
Ollie tried to groom him, and where Nick 7 years ago
It
called
doesn't
the guy a
change that
groomer
it's the
and a pedophile. Let's be
truth.
real. This is so bullshit that he's allowed to get away with this.
Period. So that whole thing got completely debunked. As for
Yeah, that's Milo's current grip totally made.
It was
Whoa,
publicized.
a hard kelp sprout.
Oh my god. Anyway, I get so pissed.
Surfer's handler subscribe.
Let's go.
The whole thing got completely debunked. As for
following gay people is debunked.
hatred and Islamophobia and whatever, these are meaningless words. I'm a Catholic. If you're Catholic, you believe that Jesus is God. You believe in the authority of the
What a deflection.
You
and
fucking...
then right back onto his talking points. I'm a Catholic. Da, 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 da. Nick doesn't behave like a serious Christian
At all.
Like, it's ridiculous. All right, let's
the
get
Catholic Church, and we can't live in
support pedophiles. Shut the f up.
Well, I mean, that is kind of Catholic.
Jeez.
That is completely separate.
Oh, that's a deep cut
There's
there.
like this myth that Christians must be indifferent to their own religion and their own church. And you know, and I said to Destiny, he said, "Oh well, you know, you're the first person to say my religion is right and others are wrong." It's like, well, yeah, that's kind of the essence of religion, is that there are positive claims that contradict other people's claims about the nature of God and all that. And yes, those ideas have consequences. If you believe Jesus is God and the Catholic Church has authority, you need to live in a society that's informed by that. And so, on the other hand, liberals
there's something
believe
up
in
here.
pluralism. Liberals who don't believe in God, have certain religious beliefs, they think that we have to defer all these questions or avoid all these questions, and they believe in the state that's like an umpire, and they're kind of letting people do whatever it is and they have mutually exclusive for the gay
This is
issue.
full-on deflection.
Low IQ
Come on.
stuff. That's anti-Semitism.
What you're doing right now is low IQ, Nick. This is bullshit.
Yes,
Why didn't you address the actual point he brought up? Oh, no, it's debunked because the guy was gay himself. So, like, if somebody is gay, it's okay for them to be molested? That doesn't make sense, Nick.
Do you hate Jews? I love in Sneeko. I have Jewish friends like Laura Loomer and other people, public figures. So I mean, this is really just inane stuff. Surely we'd have a higher IQ debate than you're a
Why does he always sound like he has a cold? I wondered that too.
This is just kind of like the same mob stupidity that you get from
Nick, how does it feel that everyone in the world just fucking hates you? And the people who like you are like the biggest scum of the earth ever. You know what I mean? Imagine.
The guy talks about being like this big-time Catholic or whatever, but the people that are involved with him are like Sneeko, who's doing now for Kanye, who did gay in the past, who got cucked at the swinger club, Zerka, the cokehead, degenerate whoremonger, like Myron and the Fresh and Fit guys who are like involved in like an abortion scandal and all. So these are the people that he's surrounding himself with as he wraps himself in the cloak of the Bible. It's like a full-on wolf in sheep's clothing, because the only thing he really wants to promote is himself. He doesn't have any genuine beliefs or views. It's all just attention-seeking bullshit. And at this point, you have to feel like it's controlled op. Because the stuff that he pushes is nonsense.
Well, the thing is, too, it's funny how he pushes all these points, these like whatever, like the far right talking points, and hangs out with who was he chilling with? That guy. We took a picture with him.
That guy.
Jake Shields, or whatever, and all this stuff, right? And they always avoid the main criticisms that we have and we expose, right? Which are the pedophile scandal.
Yeah, Laura Loom is another crazy one I hear about. Medicare did a video on her back in the day.
Like, how do people support him? Are they all paid off? Is this all just...
Well, no, I mean, a lot of it is just clout chasing because they believe he has all this influence and clout, but it's not really, man. The guy doesn't have all to give. No. It's all AstroTurf. Like, when you look at the Twitter engagement that he gets, most of it is
botted
bots.
followers.
And most of the Groiper
Cozy
engagement is all
TV,
bots.
he allegedly has thousands watching, but the chat is dead as fuck.
First of all, it's been proven. But second of all, like, it's not a new thing.
They even botted before Cozy.
Botted and has been botted since the very beginning. And even before that, the America First website was botted, as Simon and Jaden revealed. So it's all just fake bullshit and a bunch of people clout chasing and engaging with an inorganic controlled op, essentially glowy, in my view, at this point.
Yeah. Let's see.
So I don't know why this guy was ever in Congress.
Let's see what he rates with.
I don't know, frankly, why he's on the space. You got two disgusting degenerates between Destiny and George Santos. You got a gay drag queen who got ran out of office.
All right, I gotta leave pretty soon. Can I do a final question before I leave?
Marriages and a couple of abandoned children. So I mean, these people, in my view, just do not have credibility on these subjects.
Nice.
And you do.
Why is he allowed to just ramble on and on his nonsense? Let's like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but let's let Destiny talk for a minute.
Listen, do you mind? I'm gonna go to
Because the person who talks more and sounds like they know what they're talking about, they're obviously the winner, right?
I think it's working. I think it's working. George, you want to try one more time?
He can't hear Destiny? Why? Because he's got him blocked, or Destiny had him blocked, or like, what's going on, man?
Hear me now, Nick?
You can?
No, I cannot.
Okay.
You know what?
Wait, how does he not? He just...
Free for him to talk.
Wait.
I can't hear him, but...
No, is it okay?
He can't hear Destiny? Why? Because he's got him blocked, or Destiny had him blocked, or like, what's going on, man?
Hear me now, Nick?
You can?
No, I cannot.
How can you not... Why? How can you not hear him? You just answered if you could hear him, or... What, stupid? What the fuck was that?
Okay.
You know what? I struggle to Mario.
Can you hear me now?
Free for him to talk if I can hear him, but...
No, I can't hear you.
If I repeat the question to you...
You have no problem hearing that.
Oh, I see. So you're scared.
He's
You're
lying.
scared.
He hears
Yeah, he is. He's absolutely lying. He doesn't want to engage with anybody who might actually be able to challenge him on his view.
Ashton, in what world are you in a group chat, like group Discord chat or group fucking Twitter space, group chat, where everyone hears the guy on the mic except for one? Now, I think even if you have someone blocked, but they're on the same Twitter space speaking, it doesn't matter who's blocking who. You still hear the person. It's not like it's like...
I can't even believe Nick is being this bitch mate. No, don't repeat his question. It's not fair.
Wow.
Like, you're supposed to be Mr.
Wouldn't it just prevent you from hearing anyone on the call rather than individual people? I don't know how Twitter Spaces work. If you have audio problems, it would affect everyone in the call, wouldn't it? You being able to hear anyone?
I'm gonna go to George for the two questions, then we'll go to your
ability on these subjects.
Nice. Okay, so...
Destiny, do you mind? I'm gonna go to George for the two questions, then we'll go to yours right after.
I don't prefer if we didn't, because I can't hear him, and that's not really fair.
I think it's
I can't hear him. I don't know what he's saying.
It's not really appropriate for him to talk.
It's not appropriate debate. I don't know what he's saying. It's very unfair.
Okay, so Suleiman, do you want to ask that question?
Buddy, Destiny's chat is lighting Nick up. Talk about like his booger eating, when he ate the booger and all that shit.
I mean, there's so much material to work with. This guy can't be the leader of anything. You understand? Like, it's the same thing with Vosh. Vosh is so tarnished by the horse cock and the con on his hard drive. If Vosh tries to go out there and do stuff like this, that's why he's hiding out in his fortress. Because he can't go be the leader of call. He'll be pressed and felted about that stuff. And it's the same thing with Nick.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like whole pretending like he's gonna be king or president. Like,
oh no, it is poorly made. Going back to IBS days, the classic audio issues.
I mean, it's a bit of
or if you were hosting the debate, you would like mute the other party.
Oh my God, Keith Woods. Everyone.
Or you would lower their volume, so your points would come across more loudly.
I'm not sure how it's relevant.
Whoa!
And Nick comes from that sphere, so he's familiar with those tactics.
Yes.
I'll ask it just because it was asked, and then we'll go to Destiny right after. Not sure if you want to answer that question, Nick.
Whoa, it's Almighty Tevin! Hello, sir. I'm doing the stream I promised yesterday.
What do you think, Nick? Yeah. What do you think the question is?
Well, I don't want to participate in this if people are going to be talking and I can't hear you.
Yo, Liana says, he goes, can you hear me? And then Nick's like, no, I can't.
So he's answering when the guy's ridiculous.
That's right.
Yeah, no, all good. So it was a question. Hold on, guys.
I've been waiting a while.
Okay, I'm gonna do this. Myron and then Destiny. So the question, actually, Nick, if you want to answer or not. So George Santos asked the question if you're gay or not, and then Myron wanted to speak, and then Destiny wanted to ask a
George Santos asked.
Yeah, Vosh had they're referencing Vosh's horse cock thing that got exposed.
That's fucking beautiful. That's so funny because George knows.
His horse porn.
Look,
I used to be like you, but I gotta come out like so funny.
I also like, by the way, how like. He asks the question, but then keeps talking. It's like, so he wants to ask if you're gay, but
Of course he caught onto it too. Yeah, he comes from the same fucking area. He's familiar with it.
Like,
he's from the same sector. He knows all the tricks.
Isn't it? Like, that's a ridiculous question.
But then, how is it ridiculous? How is it ridiculous to ask if he's gay when he bashes gay people? He's this, he's that, he's the other,
it's
right?
Not even that. I mean, the guy said having sex with women
is gay. Well, the thing is,
I mean, that sounds pretty fucking queer to me.
Yes.
Just saying. That's all you really have to do. Let alone the Mr. Krabs 9000 account that was liking. Let alone Nick in the past flirting with trees on Twitter, talking about how he was gonna have femboy, catboy butlers that he was gonna eat sushi off of in the past. Let alone like talking about like Patrick Casey's dumper and backing it up. Let alone the weird stuff with Jaden where he was talking about how he was gonna get up in his dumper and kisses at Spider-Man and like Catboy Cammy going on a date with a Catboy.
All true.
Yeah,
all true. None of that was made up. I just want to make it very clear. None of that was an exaggeration. He did go on a date with a Catboy. There are videos of it out. They look very lovey-dovey over there in the mall, living it up. He did have an account called Mr. Krabs 5000 because he's a big SpongeBob fan, and he was caught liking alphabet people porn, which is like whatever if you want to like that. But like it obviously goes against his perceived values on politics and whatnot. Yeah.
It's not like, listen, there's a lot of evidence here. And then he's constantly bashing women, the idea of getting married, the idea of having children. Well, he's a supposed white nationalist. And it's like, well, you know, in order to preserve the right white race, you might have to fuck some white son. I don't know what to say. But the whole thing's delusional to begin with because he's a Mexican child. So it's just none of it makes any sense and never has.
Let's get the final fork upgrade.
Their movement could never even tell you honestly whether it was civic nationalist or ethno nationalist. And then it's like, well, but we have to be optical. Okay, what are the real views? Well, like we're not stupid. You understand? Like he thinks that everybody in the world is stupid and he can fool all the people all the time. And it's just not so. He's gonna have a hard time trying to win in the public sphere. He's gonna have to start coming up with some good
He just
answers to
needs
these
to own
questions.
it. Own your shit.
He'll always be pressed by it. Like it's not like you can go. Like
he knows if that stuff about the Mr. Krabs 9000 account got out there, people would disavow.
Yeah,
his close inner circle of friends wouldn't disavow because they're as fucked up as he is.
You can no longer ever speak in a public like you were saying, Bosch at a public place. Boom. Go.
Well, Raytheon Technology says, I think that's why it's an Elon W letting him be unbanned. It takes away his most banned man in America, and then he'll get bodied on Twitter all the time. He's going to lose all his credibility. The thing is, if he gets in a call with some clueless, like 70-year-old Zionist, I'm sure he's going to be able to body the clueless 70-year-old Zionist. But if he gets into a phone call
there
or
are enemies in the city now?
With anybody who has
supposed to
any
be
sort
part
of
of a
understanding
lot
whatsoever
development
of what's been going on in AF over the last 18 months to 2 years, he's f***ed. And the truth is, the left knows. The left knows this stuff, man. If he went up against Destiny straight up anymore, or Vosh even, now that would just be a battle of who's the bigger
upgrade your
pedophile.
fork
But
to
he'll
its
look
full
like a freak. He'll
potential.
look like a clown show. It's a circus.
Massive
so he's gonna have to
positivity.
be very selective about stuff and run away like a coward, which is gonna undercut his brand. Which is, I'm the guy that'll battle anybody. But are you though? Are you that guy anymore?
Now you're the bitch.
No, you don't have to be a psychologist. I think he's very insecure about himself because otherwise this stuff would be out in the open. I mean, it is inadvertently, but I think he needs to be true to himself.
Suddenly confrontations don't look so appealing anymore, right?
Yep.
So
this was on yesterday's show, I believe. That wasn't the one I restreamed, did it? It may have been the one I restreamed. He was at remember he was at the party, and like they all left without him, and he just, it feels like again a case like we were just talking about it. The boys who felt disowned by society or forgotten, they didn't have a clique to be around. It feels like Nick was also one of those lost boys, and he just like owned it and made a cult out of it.
Brand, I think, is just toxic. Like it's radioactive. It's felt
and it glows. It also glows. Like, anyone who's allowing him to take fucking IDs on Aspect, what is it, 4, right? If you give your ID to Nick on Aspect 4, you deserve to be fucking busted for whatever you're gonna do.
Like, I was kind of distant too growing up. I'm a lot. Look, I'll be real talk. How I am right now on stream, I'm like this with like complete strangers who I'm pretty confident I'll never see again. And like on the internet where I'm confident I'll never see any of you guys in reality. But like when with friends or like people who I know I'll see every day, like or family, I'm a bit more quiet. You know, I'm not as rambunctious. You could say this is like I would say this is my real personality. This is not a character. But you know, when you're with different people, it could have an effect on how you behave, right? So I was kind of a loner growing up. But by the time middle school came around, high school came around, I did find a clique of friends. And I did like eventually socialize more, and I got out more. So I thankfully didn't have to. I never ended up like Nick here or any of the people who follow his cult shit. But I was close enough to that edge. I see where they're coming from. That's why I am upset about it. And where, you know, it is jokes and shit. Like, they're never gonna get political power. But it is a shame that people who are roped into it, who feel like they have nowhere else to turn, are going to potentially make decisions that fuck them up physically and mentally and emotionally for what, the rest of their life, maybe? Especially if they do something physical like fucking transition because this cowboy Fuhrer, Mexican leader of the white race, told them to.
Especially not before when you didn't know. Now it's so clear as day.
Yeah, I'm not gonna reference the vortex in real life.
Times. If you give him your fucking driver's license, you're a and deserve to be fucking punished.
I mean, listen, we've been screaming this from the rooftops and the hills for years, and I just think, honestly, it is going to finally catch up with him very shortly. And I would not be surprised if Nick, this last election, this 2024 election, might be his last hurrah before prison. And I would just warn anybody who's like gonna go to AFPAC 4 or anybody who's like, I'm gonna go to Stop the Steal 2 if Trump
don't go to
again,
any of his events. Don't go to any of the events. He'll have all your information.
You're gonna be the fall guy. You're gonna be.
It already got proven with the first Stop the Steal. It is not worth it.
Just don't fall for it, man. Just don't be stupid.
It is so easy to not fall for a drift like that.
By the way,
don't even. Just don't even.
Well, his beef with
a kid, or who was it?
Well, Kendrick Lamar, I wonder why. I wonder why.
Worski with the Kendrick Lamar update.
All right, let's head back to this.
And to be honest, like George Santos, the guy was basically conducting a motorcycle.
Not like rapping. I mean, like he quit that beef because he lost.
No, it's ironic that you said that. Anyway,
I think Nick is pretty good at defending himself. Go ahead, Nick.
I have said it repeatedly.
All right, upgraded
Ford. I have no
fork.
problem with hard questions, but I can't.
Oh, really?
You know,
these are not even legitimate questions. This is just.
They are. Yes, they are.
There's just questions you don't like.
You dealt with a.
No, but like, so the thing
They're
is,
questions
Nick's
that make
allowed
him
to
feel
do personal
uncomfortable.
attacks. He's allowed to say Destiny is a cuckold, Destiny is a loser, whatever the f his wife left him, he's beta, Nick's allowed to do that all the live long day, to discredit Destiny's politics, which I think is legitimate, but Nick isn't allowed to face that criticism. Destiny's not allowed to do that to him and press him. Nick's like, as soon as Nick faces this stuff, he immediately turns into, oh my god, I thought we were just having a civil debate. Can't we just have a civil debate on the issues? The truth is, nobody even gives a f about the issues. It's all just bullshit.
Yeah, it's all kayfabe,
bro.
It is, man. It's
the idea that, like, by this point, anyone gives a fuck about that shit, let alone whether their shit is gonna have an effect on politics, it's just laughable.
You're joking yourself. You're just fooling yourself, man. This is totally fake and gay World Wrestling entertainment, and Nick is like refusing to engage in the actual entertainment aspect of it, which is shit. Like,
yeah, they just care about the blood sports. They don't even care about the issues they debate about so hotly.
In the last 7 months, haven't we, folks?
Yeah.
Holy f. How many more debates do we need about Israel and Palestine? People have made up their mind. They are not going to change their minds. And let's be real.
With the Kanye stuff, I always maintained that it was about them trying to replicate the success of Trump. But, like, Trump was like a businessman, and he knew how to, like, portray himself in such an articulate manner. Ah, yes. Wait, another stainless relic. But I already got the full upgrade. I guess this is if you didn't acquire the more hidden ones earlier on. Oh well. But yeah, like, Trump had a way about him that was very appealing. Kanye is like an idiot. I don't know how else to say it. It was, you were never gonna capture, you know, you can't, lightning doesn't strike twice, you know? And when it does, it's pretty rare, right?
Public opinion on this doesn't seem to fucking matter.
You know, Yurik makes a great point here in chat, saying, pretty sure Keith is playing the long con with being friends with Nick. He's way too intelligent to tie himself to this. And that's what
Yeah, just because you know how to make music, which is a respectable position, and that doesn't mean you know how to run an office. And Trump wasn't a politician either, but he was a businessman. He knew how to talk to people, and that is part of the gig of being a politician, is knowing how to work a crowd.
Keith Woods is boring as He's a human ambient, and so he can't get the clout that he
And he
desires.
did speak on political issues while he was a businessman. If you look at his old tweets, he did pay attention to the political sphere, which is I don't think Kanye was doing that in the least.
And his credibility on the altar of getting clout from a Mexican child.
Yeah, so even though he wasn't a politician, he was tuned into political issues.
And then try and make his move.
Yeah.
You know, or have some fucking dignity, have some respect. Do your show in front of the 1,000 people who actually care about your philosophy, instead of the 10,000 spurgs who really don't give a shit and are just there for drama anyway.
Yeah.
It's like a kabuki theater. It's bullshit.
All right.
Whoa, that cockle plus.
If this is how it's going to
The
be,
cockle is the dog is his underwater relative.
Look at Destiny's face. He just smiles like you're a gay photographer.
And I don't even hear the question. This is ridiculous. I'll suffer even a little bit of Destiny, hard questions, but I can't even.
He'll suffer a bit.
Suffer, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Coggers.
He now believes he's at this position where he can pick and choose, and he's the king. Like the novelty.
Like, of course, him announcing for his run for office, it would have been bewildering at first until you consider that he already ran for office back in 2000, so there was precedent for it.
Because
If you were paying attention to him already, it made sense.
Especially us, those of us in this audience, we have heard all this shit before, and it doesn't take very long until you get bored of it, because it's just the same shit over and over and over. It's the Jews, it's women, it's feminism, it's this, it's that. It's the same talking points that we've been hearing, and they're stale as f. These talking points are 2016, like it hasn't been updated in like a decade, and we're still sitting here like jerking. Whoa, guys, isn't it so novel, like that Israel is genocide? Like, no, it's not novel anymore. It's not interesting. And people like have this delusional belief that Nick has something crazy new to contribute to the discourse. He does not. It is the same reheated talking points, but delivered in a disingenuous way. It's like this ironic.
Reheated's a good word for that.
He's not even a true believer. And he's just not that intelligent. Like, it is what it is, folks.
Yeah, Kung Fu Wang says it'll be a gold mine of Feltonings when the tide turns against Nick. Oh, buddy, I can't wait.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Kanye's always been a little kooky. Remember South Park? Remember that hurricane thing he was doing? He was on the hurricane thing? Made himself look out to be a big jackass. That relief thing. I think it was for Katrina.
By the way.
And then it's like, oh, I'm such a Christian. I'm so righteous. Da da da. And it's like, you go on Nick's show. Where is he quoting the Bible? Where is he speaking from
George
scripture?
Bush doesn't care about black people.
It's not
years later runs as attempts to run for like the right wing
show, where it's just this guy trying to build a cult of personality around himself. He doesn't want to give the glory to Christ. The glory is all for him. It's just, anyway, we've been through this a million times.
You go to Myron. You've been waiting for a while. I appreciate that.
But, you know, Ashton, we have. But there are a lot of new viewers to our show. So it's good to, like, remind people this is why we do what we do and what we say, and why we say what we say. So, and now he's back on Twitter, so it's great to remind.
That's the thing, too, Casino Night Owl. He wants all of the glory and none of the responsibility. If you have decided that you're going to be the leader, guess what? You should have went to jail. Like, Hitler went to jail. You want to say you're Hitler 2, 3, and 4? Why don't you go to jail with your followers? Why don't you actually take accountability and show that you're the one being oppressed? Write your book in there. Seriously. Like, it's crazy to me that when you're the leader, you allow your other people to take the fall for you instead of taking any responsibility. So he sends them in, take back the Capitol. Where were you? Why weren't you in the Capitol? Why weren't you making the stand? Oh, the peasants, they will suffer. Well, the real leaders of history, the real great men of history, at least in the last century, were the ones who were willing to go to jail, the ones who were remembered. Hitler, he went to jail. Gandhi went to jail. Martin Luther King Jr. went to jail.
Ralph went to jail.
But you're not even willing to go to the same lengths that he went to advocate your agenda. Do you understand? So you're not even measuring up to that.
Wait,
silly.
By the way, apparently Nick couldn't hear Destiny or George Santos. What a coincidence!
What
How
a coincidence!
convenient, you guys.
Canelo went to jail. Malcolm X went to jail. Like, what? You're better than them? Really? Really?
Ralph went to jail.
Yeah, I mean, Ralph could do time. What Baked Alaska is doing.
Baked Alaska, yeah, even Baked Alaska. Of course, Baked Alaska went to a golf resort, but Baked Alaska went to jail.
Greta Thunberg went to jail. Andy Dick
prison
went
Greta
to
Thunberg?
jail.
Ping Pang Boo went to jail and just got released recently. I mean, like, this is nonsense.
Didn't
Like,
Shawnee
I
go
don't
to
know what
jail?
say. Like, you have no credibility. If he had went, who could then call him a Fed? Who could then say he glows if he actually went? You go, boys, I went down for 5 years and I'm back out. Here's my book that lays out my vision for America.
Daniel Larson is gonna go to jail. You're telling me Daniel Larson has one over Fuentes? That's tough.
Yeah, and soon Vitaly will join the wall of imprisoned heroes.
I guess you're right, Brave Nation. There are a ton of glowies in jail. It's true. It doesn't necessarily clear you of being a glowy if you go to jail, but I'm just saying I would have a lot more respect for
the
him
snow
if he had
globe.
actually followed through with what he told his followers to do. If he had went into the Capitol, then that's one thing. But he sent them in to die for him, to go to jail for him. There are still f***ers rotting in solitary confinement because of him. And that's the real issue that's at stake with this stuff. And it's why I do kind of take it seriously and I don't let it go, because there are young guys, 15, 16, 17, 18 years old, 19, 20 in college, who listen to this stuff and they get pissed off because a lot of the talking points are true and they're frustrated and they're dealing with bullshit and they think, I'm going to make a difference, I'm going to stand for this, and then they end up having
Before
their
you know
lives
it, you're putting
ruined,
on cat
they're kicked
ears.
out of university, they end up going to prison, and they lose everything. But Nick Fuentes is still going to be safe. He's still going to be fine. So that's where I have a problem with it. It's not just some innocent, oh, I'm grifting online for money. No, you're encouraging people to do things that can seriously f up their life, and you have no real plan to win. You can't win. And so it's bullshit, and it's a LARP, and it's a dangerous LARP at that.
Based.
Ashton Dandy asks us, do you guys feel that you could have done more to help Coach get back
one
to
more
the
Blood
US?
Star limb.
I wish we could have done more.
Well, we went, Coach.
That's the pipeline, Cisno, exactly.
Where he's on the motorcycle?
You look up to Fuentes for his politics. You're frustrated with life as a white man.
See, here's the thing. This is what
And before you know it, you're putting on cat ears in a cowboy ranch.
I think Nick just left. I'll let you mention.
16 naked cowboys,
He's just raging
cowboy
because he didn't want to
ranch.
face Destiny. And
you know, pardon the pun. By the way, couldn't face Destiny.
I think it was a good debate, though.
He'll be back.
But go ahead, Marvin.
Yeah, so this is what they do, right? They discredit Nick by calling him a white supremacist, an extremist, he's built on hate, etc., but that's not true.
Okay, but that's not even how you discredit him. That's what he wants you to believe. Exactly. They always go about it the wrong way. Like, this is not how you discredit him. That's what he wants to be. That's what
Nico?
I don't know.
What did this do?
Supremacist, an extremist, he's built on hate, etc., but
He is lying. Like, they're talking about him being a pedophile and shielding pedophiles, which is what he did. He allowed the grooming to
there's
go
something
on,
up there.
and he didn't do anything.
Three of the people here on this panel right now are Muslims and he's friends with us. He's friends with Laura Loomer, who's Jewish and a Zionist. He has other Jewish friends.
Yeah, and that's why we're confused when he goes on his rants sometimes. Dude, none of these people who are his friend watch anything he ever says.
Probably
like,
not.
Or maybe no, like only
That's why he's able to be friends with them, because they don't watch his content. They don't know what he actually fucking
Nobody's actually
says.
sitting there and watching that show.
No.
It doesn't even go on at regular hours. Like, it'll go on 20 hours late.
Was in jail and new white
15 hours
supremacists.
late
Honestly, they're
at
not really
7
that
in the
political.
morning.
Yeah, like when you
And it's just-
like the people like that, poorly made, their hatred and their bigotry seems to be driven more by emotion. I'm sure you may have noticed that. It's not really to them. They don't care about politics. You think those people are gonna vote? Like, I don't know what state you're in, but I'm pretty sure like if you're a fellow, you can't even vote anyway. So it's like they can't be driven by the politics of it because they can't vote.
Stale. It's stale. Every episode is the same. It's the Jews.
These
and
people who
the
want it to be about politics, they want to weaponize the people, like the people like that who are driven by emotion.
Credibility. Yeah. Whoa, I'm an
It's
edgy
part of the
truth
control.
teller because I'm standing up for this guy, but it's not so.
Opinions and his views on things. Here's the reality. People cancel him because he talks about Jewish power in the United States and Jewish influence in America.
Well, now he's on Twitter. Now he's on Rumble. Now he has. He's canceled for what? Not Alex Jones. Like, you know what I mean? He's more canceled than Nick now.
It's absolutely true. That's why George Santos right now does not want to agree with him because he understands the people that back him are Jewish lobbyists. That's the truth. America is run by unify APAC when it comes to political situations, and Nick has been critical of this for years, and they don't want him to be able to put that information out. Now, after
let me just say something for real. Do you know what happens when you're a real threat to the system? You die.
You just get taken out?
You die. If you're actually a real threat to the system, you get killed. Like, and you know,
like the feds know where Nick Fuentes is. They have his docs. Don't you think they really could have taken him out if he was that much of a threat?
If Nick really is this big threat to the system, he would have been taken out a long time ago. The fact that he's getting any sort of promotion at this point indicates to me he's not a real threat, and everybody knows he's not a real threat to the system. The idea that the global hegemony that's been established, the post-World War II order, NATO and everything, all of that is going to be toppled by Nicholas J. Fuentes. Are you f***ing smoking crack?
Yeah.
It's just naive. It's just childish.
He can't even stop Gabe Hoffman.
You know, like
he can't even do a show without fucking booting up Fortnite. You're telling me like the hegemony is at stake because of that guy?
Sure didn't stop George Lincoln Rockwell from being taken out. Sure didn't stop Malcolm X from being taken out. It sure didn't stop a plethora
I haven't seen Breaking Bad,
of leaders throughout time from being taken out. And they can make it look like an accident. They can make it look like an illness. They could get, like, the thing is, if they wanted to get Fuentes on conspiracy charges for the Capitol, they absolutely could have, and they were investigating him for it, and then they chose not to charge him. And that's in mainstream publications. You understand? So
yeah, it's less about like them caring about it for politics, but more like just emotion.
Was killed. But Nicholas J. Fuentes is off limits.
Yes, by 2 bullets.
If they can kill the president.
Oh, what?
If they can,
okay.
Like,
I thought I was gonna fall again.
Fuentes, they couldn't just have some glowy pay a crackhead $500 to blow Nick's head off the next time he goes for his Uber Eats order. You know, and Nick talks about conspiracies and heart attack guns and the Clintons and how they were able to kill all of these people, but they aren't able to get him.
Yeah.
And Nick doesn't roll 6 deep. He does not like a
gangster.
They're
not running for office. They got better things to do.
Him at all times. Like, think about it. If you really were this like revolutionary
They're
force,
trying to be top banana at the prison exercise yard.
Wouldn't you need that? Like, even Richard Spencer had like real security surrounding him at Charlottesville. For f***'s sake, he had those idiots in the khaki. I mean, by real security, I mean, who knows? But he at least had some intimidating guys in khakis and sunglasses. Nick, if you look at the Groypers, none of them could fight their way out of a wet paper bag. This is nonsense. Yeah, Nick isn't even strapped, bro. He doesn't own a gun.
He's not?
And he
You think he would be?
How easy would it be for them to make it look, oh, there's a drive-by shooting and he was a casualty?
He's a fucking streamer. He's a streamer.
And yeah, the only bodyguard
He's a streamer that hates streaming. Probably more so than Phil, because at least Phil likes to pretend like he's the happiest he's ever been.
He's not even white.
What doesn't even argue that?
How can he be a white supremacist when he's not even white? You tell me that.
Yeah, I do. Sully, I'll let you ping Nick if you want to come in, but I think we went way over time with the space anyway. Destiny, I know you had a question for Nick, but you and him went back.
Yeah, well, I guess like basically just like a comment.
I want to get comment on thoughts from Keith. We've been doing a lot of spaces with Nick.
They just have to shut that.
Yeah. Reinstated.
Bring up Ali. Bring up Ali.
When we interrupted.
Yeah, you know what's bad you know it's bad when even Destiny, with all of his clout and all of his followers, can't get a fair hearing in these bullshit Twitter spaces?
Yeah.
Nick dropped. I think he's actually doing a space on his own channel now if people want to continue with that.
Yeah, I think Keith, we'll give you the final word, and then anyone that wants
to be clear, Nick is the only one here that said he wanted to block Muslims from running Rob, so he's the most Islamophobic here. He's the most.
I'll avoid, guys.
I'll have to shut that down.
Yeah.
Had to shut that down because the whole thing is about courting Muslims to act as a golem against Jews. Okay.
All right.
Just a nonsensical premise for a debate in and of itself. But what a very, very, very good segment. A lot of truth spat there by PPP. But he's been paying attention. He hates Fuentes most of all, like more than Worski. The reason they even talk about Fuentes at all, because Worski, you know, they're Canadian. Worski especially doesn't care about politics. But PPP has been A-logging Fuentes for the longest. He smelled that smoke way longer before any of us. As far as it went for me, I never really paid attention to him. I never watched his program. I was more aware of him for like his Kumite appearances and all that. For me, he was just like another talking head that they would occasionally like invite on to yell at Coach Red Pill. All of it feels so wild to say now, like, oh yes, they used to regularly invite Nick Fuentes and Coach Red Pill on to argue with each other, and also they would argue with like the Quartering and Ian Mouse Chungus and Boogie. Like, it's just so wild to even say any of this now. If you talk to any of them, they'll pretend like it never happened. But I know, I remember. But yeah, the bio runs deep with PvE for Fuentes because he's just been paying attention to him for so long. So Brian said they were live right now. I don't think I'm gonna restream this time, but I will see their intro video. I just want to see what they have to talk about because apparently there's a DSP segment. See how they introduce it.
Welcome to Copomania! You're gonna see copes like you've never seen
Big ups,
before
Billy.
today. iDubbbz and Anissa coping about the comments, responding to every fucking hater, basically outright responding to us. iDubbbz is like reenacting the 1,000
Yeah, a lot of his older streams are like that. Poorly made before he started the Kino Casino.
That one video.
Like him talking into a very, very poor webcam about politics and shit and religion.
About shitting his pants. Like, it is a opening for a fucking...
You muted yourself. You're so excited. There you go.
Crazy. And the same thing with Dickers, although it's a lot more low energy, which is like, how the fuck can you be lower energy than current year iDubbbz? But Dickers finds a way.
Oh, he wins.
You know, if you slam a half dozen six-pack of edible drinks and you fucking sit there.
I didn't even know edible drinks were a thing before RTU.
But he's talking about
why doesn't Shroom drink them?
Over. He can't make any money. He fucked it all up.
Oh yeah, RTU's big cope stream from yesterday. Temple was watching a lot of it.
Darkside's more entertaining.
Well, this is the new take.
Unironically, DSP is more entertaining. Perhaps for the wrong reasons, but DSP is more of an more entertaining than Rich ever was.
We're actually covering the king again today.
Yes.
This time though, Darkside Phil has quite a take, buddy.
Oh.
He's got quite a take. Let me make sure I'm getting this right.
Okay.
He says he has been playing the game Little Kitty Big City.
Uh-oh.
I did see
he's fucking seething because people are saying Little Kitty Big City is for children.
Oh, it's the rant from today.
You're a fucking moron if you think it's for children. How fucking dare you? He's losing his mind about Little Kitty Big City. It's
I can't wait to see the clip for this.
Come on, Phil. Come on.
You're saying it's for fucking children? You're fucking wrong. It's a family-style game.
Like this. We got Nick Rekieta is making pedophile jokes about his kids getting molested now.
What?
He's also eating pie for money.
Did you see
also? Gain weight.
Oh, like they wouldn't eat pie for money for a goal. Excuse me, Rekieta?
Yeah,
he
but
claims that
Nah, it's not live, Joe Blah.
That Eric July is
I think
the one
this
who
time
ruined
tonight
his
I'll just wait for
career.
them to put the clips out.
I just can't take any accountability.
I'm not gonna go all the way till like later. It's not gonna be a late night stream. Because it's Saturday.
Yeah,
It's anime night. Fucking idiot.
Goal tonight we're doing more Ghost Doctor. Tonight we've got the Gremlin House.
Woo!
We've also got updates on Boogie 2988 launching Desi's OnlyFans and the family.
Wait, they got the OnlyFans off the ground?
Also, fucking Mersh just losing his mind about the ad read. So we have like the
seems like a packed
dichotomy
show.
of Mersh, where it's like he's about as felted as you could possibly be, but then he goes from that felted to laying on the biggest feltening you pretty much could, and ended this guy's career online. The new co-host for Steel Toe, he's tired. He was felted. I mean, listen, if you get felted by Mersh to the point where you cry, you probably should.
Yeah, that is Freebird. That's a classic Ralph clip, Joe Blah.
That's sad.
I think that's after he. I think that was after the
documentary came out.
the sex thing.
I didn't watch it yet.
The revenge pornography
we might
thing.
end up watching it tomorrow, maybe, or on a different show. It's long.
Oh, I think they should watch the Kerfuffles thing.
I would say
I thought it was pretty good.
clipping on it. Just a little clip. It's really good though. I really highly recommend it.
Bossman cried again. Bossman Jack cried with tears in his eyes and begged to come back.
Stop.
It's sad. He was reinstated on.
Oh, George covered that. He put up a fake ass apology and he faked crying to get his sponsorship back.
There's a lot of stuff we're going to talk about today, guys. And yeah.
We'll see you there 8:30 p.m. Eastern on Kick.
Please.
Well, seems like a stacked show tonight. Okay, Mantis Punch. It's very strong, but very slow. I don't like the Bobbit Trap at all. The Royal Crab thing is good, but I feel like it's outclassed by what else, by the other stuff that I have available. Say cost lower by 1 Umami charge. Move with imperfectible speed before reappearing in front of the target. I do like the Bubble Bullet, how it has the rapid shooting now. I think I would do the Urchin Toss, the Bubble Bullet, and the Eel is just way too good. I think even the Eel would be better than the Tactical Tentacle. This is Phil's favorite to use right now. Tentacle attacks heal Krill for a percentage of the damage dealt. Oh. That's pretty good too. When naked, use to summon a shell made of pure mommy. Well, I'm never naked, so I'll never have to use that. Let's try this. You get the free healing? Interesting. Alright, well, I'm heading into the big cathedral, guys. You know what that means. It's like a big thing is gonna happen, I bet. Something's gonna drop. Something's gonna drop. Something's gonna drop on me. A throne room. Of course, it had to be here. Stealing the world from the sorcerers wasn't enough for the king. He had to lock it away where he alone could touch it. I doubt he could even wield it. It was designed for hermits alone, after all. How very, very foolish. I must admit something to you, child. He's the king. He's the king. He's the king. I'm the one who guessed that last stream. This city is no ancient relic. As a matter of fact, I spent my childhood here a mere 30 years ago. 30 years? Holy crap. You're 30 years old? I didn't even know it was possible to live that long. You're older than my shell. See, this is why I didn't want to tell you. I knew you'd make fun of me. But yes, I remember the king's persecution of the hermit sorcerers. Okay, so he's not the king. I remember the coral decaying and fracturing, the city falling to pieces. Dude, he's 30 years old? Like, dude, Krill would be knocked out. Like, he would faint from hearing how old Phil is. My parents passing me to a stranger, allowing me to flee without them. And the founding of a new city where we started all over again. I watched us slowly repeat their mistakes like nothing ever happened. And spent my years researching, hoping I might recover the perfect world. And save a new Carcinia from the old city's fate. I think that in my twilight years, the chance might be offered to me. How could I not believe in destiny after that? Oh, New Carcinia is really screwed without us. I get why we are so desperate for me to come with you. We're so very close. It's all been leading up to this. Go forth, child, and seize this opportunity between your claws. Do not let this ocean fall to ruin once again. Okay, I'll do my best. Is this a Dark Souls or Elden Ringer reference? It's called the Bleached City. I don't know if that's like a reference to a Dark Souls thing. Dark Souls, I know there's Blight Town. Isn't everything in Dark Souls and Elden Ring just desolate and like remnants of a past civilization? Okay, before I go up there, what's over here? Anything? There's gonna be a big boss fight, you guys. It's gonna be like a giant crab. He's gonna be like the size of the room that the battle will take place in. Anything? Ah, yes! Ah, yes! Wow, it's a car claw. I should probably sell off the plastics and then do one more level up. Or however many I'm offered. I can't wait to lose, guys. Everyone's gonna laugh at me. Okay, first of all, we still have the shit. I don't have enough for upgrades right now.
Hey Carl.
Hey Carl.
I love you too.
I love you too. The casino's gonna go over the little kitty big city rant from earlier today, but I'll catch it on the replay. Hello, Carl. We're going to potentially face the final boss of another Crab's Treasure. We're gonna conveyor belt another one, baby. We've been watching a lot. We watched the Kuhfalls documentary by Mudahar. Very good, very great intro to Kuhfalls if you don't know anything about what they've been up to. You probably should because they're a fucking freak. We watched, the Fuentes and Destiny debate as covered by the casino. And some Carl Jump stuff. Hey, Carl. It's been a chill dingus stream. Oh, and we watched a Keemstar rant about Vito, and I had my own rant about Vito too. Oh, and harmful opinions overgoing extra credits. Talk about how games are too expensive now, and they should actually be even more. No, games are cheaper than they've ever been, and actually games should be even more expensive. Oh, this won't be a late night stream, Carl, as it is Saturday. And obviously we gotta worry about anime night. I like to keep one of everything. We check that out. Check how many level ups I'll get from that. How about them apples? Oh, we also got to get the shell insurance for the snow globe. I'm still missing shells. How could I be missing shells? $9,000? What a fucking ripoff. Final boss, but is the game dominated? Well, there are no other things to do. I upgraded. I guess I could check the achievements for what I have to do. It's like that's like a new foreign thing for me because I'm not fucking playing PlayStation games. So I should play more of my PlayStation more often. And I guess I could check the Chivos. But I'm 60% on Chivos. I just upgraded the fork and it gave me a big old chunky Chivo. I guess there would be some for getting all the shells and getting all the shell insurance for the shells. Maybe getting all the stowaways. I don't think I missed any of the side content. I did all the exploring I could. Yeah, it's some smooth beats going on. Alright, I got a lot of levels to work with here. Something like that looks alright. I never did rely a lot on the shell and blocking and all that, so I never really focused on shell resistance, but I'll give a few points now. Oh boy, oh boy. What monstrosity am I gonna run into, you guys? Does this game have its own Melania? Oh wow, look, it's got a toilet scrubber. Oh, that's kind of cute. Oh! I ran right into it. I was focused on the boss itself. Ah, my shell. Guys. Well, I'm fucked. I don't even have a shell, man. Capture the Bleached King. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I'm looking at chat. I shouldn't be looking at chat. I should not be looking at chat. You know there's gonna be like multiple health bars to this. Phase 2 me. Oh my lord! Carl, help! Oh, I'm too far away. My magic hook! No, it doesn't work on it. Poor Steph. Okay, how about we do another prediction? Get your points ready. Get your points ready now. Does Dingus beat the boss in 5 tries? Or in 5 deaths? So after the 6th death, I'll pay out. We'll do 5 minutes. Does Dingus beat the boss in 5 deaths? Whoa, so this will be death number 1. This may not even be the final boss, guys. There could be something even worse coming up. Is that a squirt? Okay, no, it's just a regular soda can. Gamer mode. Wait, a new status effect? Bleached? What does that do? Does that turn me into Ichigo? Phase 1. Or not? The Bleached King. That was too easy. Where's the fanfare? Where's the celebration? Oh god. Carl? Oh my lord! I should have seen that coming. How creative. I mean, that was the whole theme of the area. So it's quicker and more powerful. Oh my god, it's got teeth! It ate one of the dentures! It has ate them! Oh no! This is unfair! I never block! Alright, felted him out of that. He's gonna do a shockwave. Oh, he's talking to me. Ah! Hamster reborn! On the second attempt. It's obvious because my build is so broken. Dude, he looks so fucking scuffed and cursed with the dentures on. That was a fun fight. It's a shame my build is so broken. I should have been grinding those bobbit worms a couple streams back. God damn it. Hopefully Phil has a tougher time than me. I know he has way less HP than I do. Last time I caught up with his playthrough yesterday while I was eating. I was like, okay, I need something to watch. Let me see how Phil's doing in this game because I haven't been paying attention to his playthrough. So Phil still has to do the factory dungeon and then the deep sea underground dungeon and then this whole area here. So he's got 3 dungeons left. I think he said he has like, DSP said he feels like he has 2 streams left. I would actually argue he has 3 or 4 streams left, depending on how good he plays. His build is probably not as broken as mine. I'm not banning for DSP. I'm saying I was gonna call you Cyberpunk. Cyberfan Yukikaze is that DSP has played like every Soulsborne game, right? Even some Souls-like, even some knockoff games. So he should be playing this better than me. He should be better than me at the game. That's not me saying I'm like a fan of his gameplay, or I think he's like, oh, he's a god-tier gamer or something. No, objectively, he should be having an easier time than me at the game. Yeah, I must consume while I eat food. Literally. Is there anything else? Watch me jump into the toilet. It's gonna be phase 3. I'm celebrating over nothing. And what if you all gonna do it on one life? Okay, there's nothing else. You're eating while watching me? I don't begrudge you for that. I just... Oh. I went down the shitter, right? DSP's gonna love that part. I don't begrudge you for eating while watching a stream. If anything, I can't stand eating while streaming. I got food right here, but I don't want to eat it because I feel like even if I mute myself, it's gonna... I don't know, like you'll be able to hear it. It makes me uncomfortable. Like I won't be able to talk clearly with like remnants of food and bola in my mouth. Anyway, there's obviously another boss coming up because why else would the game still be going? Even drinking, and I know like, obviously it's important for you to drink water and all that. I don't even feel comfortable fully with drinking on stream. And I don't just mean like alcohol. I don't drink alcohol, but I like drinking, the art of drinking in general, I don't like on stream. I try to make sure I eat and drink before I turn the mic on.
By God! This is it! This is it, Krill! They all told me it was just a legend! Those buffoons!
Big ups on the squirt.
The perfect world! Do you know what this means, child? The archaeological community will never be the same, I say!
Okay, he's gonna get sworn by a desire for power, then transform, and then he's the real final boss.
It's only a matter of time before...
What?
Oh, God damn it!
No way!
Drivel.
Titan! It was that person the whole time!
God. He's dead! You killed him!
Time, he says. The old idiot. Time is something we have
The stupid ass guard from the first area?
Much too late.
No way! What fucking twist? I feel played.
This ocean.
I feel like the game was setting you up thinking that Conch was gonna betray you. And then you put this shit. I did forget about them. I did forget about Kain.
Saving. Soon we'll share the same fate as the old ocean. The world has only one use now. To punish this ugly world, to rip it asunder. You think you can wield it? In your complacent claws.
Apparently she can float now.
Better than a rock. And you're no better than them. No better than the ones.
Yeah, exactly,
who
Pim
ate this
Pam.
world up. To think, we really thought.
I suffer for you guys.
Our shell.
What the fuck?
I could vomit.
Is Metroid Prime now?
How can you stand it? How can you sleep?
Not Clayton. Not Clayton.
You've seen how this ocean's been maimed. The agony it's in. The future that was stolen from us. You've seen everything we wanted you to see. So where's your anger? Where is your rage? Doesn't this pain boil you inside, little crab? Doesn't it just make you want to shocking scream?
Can we not have the nautical puns while we're trying to be like super serious? Oh God! Freya W, the ocean's agony. Okay, the bet is still ongoing. I died once, so on the 6th death, I will pay out. Oh my God! Oh my God! Well, now I'm doing nautical puns. Oh god, they're tactical nukes. They're not just projectiles. Carl, help! How do I attack? Where are they? Oh, okay. Okay, I need the eel out, the stall, and then we get the tentacle out. Already? No way, second phase. Second phase. I got no trophy. I got no trophy for that. No trophy. It's still going. Yep. Pray a W? We're gonna get a W right now. The final stream. Oh my god, what the fuck? He's got this. Oh shit! No! DSP's gonna hate this, dude. I have like the. I grinded so much unintentionally. I got like I'm level 55, 56 or something. That did so much. DSP's gonna cry. It's gonna be Metroid Prime all over again, remember? He threatened to drop Metroid Prime at the final boss in Rage. Isn't it Kirby Souls? Except in Kirby Souls, it was at least optional. It wasn't required to beat the story. He did see the credits in Kirby. People don't remember that. He did see the credits. It's mandatory? Maybe I'm coping. Maybe he's not gonna have no problem at all. Fuck. That's the second death. I don't even know where the body was. What was I supposed to hit? Objective. Survive. Aw, you gotta do that in one go, don't you? Yup. Shit. He's really gonna hate it now. Where's my fucking checkpoint? You can just hear it now. And I think what makes it suck the most is that he's already under the belief that he's in the home stretch. I heard it today on the pre-stream. He told us he was in the home stretch. No, bro, you're not. You need 3 more dungeons, and you got like a 4-phase finale coming up. 4 phases, counting the giant crab. And you get 1 checkpoint after the giant crab. And I got what I would say is a great build. Whereas I think his build, he definitely has less HP than me. I don't know what his other stats are like, but I know he has less HP. No, I haven't been thinking of my build in the sense of me having like a build and thinking about stats and all that. I think of it more as like from the completionist perspective of like having all the upgrades and shit.
Help me.
Oh, maybe if I do that one more time. Or, well, no, I would want to save my hooks. Oh! My shell is not suitable for rolling. That's the 3rd death. Yeah, he hates multiple phase bosses. Again, this reminds me of Metroid Prime, the remaster. When he played that, he threatened to drop it at the end because it was a mandatory story boss, and he didn't care. He was still gonna drop it. Okay, I need a crab husk. I need something. Shell is not suitable for rolling. Oh, I don't think there are any shells down here. I just gotta work with what I got. I hope it doesn't turn out like that, but I will have amusement if it does turn out like that. Big ups, Wiggle Bottom. I'm gonna beat another Crab's Treasure right now.
God, this is it.
So look away if you don't like spoilers. This is a remix of the mini boss fight music. I can kind of hear it. Okay, back to the next phase.
Die with the rest of this ocean! Scream for me!
It won't let me lock onto that. Is that not my target? It's okay, I'm doing damage to it. It wants me to attack it, but I'm not allowed to lock on? Yeah, whenever I hit R3, it doesn't lock on, so just beat it without being able to do that. Slowly losing HP. I did it? Was it like an endurance test? How did I beat it? Bros? Phase 5? W? I'll take it. Yeah, just let nature kill itself. Fair enough. Oh my, look at all those crystals. Yes. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. That looks like a W to me, gentlemen. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Perfect.
Yeah, D-Sci-Fi, I guess it was just an endurance. I thought it was like, okay, beat him without being able to lock on and dodging all this bullshit. But no, he just gassed himself out. Oh, no Chivo for upgrading all the adaptations? Oh, well. For sure, that would be an upgrade. Oh, unless he has dialogue. Nah, he's got nothing for me. Fuck that guy. Yeah, I'll close it. Does Dingus beat the boss in 5 devs? Actually, everyone believed in me. Thank you. Imagine thinking I couldn't do it. At World's End. Get it? World's End? Well, a lot happened. Once you begin this scene, there is no going back. The game will no longer save. Be sure to make any preparations you need for this final conference. Oh my god, it's still? Well, I shouldn't have paid out. Final confrontation. Oh my lord. Let's go ahead and save that then. I guess I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Let me take this off. And we'll put on the Dingus Shell of Choice. Yeah, point of no return. Yeah, Dingus, new bet. Alright, new bet will be 3 devs. Does Dingus beat the game in 3 deaths. So fourth death, I will pay out. No, it can't be a cliffhanger because it's explicitly telling me you better save now, idiot. I won't do 5 minutes. This dingus beat the game in 3 deaths, ladies and gentlemen. Get your bets in now, right now. You could win big. Dude, we might win before the night stream even starts. See, final stats, I'm level 60. Pretty cool. Oh wait, I forgot to do my, I was gonna change shells. Yeah, I was saying it feels like this is gonna be a probable conclusion stream for him. Except like he thinks the game is gonna end at like the giant crab, and then it just keeps on going. And he's like, "Ah, I gotta go eat dinner. Ah, I gotta go eat dinner. I was supposed to be eating dinner with my family." He's gonna be so fucking annoyed. Being pretty great. I think we'll do the probiotic. Oh wait, I have my shell back. Yeah, here it is. Oh wait, no, that was always there. God damn it, I'm stupid. Okay, well I have it set to be my shell, so I think I'll get it back once I die. If I die. For now I have the crab husk. Alright, here we go.
Kaiten! Are you okay?
No, I'm fucking dying.
I killed him. The old man who never raised a claw against me. I was the strong, wielding death against the weak. There is no salvation for me now.
It wasn't you, Kaiten. It was whatever that thing was, making you evil.
A great confluence of damned souls. A grim slurry of umami. My body moved at its whim, true. But the anger was mine. The hate was mine. Without it, it could not have taken me as a shell.
Can't you just talk normal now? You're fucking dying.
You're going to be okay.
Get to the fucking point.
Perform me a favor, vagabond. My anger was too much for me, but do not let it vanish. If you can, take my anger with you and wield it where it is needed to protect this world.
Stop it! Stop talking like you're going to die.
I mean, we did blow her the fuck out.
I met you,
well, obviously. Is this the character development I was asking for?
The confluence was wrong.
I caught this little crab the fuck out last stream because I was not satisfied with his character development.
I must believe this. Even if it is a lie, I will believe it. Until the day this all ends.
Oh, wait! That old guy was saying that shell has a lot of magic in it, right? I'll just put it on. Maybe I can heal you.
Krill,
just stay right there.
Go do it! Oh shit, you waited too long.
Whoa! What happened?
I know what?
This cool-looking shell. What? For some reason, I feel super great.
I forgot about this kid too.
Kind of like anything I want can become reality, you know?
Oh,
this
no.
is gonna change everything. I'm gonna be a hero.
Firth, I need that shell to save Kaiten. Can I put it on for a second?
No, I found it.
Who's that? Whatever you need, it can wait, pal. I'm thinking big right now, and my big things are gonna save New Carcinia. Yeah.
I'm the one.
Idea. Great thinking, me. Let's do it.
Oh, no. Just stay right there, Kaiten. I'll be right back.
Big up, ZDP. We're in the final boss. I forgot about Kaiten, and I forgot about Firth. I've been blown the fuck out by characters who have just been out of the spotlight. Last we saw Firth, he was calling me the fuck out for abandoning everyone else in a deep abyss. Where's the shell? Where's the shell? Where's the shell that current sent me? We're above the water. Oh, we're gonna have like a mano, man-to-man, crab combat, mano, claw to claw. Final boss? Is this that huge trash island? Wow, that totally real thing that actually does exist in reality, Trash Island. What a fitting finale location. The one that drops all the trash in the city? Whatever, I gotta find Furf and get him to give me the shell back. There's still time to fix this. Oh boy. The DSP's gonna be so pissed off. He's gonna think like, why did I do that? Rip. He's gonna think, oh yeah, because I don't have my floating ability. I'm above water. I'm on land. Of course I can't float. But DSP is gonna think the game's gonna like have the climax with the giant crab. Then he's gonna fight the giant spirit thing, and now he has to do this part. He's gonna be so annoyed. It's gonna be so annoying. Yeah, look at what this junk has done to our beautiful planet. Yeah, it's another boss. We gotta fight the blue guy. I legit forgot he was like even part of the party. Snuck up on me.
Hey there, pal. No hard feelings about our little disagreement earlier, right?
Right.
My new powers are crazy. I just moved this whole island directly over New Carcinia. Looks like Trash Day came early. Pretty cool, right?
Firth, I really need that shell. Chitin's hurt bad.
I'll tell you who's hurt bad. The economy. That's who.
Ah.
With Roland gone and Scuttle poured out of commission, our whole city's gonna completely collapse.
Deep cut.
And not only that, folks are starting to say the trash we've been using is physically harmful to us. Who would have thought? But it's all gonna be okay. Now that I'm the god of this ocean, I've got a super genius 3-step plan to save everyone.
More trash?
Step 1,
Question mark?
sink Trash
Profit.
Island onto New Carcinia, eliminating the whole concept of Trash Day.
Interesting.
A permanent economic boom. What's better than that?
You're going to cover the city in trash? Can we just talk about this? I just need to borrow the world for a minute.
Step 2, use that trash to usher New Carcinia into a second golden age.
You just said the trash was harmful to our health. For your health.
You're not listening to me.
And step 3. With all that new tech, we'll form a plan to make New Carcinia's economy more sustainable. We ought to be able to start using 20% less trash within the next 200 tides or so. You thought I forgot about that part, didn't you? But I'm a caring guy.
If you dump more trash on the reef, aren't they just gonna get gonked faster? And I still need to save Chitin.
Just shut up and
so
stab
give
him.
me that shell. I'm not going to let you do this.
That's the cool part about being a god. I don't need you to let me do anything. It's just gonna happen.
Bro. Did he just like magnetize a spoon into his claw? Let's fucking go! It's the final countdown. Oh man, I didn't know what I expected out of this finale. I didn't think it was gonna be this. Oh shit. Carl, hold my hand. Hello, sweet Bean. Bean, look away! It's spoilers. You said you wanted to play this.
I'll fight you for it.
So you fucking idiots in the chat said this was a kid's game, right? Well, look at this now.
I was really starting to respect you. But here
Oh, he does have a spoon.
Physical violence to take down an honest business crab. No need to get angry, pal. You're only gonna get yourself hurt.
I'm not.
I'm just a positive businessman, right?
I am getting angry, aren't I?
Yeah, you gotta trust in your own strength and the power of your friends.
Ever since I left the tide pool.
Yeah, you finally realized that you've been a dick the whole game. I have not been a fan of this guy's personality.
All the time. I didn't want to be like that. But I
Eat it! Eat it! Give me your mailing address! I'm gonna mail you a spoon! And then sink Trash Island on you!
Get hurt for it. It's not fair.
Dude, this guy is like the peak gaslighter. Look at him. He's gaslighting Krillin into going on this emotional tirade, and he's just like, ah, yes, I have one. There's nothing you can do. He's calling him whitey.
Quit the sob story and just do it. I've got an empire.
Just fight me already, you fucking idiot.
Come on, do it. Hit me. Don't be a coward. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I ain't got all day.
Perf, the crab who stole the world. Get it? Damn it! All right, bet is still going on. Wasn't I on depth 3? 6 depth, I'll pay out. Oh wait, no, wasn't it? It was a new one. We did a new one for this one. My bad. Oh, I like it. Dude, he does the same dodging as you. Oh. Good music too. Ah, felted. Use your powers more, big guy. Oh god, he broke it. What do you think a spoon is gonna do? At least a fork can stab you. Oh god. Nope. Felt it. Do it again, I dare you. Okay, I gotta save these.
You're gonna regret standing in my way.
Oh, he's got umami. How did I survive that? Okay, I gotta put this on.
Just let me have this. I deserve it.
Go, Dingus, go! Go, Dingus, go! Go, Dingus, go!
No one likes a sore loser, buddy.
No! I got too cocky. Ah, I got too greedy. I should have blocked. What did it happen if I... Oh, look at this little icon on the map. What a finale here. Okay, the bet was for 3, so we're on number 1. It's paid out on the 4th death.
Hey there, pal.
Hello, Peaches.
Come on, do it. Hit me. Don't be a coward.
Thank you for not spoiling this, Peaches or Fraga. Peaches, I legit forgot this dude was even in the plot. I thought he was a clown character, and even as the final boss, he still kind of is a clown character. He's like gaslighting. He's gaslighting Krill. Yeah, I'm not gonna let you do that. I was saying, Peaches, don't you think DSP is gonna get annoyed by this finale? Like, he's gonna think the giant crab is the end. Then he gets to the chitin spirit, and then he gets to this part, and it's like, he's be like, oh, I gotta go eat dinner. I gotta go eat dinner. I'm like, I gotta fucking eat. Anger. Felt it. Phase 2.
Would you just die already?
Oh my god! Get pissed off now! First, Avatar of Waste. What the fuck is this Mario Luigi Yoko Shimomura finale music? This is like so Kino. I know Goon makes fun of me for overusing Kino. This is like legit Kino. Oh my lord! Second death. I went for the hook when I should have went for the hook. He'll absolutely be pissed if he's running out low on time. I think this will be end. He should not move this to night streams. He needs to keep this on day streams.
Hey there, pal. No hard feelings.
2 down, 1 to go. But I am allowed a 4th attempt. It's when I die for the 4th time that I get paid. You get paid. Stop me. Greedy, greedy, greedy dingus. One more. One more. This is the final attempt. Thank you, Bread. Hello, Bread. I wasted my third attempt. Oh no, my shell. Ow, my nose.
Come on, do it! Hit me! Don't be a coward! Come on, come on, come on, come on! I ain't got all day!
So people say this game is for kids, right? Well, look at this. You think a kid could beat this? Damn it. That's it. I should have looked away. Alright, we'll pay up. This thing has beat the game in 3 divs. No! Imagine now that I you put your faith into me, now I screw you. I screw you guys over. Well, Dingus beat the game in 3 more deaths. We're at the final boss, Barry. So, look away if you're playing this. Error creating prediction. No. Oh, it looks like... Oh, okay, Peaches put it up. I was like, what the fuck? Okay, Peaches already did it. My bad. I was like, I was gonna make it, bitch. Alright.
Hey there. Come on, do it! Hit me! Don't be a coward!
You know, Peaches is hyped for this. How many divs was this for Fraga? Fraga probably did this first try.
I ain't got all day!
I feel like he's mocking me whenever he does that stance, but he is literally a crab. Oh, I never saw him do that spin before if he misses. Alright, for first phase.
You ain't seen nothing yet, dude! Ow! Heads up!
Ah! Okay, I thought I was gonna get hit by that.
This thing's downright overpowered!
Oh, I'm done. I didn't realize I lost my shell from before. I had a good combo going at the start. You get the eel off and the tentacle off. I know it's cheese. I'm learning cheese. But that's like the strat. It doesn't matter anyway, because like by the midway through, once the eel and tentacle disappear, then I'm kind of stuck with him at half HP. Thank you, Bread.
Come on, do it! Hit me! Don't be a coward!
I don't even think I should really be doing it in hammer mode, because his attacks are too quick for hammer mode.
You're gonna regret standing in my way! This is stupid, pal! I'm way too strong!
Alright, I was gonna do the first spin, the stall, and then the spin. The swipe, then stall, then spin combo.
Anyone ever told you how punchable your face is?
Okay. A very, very rough first phase. Well, that's a lot. Dodge the wrong way. Damn. I don't think hooking him first will cancel that out, but what if it did?
You ain't seen nothing yet, dude! After I take care of you, my life's gonna rule!
Oh, really? I'm out of heal.
This is taking so long! Why haven't I won yet?
Even with all my cheap tricks, I can only get him down to half HP. I fall for that every time.
This thing's downright overpowered!
Alright, what was that? The second one? The second death? I believe it was. Oh, I'm choking up, you guys. I'm so scared. I'm gonna make a mistake.
Hey there! Come on, do it! Hit me! Don't be a coward!
We'll do tentacle first, then do that.
Check out what I can do!
All right, good first phase, but I like used all the tricks first. So that means the second phase I'm not gonna have like less umami to work with.
You ain't seen nothing yet, dude.
Thought I get him? I'm learning cheese. Got him.
No, Crew, wait! Don't put that on.
Where is it? Where is it? Did it disappear? Where'd it go? The game glitched? Okay, it's over here.
The Avatar of Waste.
I think I get what chitin meant now. Krill, hold on. Let's talk about this like adults.
If I'm gonna be angry, I might as well use it for something good. So that maybe one day...
Dingus beats the game in 3 more tries.
Like me. And what better way to start than to beat up a selfish, greedy, muscle sucker like...
Wait.
You know, I mean, he wasn't really that evil. He was just very misguided. He only really turned cartoonishly evil near the end, and even then, it was more like he was self-absorbed and selfish. Like, he still thought about the city. Yeah, he just hit him with the Biden blast. Very, very good finale and twist there. Yeah, that's this easy domination. It's still going, dude. DSP would be pissed off. He's gonna be so fucking annoyed. I'm trying to eat my dinner here. I got my dinner waiting for me. Is it over? What happened to the world? I think I messed up again. Oh god, there's nothing left. We killed everyone, you guys. My word, have you ever seen so much trash before? It's a miracle, I tell you. Someone up there really does care about us. Krill, my friend. So deeply pleased to see that you have survived. As you can see, we're having quite the exciting tide. First we escaped the bowels of hell itself, and now Trash Island itself collapses onto our fair city. On one hand, such property damage, our poor architecture. But surely folks will come from miles around to see the carnage. I'll get to greet so many fresh faces. Every massive cloud of trash has its silver lining. Yeah, you don't get to save during this part. Rip.
See you later, idiot.
I hope Kaiton's okay. I did what she said. I got angry, and I stopped Furf. I guess things might have been even worse down here if I hadn't. But I sure don't feel like I helped. Unbelievable. The whole city's been totally covered in trash. I really couldn't save anyone, could I? The city's totally ruined.
Are you kidding? This is the best day of my life.
We're all gonna be rich, I tell you. Grab all the trash your claws can carry.
Holy.
Krill, is that really you? It's me. I take it from your expression you've got something to do with this whole mess. I told you nothing good could come out of messing about in the trenches with that old timer. Where's that flim flammer anyway? I oughta... He's dead. Oh. Oh, hun. A whole bunch of people died, and I don't know if Chaiton's okay. I thought maybe that cool shell could make things better. But I think Furf and I broke it in our fight. It seems like none of this had to happen at all. Yeah, you could have just ended the game after you escaped from the abyss. I want to be mad, but there's no one left to be mad at. The city looks super messed up now, too. I'm sorry, Nema.
Well, for what it's worth, most everyone here seems to be excited by this whole mess. They haven't seen so much trash in their whole lives after all. But if it's true what they're saying about the gunk, it's only a matter of time before all this comes back to bite us.
So yeah, it ain't looking so great, kiddo. Are you and your kiddo still gonna stay in the city? Of course we are, kiddo. We ain't done with the sound just yet. Even now that it's all messed up. Look, leaving ain't all that easy, Krill. Besides, ain't no one else gonna cook a hard kill gnocchi this fine for the people down here. If stuff keeps on getting worse, well, if I can help make it a little less bad along the way, that's the life we're living, far as I'm concerned. What about your kids? You're gonna fight like a mob. Yeah, violence rules. Let's show you are, young ladies. I am. We'll be alright, Krill. They're just about old enough to make their own choices and not have to worry about what their mama tells them. Better question is, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna set out. I'm gonna do what I set out to do. I earned it, right? I suppose you did, kiddo. Whoa, 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 the trash up above fell down below. Everyone's super excited, but Mom's really worried for some reason. I guess it is pretty stinky. Ack. Are you drinking enough water? Ack. Well, I should be drinking the water I got with me. Oh, this is just a disaster. I was minding my own business, listening to my show tunes. My apartment collapsed and slid down into the lower crust. I can't live down here. What am I meant to do for fun? Rate the stinkiest stinks? Yeah, everyone got felted. But oh, we're in for quite the economic upheaval, it seems. But shall this influx of trash be the city's great equalizer? Or would the rich exploit this opportunity to get even richer? For my sake, I hope it's the latter. Huzzah! You look as if you've been to hell and back. And to top it off, you're shellless just like me. Yeah, sure am. But my advice, kid, learn to appreciate the times you've got a shell on, and commit those times to memory, so they can keep you warm when you're without one. Because what the crabs up top don't understand is that not even the finest shells last forever. No matter how bad we want them to. Goddamn right. And in the time to come, when those suckers up above find themselves without, they'll flounder and cry. But you and I, we've been around the reef, ain't we? We gotta persevere. I mean, I got a shell now. All I had to do was stick it on me. What am I gonna do next? I guess I always wanted to go back to the tide pool and do nothing. Is that what I want? This adventure was a huge waste of time, right? And it was hard and painful. So why do I keep on doing it? Oh, we're gonna get philosophical now. It does feel like the plot's been... I don't know. The plot's been all over the place. There's never been like a consistent goal beyond getting the fucking shell back. Maybe Nema's right. Maybe I should just stay in the city with her. But I don't like it here either. I know that's not what I want. Nema's real nice, but this isn't my home. Maybe I haven't found my home yet. Ah, yes. You're going to become a vagabond wanderer. You're going to wander the wastes of the sea. You look pretty down on your luck, little man. You could say that. Like maybe you have one of those days where you just try and try, but absolutely nothing at all goes your way. And the more upset about it you get, the worse everything seems to go. Yeah. Well, you know what always perks me up? Eating trash. My mom always said, your mood can't go south when there's plastics in your mouth. Hope that helps. You're welcome. Now, what does this guy have to say? Right, just what I needed. More noise and excitement. I'm sorry, this was all a big accident. Oh, so this is your fault? Oh, thanks a lot, mate. Oh, what a fucking idiot. Oh, well, I don't have HP now. Can't hurt me. You can only hurt me in my mind. First, Relian goes missing out at sea at some whack job treasure hunt. And now New Carcinia floods with trash. Scuttleport is so screwed it's not even funny. What am I gonna do for work now? Polish the shells of the upper crusters? Still, I guess things could be worse. I could have been staffed on that crazy barge and got lost at sea like the rest of them. Ah yes, it's the guy. Will I get my shell back? Whoa, never thought I'd see you again, kid. You seeing all of this? The town's never been so trash rich, it's a totally new era. Yeah, you're welcome. How about giving me my shell back as thanks? Huh, are you kidding me? I don't gotta give you anything, pal. This trash influx is gonna be great for business. I'm a rich prawn now. I'm operating on a different level. So if you ain't gonna cut something I really need, get out of my face. Attack. Oh my god. Oh my god. I like how it just pops up on screen. Hi guys. Hi guys. Yeah, have we learned nothing? Why do we have to resort to anger, Krill? The whole game was about you being angry all the time. Are you really gonna resolve this with violence? Are you really gonna resolve the end of the game with violence? I guess so. Got 'em, as they say. Finishing what I started. Cheapin'. 86% trope. Wow. I did great.
What word comes to mind when you think of the Earth? This world is resilient, but not endlessly so.
Oh, I got an epilogue. They found
As
Shaitan.
this Earth spins ever faster towards its uncertain future, all will face that future in their own way.
He could have done it at the start of the game. That's
Some
true.
will fight for the world they dream of, blade in hand.
Oh, Kyan's working with the
Some will
Mantis Strip.
spend
They're
their
gonna
whole
open like a little
lives saving
dojo or
others
something.
From falling through the cracks. And others still will never rest in one place for long.
Yeah, he ended up becoming a vagabond, just like Kyan always called him.
To fracture. No matter how large or small,
They
the one
learned to
thing no
fight.
creature can afford
Yes.
is
Oh, I know. I see Krill. God damn it.
But though history talks of warriors and heroes, and great mighty crabs that shook the world,
Yeah, it's time, Ponder.
it is the thankless deeds that shall ever make that world worth fighting for.
Aw, he gave up his shell to the homeless little bum-ass crab. The shell he was fighting for the whole game, it didn't even matter, because philosophy. And then they hit you with the fin. Get it? Fin? Well, ladies and gentlemen,
I don't know, that was another crab's treasure. I don't know how to feel. I learned a lot.
that was a very great game. Like, what the fuck? It snuck up out of me out of nowhere. Yeah, over the credits review, I liked it. It was pretty good. I learned a lot. I learned about polluting the earth and how it's bad and how we need to not pollute the earth. Gameplay, amazing. Sleeper hit, obviously. And easy Souls-like, I'm sure. I'm sure if you've seen the gameplay, seen me play or seen DSP played, probably easier than your typical Souls game. Right. But I had fun. I persevered. 310 deaths. I feel like it gets easier the later you go on. Maybe that holds true for all Souls games, but I feel like after a certain point, like maybe around by the time I got to I feel like the Samurai Crab boss was the last time I was truly challenged and felt like, wow, I felt really accomplished. Remember the Samurai Crab? That boss took like 20 deaths off of me. All the other bosses I probably beat within 5, I want to say. The Samurai Crab was the last one that made me feel like, wow, I want to like off myself. Of course, my name is Swollen_Dingus. Yes, I'm the guy.
Thank you for joining me on this playthrough. Will I play another crab treasure too?
Well, if they make it, right? Dave's gonna clap like a seal at the ending. Absolutely. He's gonna talk this up. He's gonna talk this shit up to heaven and back. Discord moderation team. Why did I get a shout out? Imagine Discord mods being in the credits. One of them's gonna turn out to be a PDF file. You're gonna have to update the game, take them out. YouTube mode on. But genuinely a good game. For my first Souls experience, I had a fun time. I enjoyed it. I found most all the secrets. I got all the upgrades for the adaptations, all the skill upgrades for the skill tree. I didn't find all the crystals, but it's a case of you not needing to because you have enough anyway. And I fully upgraded my main weapon. I didn't find all the shells and ensure all the shells, but I don't know where they would have been at. I guess if you don't see them, you don't see them. I bought all of the ones I could buy. So I guess the other ones are just hitting. I just had to look for them. Yeah, dominated Carl. We did it. Wait, Papa John was in the credits? Papa John? They got Papa John in this game? You said they got Papa John in this game? Presented by the Neo Cascadia Documentary Association. No crabs were harmed in the making of this game. Get it? Because the game opened up like it was a documentary. It was a documentary the whole time. Very good game. Sleeper hit, as Joe Bloss says. 9 out of 10. I'm actually gonna say 9 out of 10. I don't want to sound like a bandwagoner, man, but that was legitimately good. It just makes me all the more disappointed that people are trashing on it in comparison to Stellar Blade because Phil's playing this instead of Stellar Blade. I think this is a good game in its own right. And if you have Game Pass, play it. Or if you're like me and you actually want to support the fucking developers and you understand Game Pass is a fucking toxin to the gaming zeitgeist, then buy it for $25. 9 out of 10. Sleeper Dingus Hit Game of the Year. Could you imagine a reality where Dingus's Game of the Year is not even a Nintendo game? Wow. But that's what I'm saying right here, brother. It's possible that we exist in a world where Dingus gives his Game of the Year to a non-Nintendo game. Hello, Red Animator and Palm Primus. He came at the end. You never saw one gameplay stream. No, you're gonna have to rewind the VOD, buddy. But yeah, that's it. You know, it's one of those cases where the game does not continue after the ending, and you kind of just stuck. It's like an RPG. Will this make you want to try other Souls games? Actually, yes. Will it ever happen? Never say never. Wait, you can't get the plug fuse insured? Huh, that's curious. So yeah, I don't know where to get the other shells at. I'm missing 7. I'm missing 7. Presumably these would be in the shop. And these are from the trench? I never saw these. I never did. Wonder where I would go for them. No, but I really like this game. If you're like Palm Primus and you haven't been watching me play it, and maybe you've only watched Phil play it and you think, oh, this is so boring. Phil makes this look so boring. I would say play this. This would be a much better game for you to play on your own. I really liked it. I would say the plot's a bit kookily. The character development, especially for Krill, wasn't really grabbing me until the very end. And the final boss and the final twist just come out. The final twist do just kind of come out of nowhere. Even if you've been paying attention to the characters, I think it's kind of like a twist for the sake of a twist. Because I think they were trying to lead you up to believing that Conch would be the final boss, and maybe even like transform into like a giant crab, and then he'd be like hungry for power and shit. I think that's where they were thinking that you were going to be going. But no, it just turns out, hey, remember Furf? Okay, he's back in the game and he's the final boss, right? It's a little bit unearned. I also feel like Krill's development is a little unearned. Like he stays a bitch the whole game till the very end. Even then, he's still kind of a bitch. We learn nothing. Dark Souls Remastered is on Switch. A couple Souls games are on Switch. Oh, Souls likes. Yeah, I guess no, these are shells I gotta find, but I don't know where I would go for them. Yeah, Miso played it. Man, remember when you were like dead? Just don't touch Dark Souls 2. That's the one I always hear crap about. I think the reason this appealed to me so much is that it was like a platformer. Like in addition to being a Dark Souls, you know, I'm Mr. Nintendo. I'm all over 3D platformers. So there's like a marriage of concepts that I was already into. I bought all the stowaways. Fully upgraded the fork. I did everything there is to do that I know of at any rate. Whoa, it's Knock with the Redeem. Never played Psychonauts? You would love it. I saw Phil play it. I have not played it personally, but I know it's a good game. I hear everyone's always talking about it, but no, I have not played Psychonauts. But thank you for the Scam Q Redeem. Definitely, I definitely would not be against playing it. But I hate to say stuff like that because it reminds me of how Phil would say, oh yeah, I'm down for it if people want it. I guess in my case, it wouldn't be if people want it. It would be if like I want to play it and like I'm like in the mood to play it. I don't know. I'm only human, right? I'm not gonna play what you fucking want me to play just cause like you want to see it. You're not the king tut of me now. Well, guys, I guess the only thing left to do is angrily uninstall the game, or at least see what the trophies are. Haven't looked at this at all, so I guess we'll see what the trophies are. Wow, I played this first on April 25th. Nephro, Polluted Platoon, Pathfinder, The Duchess, Royal Shell Splitter, a hidden trophy. It's like this must be a boss I don't know about. Intimidation Crab, Tapoda, Ceviche Sisters, Scuttling Sludge Steamroller, The Consortium, Disease Lycanthrope, Pagorus. Wow, so Pagorus, they assumed you would defeat Pagorus after doing both the Grove and the Junkyard. Man, DSP beat him first thing coming into the Sands Between. The Accumulator, Adventure Craptalist, the False Moon Patrock, Inkerton, Campstia for Wheel, Freya W, and Furf. Yeah, it was on PS5. You thought that was a Switch? No, the Switch is probably running that game way worse, right? Okay, upgrade your fort, buy shell insurance, fall to your death for the first time, shoot a crab with a gun, huh? Try on every shell in the game, and a hidden trophy, and learn all adaptations. Oh, every shell in the game, I don't think we can get that, because I don't know where they are. Shoot a crab with a gun, maybe with the bubble bullet? Could do that right now. And the other hidden trophies, obviously I don't know what they are. Right. So I missed a boss. Where would I find this fella? You think it's going for the platinum? I don't want to look it up. I don't want to look up what the hidden trophies are. That kind of kills the point of it. But it says I missed the boss, Peaches. Is there any boss you saw Fraga do that I did not do? Okay, shoot a crab with a gun. It didn't work. Or maybe it means an enemy crab. Oh yeah, we'll try it on an enemy crab. But I've shot crabs with the bubble gun before. Bubble gun, I sound like fucking Phil, man. Maybe they mean, I don't know, is there like a gun shell I didn't find? Click the trophy, it tells you. No, it doesn't. It's a hidden trophy. Look. The ones for optional bosses, I assume, are the hidden ones. I only know it can possibly be between, the Sands Between. Oh. Curled Carbonara Connoisseur. Where would this be? Curdled implies the Curdle Village, right? How did I not fight that person? Fraga fought that? Oh, I can fight it now. Where would I go for that? Find a certain hero's helmet. I did do this. The shell's like, I did get the shell helmet. I found the Dark Souls helmet. Oh, this is lame. Did the trophy bug out? I have this in the game. Alright, if it's a boss, I don't mind doing it right now. But I do have the Dark Souls outfit. Why is it saying I don't? Yeah, right there. Do I have to do something? Do I have to, like, press a button? I'm existing today. Why? Well, we'll do the boss. Hidden Grove. I think you mean Expired Grove? Now, where would I go?
I'm looking at the chat. No one's helping me out. The chat's slow. I don't know why.
Oil Drum Moonshell and the Expired Grove. Whoa! 305 bits from Almighty Tevin. And he says, another game dominated, and it's a Souls-like. Yup. Thank you, Almighty Tevin. The 305-bit cheer. I'll do one more boss, and apparently the game's bugged out because I have the Dark Souls helmet. It won't give me a trophy, so we can't get the Plat Saga.
The game's fucking glitched.
Dude, I've been in this area like 100 times. You're telling me there's a boss here I never found? I remember breaking this, and I remember thinking there was something up here, but it was just another cube. Oh, a cube shortcut. What the heck could I have missed in, like, I don't know, the amount of times I've been over here? A waterfall. There's like multiple waterfalls. Oh, you mean the big one? Right. I can jump in it. Now, I remember someone telling Phil about a boss in a waterfall. But I thought they were referring to a shortcut that was in a waterfall earlier in this area. You mean in that one?
I can see how that'd be easy to miss.
How can I get over there? Trying to look for where it is, and then like I can jump down into it. It has to be that one right there. Yeah. That's not the big one, is it? Or is it this one? No, I had the right idea. It's on the ground? Ah, yes, the Among Us prize. Now this waterfall. Ah, yes, here it is. Oh, jeez, that would have been helpful earlier. Oh, it has nothing to do with. It has nothing to do with the oil drum. I'm gonna die. Belted.
Whoa, it's the curled carbonara connoisseur. Pollution scoured.
I never would have found that on my own. Sheesh. Oh well. Sadly, the challenge was taken away by the fact that I am immensely buffed. Used to doing this so later in the game. No, I wasn't. I was singing the song. You guys, haven't you guys seen Phil play when the song plays? No, it's unfortunately that didn't give me a achievement of all bosses. At least now I can say I did all the content.
Now I know the trolls are gonna say,
"Are you gonna do more streams to get all the shells?"
No. I did all the meaningful content. The rest of the content is like meaningless side account.
Oh, get all the shells. Oh, get the hit achievement. I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you know I can't get the achievement because it says I didn't put on the costume, even though I totally did? The game's fucking bugged, it's fucking glitched, and I'm not gonna get the platinum anyway. Right?
I think I'll try it. Maybe it's like you gotta sit at the fireplace. I know where that is. That'll be the last thing. And I'm really coping about the Dark Souls trophy. I don't have the gun show, no. Unless you mean the shotgun shell, but that one's an explosion. Okay, the fireplace was over here. Right there. A 9mm handgun? Yeah, I definitely don't have that. Some shells are just hidden, I guess. I never found it. Alright, I have the costume on. Give it to me. Sit down. Praise the sun.
He's not praising the sun, guys.
Oh, I would hate to actually be cucked out of it. I don't understand what else I could have done, because I just got the costume, and apparently I was supposed to get a trophy, and I didn't get it. It's never been this over, Dinker Bros. What else was there? I definitely can't get the platinum now if that trophy is bugged. I mean, I've dealt with bugged Chivos before. It happened to me in Luigi's Mansion 3. I even sent in a help ticket. They told me, like, what? Slot! And I had to replay the whole game. That was before I started streaming. But for this, I would need the shell, the gun shell I don't have. Get all the shells, and then whatever this is. Oh yeah, look, just finding the hero helmet, which I have, and the name is Shells Like. I found it. Where's the trophy, sir?
Literally a bugged game. I can't get the plat, even if I wanted to. This is why we fucking hate Sony, correct? And this fucking Chivo culture. Where's my reward? To get the gun, turn on assist mode? Are you for real? You really just don't want me to end the stream. It's almost 10. Where would this be? Oh. Give Krill a gun. Recover microplastics. Ah, yes. Prevent pitfall damage, slow game speed. I didn't mess with any of this. Huh. Why would I even go to assist modes to even highlight it and see what all the goodies are? Why would I do that? Okay, well, we'll give him a gun. Wow, I have acquired the gun shell. How do I use this? How is this legal? Alright, here I go. Let me find a crab to shoot. Yeah, we're the gun show 84. Hello, JC. I beat the game already. I was Chivo hunting, but it seems regardless of what I do, I'm not gonna get all the achievements anyway, because the one for the Dark Souls achievement is bugged. I need a real crab. Fish don't count, I don't think. Ah! Why is this in the game? Why is this in the game? This is so wrong. Fuck him. Fuck him. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Hey, babe. Pick up sprays that soon. Okay, we need a good one. We need a good one. Let's get up the hammer crab. Ah, this kills the crab. Belted. Alright, these guys are pretty good because they can actually come up close to the gun. You gotta fire from far away. Alright, this guy. This guy over here. Belted. Felt even the toughest of enemies. Yeah, unlimited ammo. Why would they make a whole new collectible for ammo? No, just give you unlimited ammo because they're cool. It is an assist mode after all. I would have never thought to have turned on assist mode to look for a hidden trophy. Someone tell DSP to do this next stream, so I know that trolls are watching. Trolls and LARPers are watching. No, it still has the check, implying that I turned it on. Final boss with a gun? Huh. I don't see why there would be no reason for you not to do that with the gun. Oh god. Ah yes, a fitting end for Krill. He let the shell get to his head, dude. Well, that's it for me, guys. We did beat the game. I was gonna be on all night anyway, because it is anime night. I gotta skedaddle. We're going to chill with Anli, the guy he's live right now, playing Sonic Roboblast Card 2, and eventually anime night will start, right? But I guess we can hazard a quick check of the guy and see where he's at in this game, because he's playing this game right now tonight. And now, because you saw me beat the game, you too as well know that DSP has 3 to 4 streams left of the game, including this stream he's doing tonight. Oh, he's in the factory.
All I'm trying to do is collect all the crystals right now. Yep, this would have been where we went in from the
massively
ground
whaled. $260!
So I wouldn't have gotten to the save point regardless, either way I went. Okay.
Hello, Sonic1. How's the game? I just beat it. I was just about to hop offline.
Manual save.
Hello, King Diddy Duke.
Probably do that at some point. Good call.
A death counter, something Dave would never do. Yeah, we ended at 311 deaths. Oh yeah, he's in this area. So after this area, he's got going to the barge, defeating Roland, the Deep Abyss, then the Bleach City, then the entire final boss phase of 4 bosses, then the finale segment. I can see, including this stream, the one he's doing right now, anywhere between 3 to 4. Depends on how he plays. The whales were crazy tonight, like what the hell? It's okay, it doesn't matter, he's gonna be begging tomorrow anyway. I didn't do a count on this side, don't play yet, but I think this should be over 150 now. Yeah, like I'm not feeling too bad about it, DD Duke, because it is my first Souls-like, and I did enjoy it and have fun with it. A good amount of those deaths were to, what was it, the samurai crab with the chopsticks? That was the hardest boss in the game for me. But I think past that hump, everything I just started dominating within 5 deaths or less. The final stretch for the past 3 streams already. Yeah, I think he feels that way because of how the story is set up. But that last home stretch, that last finale phase, is pretty lengthy.
Oh fuck.
I think it is gonna bug him.
What the? I survived it. I somehow landed. I have to do the whole.
If the means of playing Settle Blade on PS5, I would highly recommend it. I am playing this on PS5. Right now, I'm hyped for Paper Mario at the end of the month. So I want to like clear out everything else I was playing, and then you know, just have my rotation clear for Paper Mario. Thank you, Mr. Pun, for the scam queue on Stellar Blade.
Gotta do the whole dang thing over.
Yeah, I fucked up. Yeah, I've only played it once, Son of Kween, so I want to give it like a proper reassessment. Because this whole time, I've always thought Paper Mario 64 was the better game. And I recently replayed that on stream last year, along with Mario RPG and Mario Luigi Superstar Saga. And I still like Paper Mario 64 and Superstar Saga as much as I did when I first played them. Mario RPG I liked as well. That was my first playthrough of that. But Dousing Your Door, I've never liked it or been as in love with it as other gamers on the Twitters and YouTube. But hopefully the remake can change my mind.
Oh.
Not that I dislike it, I don't. Just that I don't think it's better than 64. Go and try to beat Like a Dragon Infinite well before Paper Mario. Yeah.
I'm wondering if I can sequence break to go to the save point.
I need my schedule clear, baby. And then once it comes out, I want to no life it. Like we'll do like a chapter a night or something. There's 8 chapters, and I'm gonna do all the side content, all badges, all upgrades, all that stuff.
Jump, swim, and dash over to there? Probably not. It looks too far. I don't think you can.
Getting it on the Wii and getting lost at the start because I was terrible. Was one of the 64 was one of the earliest ones I played.
Here we go. We're definitely gonna drop down again because again, there's nowhere to go up here, right? Nope. Okay.
Must have been like a preteen dingus. A lot of dialogue for a Mario game too.
Onto that ledge, and then we're gonna figure out.
Wasn't used to that.
What's the legit way to go up?
Well, he's gonna be stuck here for a while. You have to climb this whole building, then go. You gotta go across the rooftops, across multiple buildings, and then go inside and fight the eel. That'll be the whole stream for him. He only has an hour left, so that's why I'm thinking 3 to 4 more streams. Depends on whether some of those streams are night streams or day streams.
I don't want to do that.
This will probably carry him to the release week of Hellblade and Paper Mario. Which of course he could skip Paper Mario. He didn't mention it today, but he mentioned Hellblade. So that's concerning.
Okay.
But that's how I see his schedule. He's gonna finish this before Paper Mario, continue with Fallout, drop Helldivers and Star Wars, which kind of already happened. Helldivers will get one more session.
Alright, let's do this.
And then Street Fighter gets reduced once he starts losing more on that. And he's gonna need to find more games to play.
Jack Daniels, but basically Jack Daniels.
But the main games will be Fallout 4 and Hellblade for him.
Charcoal that it filters through and all this flavor. It gives you more of like a hangover and like a taste in your mouth.
Steve just willed some unknown amount. Yeah, I'm looking at it, Carl.
I don't know. I don't. It's
Crazy.
not I dislike Jack Daniels. I just think that like if I drink it, I end up having more of a chance of like a hangover or something. You know what I'm saying? Maybe
Oh no, I think he'll stay for Akuma.
All right, let's go to Topota's Garden. I think I want to try to upgrade the bullet again.
No part split.
Stalking Tiger with a $20 super chat tonight says, my team is traveling to Taylor County, West Virginia to investigate a huge bipedal predator named the Headless Horror. All
right. Yeah, I'm not in the mood for a LARP tip. That's it for me, guys. If you want to check in, I'm sure Tevin is restreaming. I'm gonna raid Ann. He's playing Sonic RoboCart Blast 2. Yeah, he's playing that. And I don't know how much longer he's gonna be live because we do got anime night later tonight. But we're gonna go chill over there. Big ups. Thank you very much, everyone. We appreciate the positivity. And yeah, I really enjoyed the game. Go play this game. Don't let Phil like ruin this game for you. He's done that a lot to people in the stream chats I've been looking at. No, this game is fun. It is worth your time. It is indeed a Game of the Year contender, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed my time with it. It was very cool, and I hope they make. I hope they make a sequel. I would play a sequel, right? And yeah, don't look down on it just because DSP's playing it, and DSP makes everything look boring. 311 deaths. I don't think Phil is gonna get over 300 deaths. Oh, he's a Soulsborne master. He shouldn't get over 300 deaths. He should. If he gets past 200 deaths, he sucks. As a gamer, he sucks with diameter. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right, but I hope everyone's appreciated this Saturday struggle session. We'll stream again tomorrow. Will the royal we? Ah, yes, we will stream tomorrow, and we'll hold hands, and we'll have a fun time. We were one more week out for Paper Mario. Well, 2 weeks out, but it's coming up on us. I can't wait, dude. Pablo, you know what to do.
It's nice to
Yes, we can begin anime night. Feeling accomplished. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate all the positivity today. We learned a lot. We learned never to trust Nick Fuentes on anything. We learned Kanye is mentally ill and was never meant to run for office. And we beat the game, which I didn't think would happen. I thought I was going to have to... Because I lost my progress at the start of the stream. I thought I was going to have to make up all my progress and then get back to where I was, and it was going to be a whole ordeal. But no, the Red Final area wasn't too long. In fact, it's probably better that I lost my progress because it gave me like an extra hour to do shit. Or else the stream would have been even shorter. But hey, I gave you 6 hours on a Saturday. Like, motherfucker, I never do that. Just my fucking dingus. Big ups to the dingers, the dongers, and a swollen __ once committed to the end of the stream. Stick around for the raid. We're gonna go to Amleet's house. You can send him annoying raid messages. Big ups to Pim Pam, Aldrop, JC, BR Joe, DD Duke, Golem of Power, Son of Quan, Mr. _ Pun, Almighty Tevin the Guy, Perez, Knock, Peaches and Keem, Praise That Soon, Wiggle Bottom, Red Animator, Carl, Mike Carl, Ivan Zypher, Barry Linden, Egg Gang 1738, Natal Cog. He was here the whole time. He actually was. The lurkers like UNFW1, the Unfun One, Alpha Elite TV, Ghost MC, the Expired Bread. Oh my god, Bread saw me beat the game. We really won, baby. Sakura, Shroom Dukem, Base Shot, Brian MK, Yukikaze, DJ Filthy Rich, Kian Goon, Joran, Jobla, Moitis, Sweet Bean 96, and of course, everybody else, including you. Yes, you, idiot. Now, Anne raids me all the time. It would be remiss of me not to raid Anne. So we're gonna do that right now. Think of a good raid message. Thank you to Almighty Tevin, to 305 bits. Another game dominated, and it's a Soul Styles game. Yeah, don't I feel like the big man on campus right now? Vikes 1011, the 50-bit cheer. And Brian MK to re-up tier 1 for 4 months in a row. 10 months total. I'll have to watch the casino too. I'll be up all night, man. Bye-bye. Adios, Mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror.
every single day. And hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Ru, too, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. We are now commencing the Anleet raid. The raid message is... what is the raid message? We needed a good Anne-style raid message. When's anime night? Okay, we can do that. Another Crab's raid. Game beat. We want to eat. Give us anime night to beat our meat. Yeah, this is very funny. Everyone loves my raid messages. Okay, copy the raid message right now, right? And we're gonna go to Anne's house and it's gonna be super cool. We never get to raid Anne, right? We'll be live tomorrow night. Maybe an evening stream, but more than likely a Mimi time stream. Yeah, I can already hear how I sound. I sound tired. Sorry. Had a long morning. If you want to watch DSP, watch Tevin or Rawphil. I don't give a shit. Go wherever you want. You can't stay here. And stop by Anime Night in the Ann Discord. Yes. If you've never done it, you can do it anyway. Your first time. It's okay. We welcome newcomers. So many people that weren't here last year. Who the fuck are y'all? I agree. Bye-bye, Tevin. See you later. Take it easy. Bye-bye, everyone else.